Hey guys, thank you so much for 300 subscriber and please share this novel with your friend. Much love. The Damned Demon Chapter 121 A Mother's Pain and Anger. The Bloodwing Mansion was one of the royal mansions used by royal families. Now, it was occupied by Prince Sren and his family. Rebecca entered the mansion with a heavy heart as she came here to comfort her son, knowing he was already there. Usually, he wouldn't be in the mansion unless he was training, but she got the news that he was in his room, and that could only mean one thing. She stepped into the hall, and just by feeling the heavy, dark atmosphere, she knew whose aura was leaking out. She could hear objects being flung and shattered against the walls and the scent of burning candles mixed with the cold smell of blood. The servants standing in the hall were shivering uncontrollably, fearing for their lives, though Rebecca couldn't care less about them. She pressed her lips together as she hastened and opened the door to his room without knocking. Rebecca's eyes shook upon seeing torn curtains, the tables and chairs overturned and shattered glass and dishes everywhere. Even the artwork on the walls had been ripped from their frames and strewn across the floor, but the sight that shook her was the state of her son. It hurts. Have mercy. A naked woman begged for her life in desperation as she lay under this vicious prince who had been torturing her body for hours. Her blood stained the sheets, and her limbs were snapped and broken. She knew she was going to die, but she didn't want to die a horrible death. She was already traumatized after seeing the other dead naked woman on the bed who had every drop of her blood sucked dry by him. Shut up, slut. You had one job I paid you to do, and you couldn't even do it. I thought you could imitate any woman, but you can't even imitate Rowena. Oberon roared as he slapped her, breaking a few more of her teeth while riding over her bruised body. He brought these women into his room, hoping to distract himself and forget what happened today, but to his frustration and anger, this was only making it worse. Son, enough. What the hell are you doing by defiling yourself with these filthy sluts? Rebecca sharply scolded, though it pained her to see him hurting like this. She saw him pacing back and forth on that whore's body while his hair was disheveled and his eyes filled with uncontrollable fury. His hands were clenched into fists, and he was muttering to himself incoherently. She had never seen him like this, and that only made her feel even more anxious, wondering if he would ever pull himself together. Seeing him in such a state made her feel uncontrollable rage towards Asher, and wished she could make him pay right here and now. Oberon lazily twisted his neck around to glance at her. Mother? I didn't notice you coming in. Wait till I am done with this useless slut, he said in an infuriated tone, but right after, he mumbled in a jaded tone, she died already? What a trashy bag of flesh. Is the nobody good enough? Maybe the honeyed pearls would be a good place. I just need a favor from Edmund and... Rebecca bit down on her lip, seeing him muttering to himself like a madman. She just couldn't stand it any longer as she stepped forward and pulled him down from the bed. Enough, Oberon. This isn't the way to deal with this. The more you act like this, the more our enemies are going to laugh at us and take advantage of your state. What's the point? That alien cur is going to steal my woman and my future, Oberon muttered as he lifelessly stood before her. He wanted to not only hold a woman as powerful and beautiful as Rowena but also become the next Demon King, but all those dreams were shattered the moment he heard about the shocking perfect union between those two, or more like an unparalleled one after hearing the test results. Even the result between his father and mother only resulted in the projection of an image of a black dragon, wreathed in dark energy, though its size was 1/10 compared to the image of the dragon that came out of Rowena and Asher's blood. His parents' result was considered to be one of the most awe-inspiring ones in history, and yet after today, it paled against the stunning and terrifying display of power compared to Rowena and Asher's result as per people's words. So how could he not feel despair and wrathful after hearing that? It was like a slap to his face, letting him know the inferiority of his bloodline, which he didn't want to accept. Rebecca calmly took a deep breath, feeling regretful for shouting at him, especially when he must be feeling heartbroken. She made him sit on the bed and caressed his hair with a soft smile as she said, I know you have every right to be angry. Son and mother would have put an end to that bastard only if circumstances allowed it. But you don't have to worry, I will never give up for your sake. The future isn't set in stone, so what if he has a perfect union with her? We will just wait for the perfect opportunity to cause his downfall, and once that happens, everything he owns will be yours. Let's just consider our present situation as a sacrifice to get what we need later on. Oberon's eyes lit up as he found some hope in her words, even if he hated how things turned out for him. He felt that his mother was right, he still had a chance to set his future straight as long as he played his cards right. There was no point if he kept wallowing in despair like this. He can't let him win, just like his mother said. Rebecca felt relieved upon sensing how her son's aura calmed down and was glad he was pulling himself together, as expected from her son. She was just as upset as him, especially when thinking about what was going to happen tomorrow. Now that the bastard returned alive, he would surely come to the Tower of Hell to contest her position, not that she was too worried about it. Oberon noticed his mother's absent expression and asked, "What are you thinking so deeply about, Mother? Is it because of that vermin again?" Oberon had already heard about how Asher had been causing problems for his mother as well, which made his nerves writhe. He would never be merciful to anyone who caused his mother to be upset, let alone someone who had personally offended him greatly as well. Rebecca harumphed as she said with crossed arms, "You know about the bet I had with him, right? I don't know what I was thinking at that time. But forget it, there is no point in regretting what happened. But tomorrow and for the next whole week, I have to make sure he fails to prove himself as a worthy candidate for my position, as if he hasn't done enough to be a thorn in our path." Oberon sharply took a deep breath, as he looked at her and firmly said, "Mother, I don't care what you have to do but make sure that alien doesn't steal your position in the tower, though I don't believe he can. You know how much I need you to be there." Oberon knew he was able to bring in a lot of vassals under him because his mother would redirect the geniuses from the tower toward him. Because of that, he was able to build a considerable influence of his own in the kingdom, so if she loses her position, his influence would be stunted, and he wouldn't be able to keep up with the likes of Edmund or Jill from House Valentine. He also would need great influence to take care of Asher when the time comes. Rebecca nodded confidently and said with a gentle look, "Don't worry about me, son. A brat who is still wet behind his ears wouldn't be able to overshadow my experience and wisdom. Just watch and see how I send him running and then make him lose face before the head warden." Even though Rebecca said these words confidently, somewhere within her, she just couldn't shake off this subtle uneasy feeling. However, she ignored this feeling right away. Oberon smiled and said, "I have faith in you, Mother. Now I will get cleaned up. As you said, I shouldn't give up and let him take advantage of it." Saying so, Oberon left his room right away while Rebecca had a proud and relieved smile as she saw him leave. She then mumbled to herself with a cold scowl, "I will cripple your wings before you can fly, Asher." Asher had gone out to return some books in the library after finishing them and to take new ones. He realized reading these books helped him gain a lot of insights about the Demon Kingdom and their ways. After taking some, he decided to return to his room. However, the moment Asher entered his room, he was greeted by Marina with a deep bow, her smile warm. "Master, this servant wants to offer her heartfelt congratulations on your perfect union with Her Majesty. I apologize once again for my unnecessary concerns earlier." Marina berated herself inwardly for what happened earlier when she expressed her worries about the test. She thought that she should never underestimate her master's prowess again, especially when he didn't seem worried. She was indeed shocked that his bloodline could form a perfect union with the Queen's bloodline despite both of them not being of the same race, but then again, he was coming from mysterious and powerful origins with a bloodline whose power and potential she couldn't fathom. Maybe the general rules and logic don't apply to him, but this made her unconsciously wonder if his bloodline would perfectly mix with hers too. "What am I thinking?" A broken bar. Marina got rid of that thought as she winced in embarrassment inwardly, her cheeks getting painted pink. She knew as his servant, she shouldn't think of anything inappropriate. Asher let out a chuckle as he got rid of the fancy robes which he forgot to change out of earlier. "I guess I don't have to say I told you so. Marina saw him removing his robes, and after a brief hesitation, she stepped forward and spoke in a soft voice, her face blushing. "May I broken bar apologize properly?" Asher raised one of his brows as he saw her remove her headdress, the dark red ribbon under her collars, before removing the corset around her waist. Every action of hers carried a strong hint of nervousness and embarrassment, yet at the same time, her eyes had a determined light. Asher curved his lips to one side, feeling amused by how enthusiastic someone as modest and shy like Marina was for the first time. She never took the initiative all this time, and by knowing her character, he knew she was not the kind of woman to do so unless motivated by strong feelings. And here she was, arousing him already as she unbuttoned her full-sleeved shirt, revealing a beautiful and large pair of red mounds with outlines of her inverted nipples. This time she had an interesting combination of a white piece of thin cloth covering her knockers and black panties underneath with a small white skirt scarf wrapped around her belly. Asher's libido spiked up as he grabbed her wrist and threw her onto his bed, making Marina feel anxious as she twisted her body around and looked at a hungry beast getting on the bed with a wolfish look in his eyes. "I'm impressed you have learned how to apologize to me, but that doesn't mean I am going to go easy on you." Asher grabbed the white piece of cloth wrapped around her breasts and pulled her towards him forcibly to let his gluttonous mouth swallow her timid, soft lips. Marina felt her heart race as he tore off the cloth around her breasts, making them pop out and bounce while he devoured her lips. However, this time instead of fearing his wildness, she embraced it since she had grown to like his touch, his smell, and the fiery warmth of his kiss. This time she didn't want to remain passive and tried her best to reciprocate his fervid kiss since she wanted to let out the feelings she had for him. Only at times like this can she let them flow towards him without any restraint. She wanted him to know that she wanted to wholeheartedly serve him and make him realize she won't disappoint him. Asher enjoyed the kiss even more since Marina enthusiastically reciprocated, sucking in his tongue just like how he used to suck hers. Her soft, warm lips wrapped around his tongue and sucked on them while hot strands of saliva dripped down their chins. She wasn't even holding back her moans like before, and he was amazed to see how she had unrestrained herself emotionally and physically when he usually had to bring her into such a state by banging her long enough. It was as if she was letting her beastly instincts and desires slowly take over. Her arms were wrapped around his neck, and her juicy melons squished against his muscular chest while passionately kissing him. "Master Tilda," Marina mumbled with a dazed smile upon Asher breaking the kiss, her face fully flushed and taking rapid breaths. "Your nipples are very sensitive, right?" Asher asked with a teasing smile as he pinched her erect soft nipples that had already come out of their inverted position. He loved to find weak spots on a woman's body and teased their body using them since it felt quite amusing to see their reactions. Master! Marina felt the nerves in her chest shiver and tingle when he suddenly twisted her sensitive nipples. She knew her nipples were quite sensitive to her and never expected someone to bully her by teasing them all the time. Her toes squirmed and were dug into the bed while her entire body writhed, especially when he stretched her nipples outwards and twisted them around. Asher has to admit she had such a lovely and tasty pair of nipples that were begging to get teased. He lifted both her juicy breasts up to suck on her hard tits, enjoying their soft texture and the feeling of her trembling under his touches. Marina felt like her nerves might explode under the overwhelming tingling sensations, yet, at the same time, she enjoyed how lightheaded she was feeling as sparks of pleasure fired off around her body. And she let out silky moans as she hugged his head, enjoying how his mouth was melting her tits every time he sucked and nibbled on them deeply like a baby. Only in moments like these could she feel an intimate connection with him and cuddle him. All this, coupled with the way his big claws kneaded her breasts, it made her feel something throbbing strongly in her lower abdomen, as if it was just a warning right after. She felt her hips jerking, and the next moment her body shook as she flooded down there. Marina cried out as she climaxed while letting out hot breaths. Her body relaxed as Asher let her fall back on the bed, her breath hitching, but her eyes trembled upon seeing his grin looking over her head. "Catch your breath real quick because I have yet to get started with you." Saying so, Asher tore off her skirt before moving his hands down to tear off her black panties with just one hand, revealing her dripping wet red pussy. "Kyan!" Master. Marina gasped upon seeing him strip her naked by tearing off her clothes like an animal, but she had a confused look upon grabbing her arms and twisting her body around, her buttocks facing him. Asher pulled up her big, round ass towards him before spreading apart her soft butt cheeks, revealing her cute dark red butthole. Marina felt her heart throb upon feeling his hand stretching her butt cheeks and staring at her forbidden hole. Master, a broken bar. What are you going to do?" she asked feebly, her heart pounding with nervousness yet with hidden anticipation. "I fucked your pussy enough, it's time for a change," Asher said as his finger circled around her small butthole as if teasing it. Marina gulped as she stammered with blinking eyes, "Master, it won't fit." She suddenly let out a shaky, loud moan as her body quivered when he suddenly inserted a finger into her butthole. It was as if she experienced a lightning bolt shooting out from the inside of her anus and across her entire body. She had never felt such a short and intense shock of pleasure going off in her body. Asher chuckled as he enjoyed the feeling of her tight ass suddenly clenching down on his finger. "Oh, it seems like you have never taken it in here, have you? Yeah, broken bar, Hutun! Marina couldn't even answer as he was increasing the pace of fingering her anus. She felt like her nerves were on fire, especially when she felt him pushing another finger into her anus. What was this kind of intense pleasure she was feeling? It was a unique sensation she had never felt before. As for the answer to his question, was it normal for women to use that hole to take in a man's manhood? She was surprised, to say the least. "Looks like you are ready to let me take your anal virginity, Master." A broken bar. Marina mewed in nervousness upon feeling his soft glands pressing up against her anus. She was scared, thinking that his huge sword would rip her apart by trying to fit into such a narrow hole. Still, she wanted to feel him inside her, especially if it would please him as well. Asher's lips parted as he relished the feeling of forcibly pushing his cock into her tight virgin hole. Marina kept on letting out loud, oily moans as she felt his thick, hot cock stretching wide through her anal walls. It was painful yet was making her feel like trails of fire were spreading in every direction. What astonished her even more was that her anal walls were expanding slowly as if to adjust to his thick sword size, and the deeper it pushed into her, the more she felt as if her lower abdomen was getting full. "Looks like you surprised yourself, didn't you?" Asher teased as he inserted the entire length of his cock into her ass while Marina was panting and was shocked at herself that she managed to take in something that big in there. But before she could even relax for a second, he pulled up her arms, and she felt her buttocks writhe when he started to slam her hips with his crotch, his thick hot sword sliding in and out of her buttocks. "Hang!" Marina let out continuous rhythmic, silky moans while her body seemed to have a life of its own by pushing against his thrusts. "Top!" Trop! Asher hugged her curvy stomach as he tilted his pelvis and let his hips strike her buttocks, letting out loud sounds of flesh getting smacked. "Hang ha!" Marina's eyes had become cloudy with lust and pleasure as she felt heat spreading under her skin and gripped the sheets with her hands to make sure she didn't lose hold of reality. With every thrust, she felt like her soul was floating and could hear blood buzzing in her ears. As time passed, she didn't even realize she had climaxed a few times already, and yet her body just wouldn't stop shaking along with him. She couldn't feel any strength or control over her limbs, yet she didn't want this to stop as well. She liked feeling the warmth of his cock spreading through her insides while pushing her over the edge again and again. "HNGH, this is it," Asher grunted in ecstasy, taking pleasure in the feeling of her ass melting his cock and sucking it during every thrust. His cock was tested beyond its limits, and he wanted to let it unleash its wrath. Marina felt his thick sword throbbing inside her and pushing against the deepest part of her cave. Splurt! She felt a burst of ecstasy upon feeling his warm milk flooding her anal walls while her body shuddered uncontrollably by climaxing at the same time. A small pool had already formed on the bedsheet, right under her pussy, and the moment Tasha let go of her arms, she slumped on the bed. She couldn't stop taking short, rapid breaths while her mind was still relishing in the glorious peaks she had experienced earlier. Her body had entirely become numb with pleasure to the point she couldn't move nor even form any coherent thoughts. Asher felt relaxed now that he had unloaded enough and laid back on the bed before closing his eyes to take a good nap. It was already morning when Asher was about to end his study session with Rowena, where she would teach him about the matters of the kingdom. He had arrived here quite early so that he wouldn't be late to go to the Tower of Hell. "That's it for today. I don't want you getting late," Rowena said as she wrapped up some of the documents, though her brows revealed a tinge of disappointment that she had to end it here for now. She found it quite refreshing to have someone she could share the burdens of the kingdom. She thought she would have to take a lot of time to bring Asher up to speed, but to her astonishment, he was a quick learner who had a natural talent for understanding the complexities of how the kingdom worked. It made her proud to see that he was able to grasp even the most intricate of matters and even come up with better solutions to small issues here and there. She felt proud and was impressed by the way Asher was able to think on his feet, even when she purposefully presented him with a problem that seemed insurmountable to test him. It was rare to find someone with such a keen mind, and she felt that Asher may really be able to share the burden of her crown one day, just like he said he will. She also liked how Asher wasn't afraid to question her decisions, which helped her refine her own thought processes. Most of the ministers and advisors she had would just parrot back whatever she said, even if she asked for their frank opinions. The only times they would say anything different was whenever things concerned them. She once again realized why her father used to say, "Never forget, my daughter, advisors of the court are only as useful as their self-interest allows them to be." Sigh. "Tomorrow it is then," Asher said as if he felt it was a shame time was flowing so quickly, and added as he gently held her hand, "How about we go for a walk this evening?" Rowena's movements froze, but she didn't take away her hand as she asked, "A walk? What for?" she asked as if it was something foreign to her. "Yeah, I want to spend some time alone with you, talking about anything, even stupid stuff, rather than just business. Or do you not want to?" he asked as he slightly leaned his head forward. Rowena had experienced enough loss in her life that made her feel parts of her heart had died, but she felt interested in his suggestion since there was something about him that drew her in, something that made her feel alive in a way she had never left before. Maybe it was because he was the only one who held her hand when she needed it the most, not afraid to share her burdens. He was always in control, confident and saw through every decision he took, despite the odds. It was a strange feeling, one she wasn't used to and yet to understand fully. The first kiss she shared with him earlier was still lingering in her mind ever since that moment. She wondered why he acted like it never happened when he came in this morning, but now hearing his suggestion, she felt a lightness in her chest. She wanted to say yes, but then she remembered something and said with a heavy sigh, "I want to, but every hour of the day, I'm busy with something, one thing or the other, all of them are related to our kingdom, and I can't ignore them." Asher's expression didn't change as he nodded. "I understand, and I am not asking you to neglect your duties, but as the queen of this kingdom, you are also duty-bound to look after yourself. You look so tired by not devoting time to yourself to relax. By overworking yourself, you will just tire your mind, which is probably preventing you from working efficiently. It's better for the kingdom if you take some time off for yourself from time to time. In the meantime, you can delegate the less important stuff to your ministers. Let them work their asses off once in a while. It's the least they should do." Rowena blinked her eyes, hearing him being so blunt about those decorated seniors. It was not that she didn't want to let her people do some of the work, but she didn't want to let down her father's spirit by being lax about the duties he entrusted her with. However, hearing Asher's words, she felt that he was right. Maybe a break was what she needed. "I won't entertain any buts. If you don't come with me for a walk, I will make a statue of you and take it for a walk with me in front of our castle, Asher said with a grin, though his eyes looked determined. Rowena's cheeks had a pinkish hue as she pressed her fingers against his hand as a sign of protest. You don't have to do all that. I will be the... She felt that he was the kind of person who would really do something embarrassing like that. Asher smiled as he got up and raised her hand to kiss it. Then I shall be waiting for my queen this evening. I will be off to the tower now. The necklace looks beautiful on you, by the way. Saying so, he gave a soft wink before walking away while Rowena stared at his back, her lips slowly curving into a faint smile while caressing the crimson necklace around her neck. Asher and Marina were in the carriage heading for the Tower of Hell, with Sati, as usual, sitting in front of the carriage, keeping a vigilant eye, but this time, she had a stoic companion named Eradicator who was sitting right beside her. Sati had mixed feelings about her, knowing how she was the protector of that pervert consort. Still, she had nothing personally against her, but she was relieved more than before since she forcibly pushed Cucus into the carriage to keep an eye on things. However, she had no idea Asher knocked him out the moment he was about to flash his flattery smile. Marina gasped at the sight, but she knew why he did it and only felt relieved if Cucus didn't know and just slept without knowing anything. But she had no idea Asher only did it just to mess with Sati. Few minutes passed. Do you have any idea why noble couples decide on an auspicious date to sleep with each other for the first time? Do the devils really care when we mate with each other? Asher wanted to know if this was some kind of superstition or something. Marina was massaging his legs with a blushed face as she answered him with a light smile. There is a good reason for that, Master. And it isn't really because of the devils. It is said that the mana in Zultha has mood swings that affect each race and each bloodline in different ways, so the sacred union is based on a time at which the surrounding mana of a particular couple would be most favorable for them since it would increase the chances of producing a healthy and talented child. The mana is harsh in general, so nobles take extra precautions to make sure nothing goes wrong with the birth of their children. Asher knew Zultha was the name of the planet or realm they were living in, as demons call it. He felt it kind of made sense, considering how demonic mana was corrosive in nature. He had seen the map of Zultha, and based on it, he felt that it was slightly bigger than Earth. Marina gave a sweet smile and said, "But I am sure Master's union with the Queen would go perfectly. Nothing can come in the way of that." Asher subtly nodded with a brief smile and saw how they had already reached the tower, making him close the book he was reading. The moment the carriage stopped, Marina got out first while Asher slapped Cucus awake, who got up with a jolt and mumbled with a shocked look, "Why did she slap me now? Boss?" Cucus had no idea how he even reached here without even remembering getting here. "Get out unless you want me to throw you into the lava pit," Asher said as he gestured toward the door. "No need for such favor, boss," Cucus said as he eagerly jumped out of the carriage. Sati pulled Cucus to the side immediately and asked, "Did anything happen while you were inside?" Cucus scratched his head as he had a strange dream, this time where he heard a lot of moans and grunts in his dream world, but how could he possibly say that he didn't remember anything useful and risk getting his ear twisted by her? He answered with a simple wide smile, "Nothing at all, sister. We reached before I could even blink my eyes." Sati squinted her eyes, but it seemed like he really had nothing to report. She could only let him off, though her expression became piqued upon seeing Asher smirking at her before looking away. She clicked her tongue, unable to shake off the feeling that he did something but had no idea what. She could only leave with a frustrated look while Asher smiled as he entered the tower, knowing that a certain mental woman must be very eager to see his face. Rebecca was calmly sitting on her cold, hard obsidian chair. She was drumming her long, sharp nails on the armrests, the sound echoing through the vast hall. Her eyes were blazing with hidden yet intense and furious light that was directed at the empty space before her while waiting for that obnoxious brat who challenged her position. All the young demons were waiting on the first floor, wondering why the trial wasn't starting already. Usually, it should have started by now while some of them were here to train before participating in the trial. but they can't enter their training rooms without the warden saying so. She was their mentor for this trial, who gave them tips on how to pass the trial. Of course, those who get chosen by her get special training, but not all of them were lucky to get chosen. However, they could feel the weight of their warden's aura and could feel that she wasn't in a good mood at all. Even worse than ever, they didn't dare to speak for fear of incurring her wrath, but they exchanged nervous glances and fidgeted with their fingers. The silence was broken by the sound of heavy footsteps echoing down the corridor, growing louder with each passing moment. Rebecca's head snapped up, and her eyes fixed on the figure that emerged from the darkness. It was Asher, striding confidently towards her with a subtle smug smile hanging on his lips. She inwardly scoffed, thinking he was putting up a facade of confidence just to fool her when in the end, all his vain efforts to undermine her would be for nothing. She couldn't wait to make him pay for causing pain to her poor son. Asher's presence wasn't a surprise to the young candidates waiting in the hall, but they were surprised to see him walking towards the platform. They immediately bowed their heads deeply in respect and awe while none of them gave him any disrespectful glances. Instead, most of them were feeling envious of him and wished they could become someone as fearless and charming as him. Some of them still couldn't shake off the sight of him defeating the legendary Hell Maiden other than her hot kiss with him. "I wonder what caused you to be late, Asher," Rebecca stated with her arms crossed, her brows wrinkled in displeasure. Asher gave an apologetic smile as he said, "Sorry about that, Warden Rebecca. I lost track of time while spending some time with my wife. I hope you understand." The young demons gasped softly, hearing the royal consort casually mention the queen as his wife. They weren't used to hearing such a sentence. They wondered if the rumors about him and the queen having affection for each other were indeed true. The cheek of this brat. Rebecca knew he was purposefully taunting her by mentioning Rowena, especially before everyone else. Still, she inwardly harumphed as she got up and said with a curve of her lips, "Of course, I understand, but now that you are here, let's get to business. There are 10 candidates who have yet to pass the trial. They will be one of the retake batches for this week, so we will be dividing these 10 candidates between us. You think you can train them and mentor at least one of them to pass?" Rebecca asked, her tone hinting at a strong sense of contempt and confidence. The candidates were confused hearing her words. What was their warden talking about? What did she mean by dividing the batch between her and the royal consort? Why would someone as young as him mentor anyone? Not even seniors twice or thrice his age and experience would be a mentor in this tower. Rebecca inwardly scoffed, seeing the confused looks of these candidates, and looked at them as she said with a sarcastic smile, "No need to look so confused, everyone. Due to his impressive and praiseworthy feat during his first trial, Asher feels that he is ready to mentor those who haven't yet passed the first trial. Of course, not everybody can be qualified to become an assistant mentor just because they passed the trial. However, that is why the head warden is giving him a week's time to gauge his capabilities. All of you will bear with this arrangement." Asher inwardly smirked, seeing how she wasn't letting go of even the small opportunities to mock him, but he remained silent with a smile. He knew where her confidence was coming from, and it wasn't foolish for her to think so, but how could she have any idea that he had taken more quests than her dear Oberon? During the past month, he carefully studied the powerful people around him, especially the royal members of House Drake like Rebecca and Oberon, who were thorns in his path he had to pluck and destroy later. As they say, to underestimate your enemy is to give them an advantage, to know them is to disarm them. Here, they were clearly underestimating him due to their lack of knowledge about him, especially his past life. And as for him, by reading various books and talking with others, he had learned that nobles like Rebecca and Oberon spent most of their life not fighting but learning royal etiquettes, the rich history and literature of this realm, various kinds of magic disciplines that ranged from potion brewing, forging weapons, enchanting items to constructing arrays using runes. He was surprised when he learned that nobles, in general, would continue learning all this even if they had been learning for 10, 20, or 100 years or more. No wonder Darren told him why nobles loved to visit Honeyed Pearl, since they could also show off their artistry to the women over there and earn compliments. especially from someone like Kira. At first, he wondered why they would spend so many years learning these things instead of focusing on getting stronger, but the more he learned about this kingdom and the way of demons, the more he began to make sense of their ways. Things like royal etiquette and courtly behavior can help nobles to navigate the social hierarchy of this society and increase their standing among their peers. And by learning history and literature, it would help these demons gain a better understanding of their enemies' weaknesses and strengths while also helping them communicate more effectively with other foreign powers. But in Rebecca's case, he couldn't help but be skeptical about it. As for learning art, it was a way of appreciating their rich cultural heritage, gaining more sophistication, understanding the art of other cultures for diplomacy relations, and creating art for their own pleasure or to express themselves. However, all this also meant that people like Rebecca or any other noble level up leisurely, especially the geniuses who were confident of becoming strong enough by taking their own time. They take their own time to make sure their combat skills were near perfect or good enough to slowly but steadily level up so that they won't die prematurely. But for hunters like him, it was the opposite. He had taken up so many quests by the age of 10 in his past life, which would be equivalent to the number of quests someone like Rebecca had taken by the age of 50. He also knew he probably failed more quests than any of the nobles like her because he could only prepare and learn so much in a short time span. The only way he learned a lot was by failing quests again and again till he knew what all he had to do to not fail anymore. That was his motto on his journey to become the strongest hunter in the world. But of course, there were always exceptions like Rowena, Sylvan, and Jill Valentine, who leveled up way faster than their peers. Rowena had to do it due to being the only living descendant of the previous king. Jill Valentine was a battle maniac who didn't care about anything else as far as he heard, and as for Sylvan, he seemed to be determined and focused on excelling at things, including becoming stronger, even if it meant risking his life even more. This was why he felt Sylvan was quite a cryptic character considering how the rest of his family members were. He also seemed to show great interest in Sati, but Asher tucked away these thoughts for a different day as he saw these candidates looking at him with strange looks. The candidates had their jaws slack upon hearing this announcement, especially the 24 candidates. They only had respect for the royal consort, but they knew he wasn't experienced or mature enough to mentor them. This trial was literally going to decide their life and death, so him being their mentor would be like entrusting their lives in his hands. Even if Rebecca was a scary mentor, she at least knew how to guide them. In fact, they knew she was the second best warden when it came to combat knowledge. Asher also had no doubt of her capabilities, and he wasn't going to underestimate her in this matter, but that was why he already had another plan brewing in his mind. Rebecca inwardly smiled, feeling satisfied with how he was making himself look like a fool before these juniors. As if to rub salt in his wounds, she said, "I am not going to pick anyone. Those who want me as their mentor raise their hands." The moment she finished her words, 8 hands raised immediately, making Rebecca smirk, though she felt piqued that 2 of them didn't and took note of who they were. Seeing how those 2 were nobodies, she didn't pay them any attention. However, the 8 who raised their hands didn't look at the royal consort, hoping he won't take offense for not choosing him. Asher wasn't surprised seeing how most of them wanted Rebecca as their mentor. In fact, he was surprised 2 of them didn't raise their hands. He took a look at those 2. One was a young man, and the other a young girl with similar-looking faces as if they were twins. Their skin was dark blue, with black hair and pale gray eyes. Their clothes were just a sleeveless thick blue fabric. It was obvious that they were siblings, and he easily recognized their race since they were from a tribe of purebloods called Nyadon, who all lived near the waters. It was said that they could breathe underwater, and he could see the gills on the side of their chests. One of his personal courtesans was from the same tribe. They were looking at him with excited and anxious eyes as if they were looking at their idol. Asher chuckled, thinking maybe they might turn out to be useful. He still would have to test them. Rebecca let out a sigh of pity as she looked at Asher. How embarrassing. Some of these juniors don't even have manners. She turned her head to look at the candidates and scolded them sternly. How can you all be inconsiderate towards Asher like this? Now I have no choice but to send those 2 and 3 more of you towards him." The candidates who raised their hands for her felt bad and lowered their heads, but how can they be blamed for looking after their best interests? However, each of the 8 prayed she wouldn't send them over to the royal consort. Asher felt like laughing at seeing this woman putting on an act. If he could give an award for acting, he would have already given it to her. Rebecca knew which ones here came from good backgrounds. She cherry-picked the best ones and sent the rest 3 over to Asher. Asher saw 2 young men and a woman coming over to him with complicated looks, their backs heavy with nervousness, disappointment, and worry. The woman was coming from some goblin tribe, while the 2 tall and big young men seemed to be friends. Both these men were of the same race named Stoneborn. Their skin was dark, rough, and unyielding stone. Their stony skin was covered with lines and ridges that resembled cracks and fissures, giving their bodies a natural and rugged look. Their eyes were deep-set and surrounded by a jagged bone structure that protruded out from their faces like a mask. Their hair was made of rough, black, and spiky strands that jutted out from their scalps like shards of obsidian. Unfortunately for them, they were considered to be too slow to be good at anything due to their naturally heavy bodies. Nobles considered them inferior beings who were only good enough for labor work. It was obvious these 2 came to take the trial out of desperation, even if they knew they won't make it. However, Asher felt that even a stone could be cut into a different shape, and for the first trial, he felt it was doable, so he didn't complain and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Warden Rebecca." His expression suddenly changed as if he remembered something. "Oh, I forgot to mention that I had personally sent an invite to your son for the celebration since one of my incompetent servants forgot to send it, so my wife and I will be expecting you all." With a smile, he walked away as the 5 candidates followed him. Rebecca's expression froze as she was this close to almost scratching off the smile on his face, but with great willpower, she suppressed her bloodlust as she took a deep breath and inwardly harumphed, "You won't be talking big for long. What's with the long faces? Are you 3 going to think that I am going to get you all killed?" Asher asked as he stood in front of the 5 youngsters in his training room, his aura radiating confidence and authority. The 3 demons felt his piercing gaze and immediately kneeled as they stammered in fear, "No, Your Highness." The 2 stone-born brothers named Onyx and Graven cowered before the royal consort, wondering how he read their minds. They didn't want to offend him, but it seemed as if they did anyway. I would never The goblin girl named Zizala couldn't even muster the courage to speak further as the pressure of standing so close to him was shaking her limbs. She realized she had unknowingly offended him and was frightened for her life. She knew how nobles could easily end their lives for the slightest mistakes, and she had been trying so hard to not offend anyone after coming here. It was probably her bad luck that she ended up offending him. The pair of siblings had a nervous expression and stood silently with their heads lowered. Still, they felt angry at these 3 for having such an opinion about someone as special and great as the royal consort. Obviously, he was more than qualified to train them after passing the trial with flying colors and even achieving the impossible by defeating Hell Maiden. Asher looked at them, taking in their fearful expressions. His sharp features hardened into a steely one as he said, "Let me make something clear first. Going forward, if any one of you lies to me, I won't be happy, and trust me when I say it won't end well for any of you if that happens." The 3 of them uncontrollably shivered, especially Zizala, who had already started crying but didn't dare to let out a whimper. Asher relaxed his expression, though his cold gaze still lingered on them. "Now, I don't give a fuck what weaklings like you think about my capabilities, but if you 3 want to survive the trial, you will do everything as I say, without question or doubt. Otherwise, I will guarantee that all of you will end up dead within a matter of seconds. Is that understood?" The royal consort's words were like daggers, cutting through the air and leaving a trail of intimidation in their wake. His stance was firm, and his aura exuded a dangerous confidence that they didn't feel like questioning anymore. The 3 of them shrunk their bodies as they mustered all the courage in their heart. "You understood, Your Highness. Good, now get up because I don't have all day to train you fools." Asher said as the three immediately got to their feet. He then looked at the siblings whose names were Nereus and Thetis. Sister of Nereus, you two will keep an eye on these three and make sure they train till they drop whenever I am not there. If they don't, you two will report to me, understood? Asher only planned to train them for an hour or two during the morning and use the rest of the time to learn under Duncan Doru. Yes, Master Asher, the two siblings said energetically in unison with a deep bow, feeling honored that he gave such an important task to them. The other three demons gulped, realizing they won't be able to catch their breaths for the rest of the week. Still, they felt that it would all be worth it if he could really help them. Asher nodded as he said with his hands behind his back, to pass the first trial in this tower is a cakewalk and not as terrifying or difficult as people make them to be. Even a low-level soul eater with a common bloodline can pass it easily as long as they know that simply fighting head-on is not the best way to approach it. All five demons raised their heads with blinking expressions upon hearing him say that even a low-born soul eater could pass it. Zizola, Onyx, and Graven were the most surprised since they came from a common bloodline lineage. They had the lowest bloodline class possible, and even if they were mid-level soul eaters, they had zero hopes of passing the trial. They wouldn't have come here if not for their circumstances. They also never knew any lowborn who passed the first trial when they were just a low-level soul eater, but they were interested to know what the royal consort meant by saying that fighting head-on was not the way. The reason I said the trial is fair to a certain extent is that the power of the spirits scales according to the strength of the candidate. Of course, the difficulty will continue to increase with each summoning, but that's not the point. The point is, theoretically, every candidate who enters that chamber has equal chances of passing the trial, be it someone having a common bloodline or a legendary bloodline, Asher explained, making the five demons feel enlightened, realizing they never thought of it that way. This made them feel like they really stood a chance of passing the trial, but don't forget that the spirits in the chamber are not that dumb. They learn how to deal with us based on the number of people they fought. The chamber resets every 50 years. But unfortunately, they have years' worth of knowledge to defeat those who aren't fully prepared, Asher warned, making them gulp, though they heard how easily the royal consort defeated 6 of them. But again, not everybody could execute the same moves he did. As for them, they only had to worry about defeating the first 3 spirits to pass the trial. Asher crossed his arms and added, but that is why training under me would be far from easy. I am going to test your limits and push you all past your breaking point for this entire week. It doesn't matter how many of your bones will break in the process, you all will keep pushing until I am satisfied, Asher firmly said, making Zizola and the 2 stone-born men wince, wondering if they would survive the royal consort's training, let alone the trial. However, Nereus and Thetis had their eyes glowing, brimming with excitement that they were going to get personally trained by the royal consort himself. Asher knew he would be devoting some of his precious time to training these weak demons, but he felt that it all would be worth it as long as his plan worked. The second floor of the Tower of Hell was a stark contrast to the first floor. The walls were made of dark, polished marble that seemed to swallow any light that touched it. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding and unease, as if something terrible was lurking just out of sight. The floor was covered with dried marks of blood and seemed to absorb the sounds of footsteps, making it eerily silent. Asher had entered the second floor and was wondering why not even a single soul was in sight. This just seemed like a scene that came right out of a ghost movie. He was done with training the candidates and made his way to the second floor to finish the second trial and then go to Duncan to learn under him. But he didn't expect things to be like this the moment he stepped foot on the second floor. Not even a single candidate who had qualified to enter the second floor could be seen here. It was as if they all magically disappeared. However, this made Asher very wary about his surroundings, since he felt that the trial of the second floor, named the Phantom Passage, had probably started. He didn't know the exact details of this trial, since it was impossible to reveal the details of a trial, except the first, to someone who hadn't yet taken or witnessed it. This tower seemed to have mysterious abilities to make sure of that. He could hear whispers and laughter all around him, which would unsettle any ordinary person. Though this wasn't the first time he was in a situation like this, he guessed that these ghostly voices and sounds were not real. He focused on his path ahead with his blade out, ready for anything. However, suddenly the surroundings in front of him dissolved into a beautiful garden. The roses were in full bloom, and the trees were heavy with magical fruits. It was a stark contrast to the fog and darkness that surrounded him earlier. With squinted eyes, he carefully walked into the garden, but as soon as he stepped inside, everything began to shift. The flowers turned into thorns, and the trees started to bend and twist, becoming grotesque and frightening, while the sweet-looking fruits turned into poisonous, carnivorous giant fruits that threatened to devour him. "Hey, who are you trying to trick?" Asher scoffed as he sent his ring blade flying, cutting down the carnivorous fruits and trees that tried to crush him. He wasn't scared in the least and smirked upon seeing his blade cutting through everything like paper. They didn't even get to touch him, and within a matter of seconds, he had destroyed everything that tried to kill him. The moment he did, the garden started to flicker and fade, though Asher didn't look surprised. "You have successfully completed the Phantom Passage. 5,000 life crystals gained." A grand, sufficiently lit room with large open windows formed as his surroundings when a surprised, sweet voice sounded from behind. "How did you finish the trial so fast?" "That is not fair." Asher squinted his eyes and turned around to see a petite, beautiful young woman wearing an ornate red gown and having her long red hair tied into pigtails. Any ordinary person would feel their eyes melt at the sight of such a cute young lady who had an innocent charm around her, especially when she had a smiling face just like now, though there was a hint of annoyance lurking in her eyes. But someone like Asher wasn't going to judge a book by its cover, especially someone like her. "No wonder you are the floor warden of this floor, Sylvia." Sylvia kept smiling as she took small but continuous steps toward him as if she was dancing. The moment she reached before him, she tilted her head as her bright red eyes examined him closely. "This is the first time as a warden. This lady is seeing someone break through the illusions in the trial like that. How did you know that the trial would only get dangerous as much as you fear the illusions?" she asked as she blinked her big round eyes. Asher realized it was just as he guessed it. Those illusions would have killed him if he got scared by them. Fortunately, he had gone through enough to not get intimidated by things like that. Even if his life was really at risk, being scared wouldn't really help him get through situations like that. Asher turned up one of the corners of his mouth as he said, "I didn't, but fortunately, fear is my ally." Sylvia pursed her lips, feeling that not only his bloodline but his mind was formidable as well. No wonder she failed the first time, but she felt piqued that he passed her floor so easily when she was planning to play with him once he entered her floor. If only he had failed, she would have got a good opportunity to make him her playmate. Still, she didn't want to give up and said with her hands on her hips, "Sylvia is impressed you passed, but..." Her lips turned into a mischievous grin as she leaned forward, her fingers playing with her fancy necklace. "This lady wants to give you a gift as congratulations to you." Asher had a jaded look as he winced and said, "I appreciate it but apologies, since I am quite busy. Now, I will be on my way." Asher knew what exactly she wanted, and there was no way he was going to let her get into his mind. If only circumstances allowed it, he would have dealt with the right here and now, but for now, he had to be patient. Sylvia's forehead wrinkled upon seeing how he refused when anybody else would feel honored just to have her attention. Sylvia pouted and said with a saddened look, "Sylvia is being kind to show you a favor, and this is how you respond? How could you be so rude and impolite to this lady again?" Last time Sylvia let it go because she felt pity for someone who was ignorant about everything, but Sylvia now knows you are not as ignorant as you appeared to be. You tricked not only this lady but everyone for a long while, so this lady demands compensation for fooling her. Asher subtly scoffed as he raised one of his brows and asked, "And what kind of compensation would a lady like you want from me?" Sylvia blushed as she averted her gaze with a sweet smile and said, "Perhaps you will know once you follow me." Saying so, she briefly lifted the ends of her gown, revealing a pair of smooth, slender legs. Asher inwardly facepalmed. Seeing her pathetic attempt at trying to seduce him, he could make a guess or two why she was doing this, but he shook his head and bluntly said, "Sorry to disappoint, but I am not interested in small girls." What Asher meant was that he was not interested in a small-minded girl like her, but since physically also she didn't appeal to him, he felt his choice of words went wrong when coupled with the fact that she tried to sabotage his mind once. He wanted to make sure his message was loud and clear. Saying so, he walked past the stunned Sylvia. Her friendly demeanor quickly faded away as her face contorted into a scowl of anger. "Did you just call this lady ... small?" she hissed. Her previously innocent tone turned into a sharp and biting one, like the edge of a knife. Her bright red eyes had a dangerous light as she fixed her gaze on Asher's back. Asher knew he pissed her off, but his expression didn't change as he turned around and asked with crossed arms, "Yes ... and what are you going to do about it?" Sylvia was noisily breathing as she said in a low, sharp tone, "This lady is 59 years old, and nobody refuses this lady twice. You will compensate me one way or the other." Saying so, her hands began to glow with a red light. "Really?" Asher smirked while wondering if she was really going to attack him in this tower, which could result in very unfavorable consequences for her, especially because of the head warden. But on the off chance she was that crazy, he had the means to deal with it. The room was tense as Sylvia advanced towards Asher, her eyes narrowed with anger, and her glowing hands clenched into fists. Asher, on the other hand, stood calmly, a small smirk playing at the corner of his lips which only ticked her off even more. But just as she was about to raise her hand, the door suddenly swung open, revealing Sabina standing in the doorway. Sylvia stopped in her tracks, her expression quickly changing from anger to surprise to nervousness as she saw Sabina. Sabina entered the room with a charming smile on her face, her eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. "Hello, you two," Sabina chirped, seemingly oblivious to the previously tense atmosphere. "I heard the royal consort was already participating in the second trial, so pardon my insatiable curiosity to see how you fared." Sabina let out a soul-melting giggle as she stepped forward and put her arm around Sylvia, whose expression paled. "Oh, I hope I am not interrupting anything, am I?" Sabina asked with a guileless expression as she glanced between the two. Asher softly chuckled and said, looking at Sabina with a smile, "Of course not. I was just about to leave after thanking Lady Sylvia for congratulating me." "Ah, that is so sweet of you, Sylvia, to congratulate him personally," Sabina said as she placed her hand on her chest while looking at Sylvia with an appreciative look, who clearly seemed as if she just wanted to get away from her. Sylvia was just being kind," she said, while her eyes darted towards the door. Sabina curved her lips subtly before looking at Asher. "Pardon, but can you wait for me outside? I want to have some girl talk with Sylvia here for a minute," Sabina said with a playful wink. Sylvia swallowed her saliva as she heard her words and squirmed her body as if she was trying to struggle free from Sabina's hold. Asher couldn't ask for better as he shrugged and said, "Of course, take your time." Saying so, he left the room right away, though he did notice how Sylvia always seemed to be jittery around Sabina. However, he missed the sight of a crimson cape floating out from the corner of the end of the hallway, which disappeared right as he came out. But the moment the door closed, thwap, the resounding sound of a slap echoed in the room, followed by the sound of a soft body smashing against the floor. My cheek hurts ... Sylvia softly moaned in pain as she lay on the floor while clasping her reddened right cheek, which hid a slender red palm print. Her eyes were welling up with tears as she squirmed her legs, but before she could even collect her thoughts, she grimaced in pain upon getting lifted by her hair. My hair, please ... Sabina, let me go," Sylvia cried out, begging Sabina with a teary face. I don't think we ever had a floor warden who cries like you. How pathetic." "It's embarrassing, don't you think, or am I being too mean?" Sabina asked as she pulled Sylvia's head back before smashing her body against the wall. "Forget all that. I once kindly warned you not to mess with what is mine, but it seems like I may have been spoiling you for too long for you to take my words lightly." Perhaps this big sister should help you remember some memories from the past, Sabina said with a menacing smile as her palm pressed against the back of Sylvia's head. Sylvia let out pitiful whimpers as she said in a shaking voice, "No, Sylvia won't do it again." Sylvia didn't mean to offend Sabina. Sylvia apologizes, but please let me go. Sylvia continued to grimace with her face pressing against the wall. Sabina coldly smirked as she remained silent for a few moments before suddenly letting go of Sylvia's head. "You are lucky I am feeling kind today, but if this happens again then..." Sylvia felt chills in her chest upon seeing Sabina's ghostly red eyes glowing with an eerie light. "It won't," Sylvia whimpered with pursed lips as she wiped her tears and stumbled back. Don't look so sad. I know you are a good girl who knows better than running to mommy with your tears," Sabina said as she brushed Sylvia's hair to make it look proper and neat. Though Sylvia's hands were trembling, her gaze downward. "There you go, looking cute and lovely again. Unfortunately, we have to talk later," Sabina said as she gave a light peck on Sylvia's forehead before leaving the room with a pleasant smile. As Sabina left the room, Sylvia's face contorted, her fists clenched tightly, and her eyes flashing with a dark intensity. Sylvia never forgets. Asher came out of the room and saw himself standing in a hallway with grey stone walls and smooth granite tiles. The hallway was broad and spacious enough to see plenty of other candidates in the hall walking around freely without bumping around each other. Some of them were wearing training gear, heading towards training rooms. He also saw others dressed in more formal attire, making their way toward a set of large wooden doors. He knew these doors led to a special room where the candidates who passed this trial could choose their grimoires, or to be precise, the second part of the grimoire they chose after passing the first trial. It was said that there were 6 parts to each grimoire in the tower, and by passing each trial, a demon can collect the parts one by one till they can complete their grimoire. He also would have gone into that room only if he didn't receive an immortal-grade grimoire from Hellmaiden, which he received as a whole, so there was no need for him to collect any parts. Because of that, he received more life crystals as compensation, which he couldn't feel more satisfied with. The candidates who passed by him gave a deep bow with looks of awe since it seemed like he had already passed the second trial. At this point, they felt like this was a great time to live to witness the birth and growth of such a terrifying genius. The women were swooning just by feeling his gaze, which barely lingered for a second. How could they not feel attracted to such a powerful and charming figure? Some of the noble ladies wanted to approach him, but they were afraid that the queen might hear of it and misunderstand. They sighed, feeling it was a pity, and could only shyly smile at him as they walked past. Asher once again realized that revealing his strength was the right move. These demons followed those with strength, and even without trying, lots of people were ready to become his followers. This was why he contested Rebecca for her position. There was just so much to gain once he could take advantage of it, but it won't be easy. He saw some nobles walking towards him with respectful smiles, but their expressions froze when they saw the door behind him open. "I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long," a woman's melodic voice sounded from behind as Asher turned around to see a lethal beauty who commanded attention and respect with every breath she took. "Lady Sabina, I guess I have to thank you again," Asher said with a knowing smile. He knew that it was not by coincidence Sabina intervened at the right time, but probably because she was keeping tabs. But what he couldn't get was why she was so interested enough to do so. Sabina twirled a strand of her silver hair with a coy grin on her lips. Foo, let's drop the formalities when it's just us. I find it cumbersome." Her voice subtly became smooth and soft as she continued, "So if you want to really express your gratitude, how about you give me a hand with one of my small potion brewing experiments? Considering the favor you asked me last time, I feel like you might be a hidden potion genius, but I can understand if you have bigger things to do rather than getting involved in my silly and boring potion experiments," she said as she tilted her head to one side, her eyes glinting with amusement and her voice dripping with an intoxicating mix of charm and danger. Asher felt that this woman was up to something and could make one or two guesses why. He could also see that she was quite perceptive, which meant he can't lower his guard around her. Still, as someone who loves danger that may hide potential benefits, he wanted to take a chance. He might get to learn a thing or two from her, especially since her house was known as the House of Secrets, but most importantly, find out what she was really after. You flatter me, Sabina, but since you have such a high opinion of me, I shall try not to disappoint, Asher said with a light smile. Sabina leaned forward, her gaze intense as she said with a playful wink, "It's fine either way. Perhaps I can teach you some things too. I will catch you later then." Saying so, Sabina stepped back and walked away with a smile. Asher squinted his eyes as he stared at her shapely back, showing off her smooth, pale flawless skin. He shook his head briefly before walking away in the opposite direction. However, as Sabina left the corridor, a pair of bright red eyes emerged out of the dark walls staring at her back before disappearing into nothingness. A broken bar. Asher entered one of the meditation halls on the second floor, the scent of something much light yet invigorating filling his nostrils. The hall was a circular room with high ceilings and soft lighting. In the center, there was a raised platform where Duncan Daru was seated, his legs crossed and his eyes closed in meditation. It was said that he was the oldest demon in the kingdom with vast power and knowledge that remained uncontested. Unfortunately, he never steps out of this tower as he considers himself an eternal servant of the tower until his last breath. Asher didn't know why someone like Duncan would be so loyal to a tower, but how could he possibly understand the mentality of such a man? He also knew this tower wasn't ordinary at all, but nevertheless, Asher was looking forward to learning so much from him. He stepped forward and deeply bowed without saying anything while taking a glance at the old demon with long, flowing white hair and a serene expression on his face. "You have once again proven yourself worthy of your bloodline by passing the second trial already, Asher." Duncan Daru's deep and resonant voice echoed in the hall, conveying his appreciation towards Asher for passing the second trial. Asher slowly straightened his back as he said with a light bow, "Thank you, Master. I still feel I have a lot to learn," he said respectfully. "A mind as young as yours or as old as mine will always have a lot to learn. There is never an end to how better we can become," Duncan said as he slowly opened his eyes and gestured to Asher to sit in front of him. Asher felt like his words weren't wrong at all and walked up to the platform to sit in front of him. "I heard Sylvia was about to make things difficult for you. What do you think about her? You can freely express your words. What we discuss will never be heard by another soul," Duncan said with narrowed eyes. Asher subtly raised his brows, not expecting him to suddenly put forth such a question even though he had an inkling before that Duncan probably knew about it. He didn't know if this was some kind of test question and simply answered, "Well, I wonder if she is suitable for the position of a floor warden." Asher chose to be half careful with his words just in case. Power is a double-edged sword. It can help you achieve great things, but it can also corrupt you if you let it. Sylvia is a prime example of this as she wields her power with arrogance and thinks she can control everything and everyone around her. In the end, it can only lead to causing damage to this kingdom, Duncan said with a shake of his head, making Asher realize this old man wasn't least afraid to talk so bluntly about the young lady from one of the great houses. But this only made him realize how this old man didn't have any strings on him and was probably like a teacher to all the demons here, giving him the qualifications to admonish or talk freely about anyone in this kingdom. Duncan focused his gaze on Asher as he asked, "So what do you plan to achieve with the power you have or might gain in the future?" "I am asking since, as your master, I want to know if I am going to raise a disciple that will help this kingdom flourish or destroy it." Asher realized this was a question to learn about his true intentions. If he wasn't careful with his words, then it could very well be the end of his time as a disciple. "I have been a cripple for most of my life, and I have experienced how it feels like to be helpless, especially when it comes to helping my wife or repaying my debt to our late king for giving me a second chance at life. I could only helplessly sit as I learned how we have been fighting this endless war and lost so many of our kind, especially my benefactor to the humans, but now that I have the chance to become something more, all I want is to use it to destroy our most dangerous enemy, so broken bar the humans." I dream of us conquering the severed realm and freeing our people from this hellish world. A broken bar, isn't that what we all truly seek? Asher asked as his eyes briefly glowed. Duncan noticed the fiery glow in his eyes and slowly nodded with an appreciative look. Your mind is in the right place, Asher. I have asked this question to many young people like you, but most of their answers revolved around themselves. None of them were ever truly interested in helping our realm progress. This is the main reason why we haven't yet won the war against humans despite the passing of so many years. At this point, most of the people in this realm only care about completing simple quests that satisfy their mundane desires instead of addressing the root problem that shackles us. Asher was glad Duncan didn't see through his intention of taking advantage of these demons to fulfill his revenge, but he knew it was because his words were mostly true. A broken bar, he couldn't wait to make them all pay for betraying and abandoning him, and that is why I am going to teach you how to properly reap souls during a reaping quest. Reaping quests are the fastest way to help us pave a path to our salvation if utilized in the right way. I assume you haven't taken any reaping quests after the reaping trial, right? Duncan asked, making Asher's eyes light up with a certain eagerness. Somebody advised me it wouldn't be wise to take any reaping quests until I consulted an expert. Asher was glad Duncan was going to teach him how to reap right away. It was something he was looking forward to learning from him. Duncan hummed as he said, "Good, that person saved your life by giving you that advice. Reaping quests are not as straightforward or easy as the trial you took." Asher raised his brows subtly, wondering what he meant by that. Duncan noticed Asher's surprised look and said, "Tell me, when you took the trial, you were able to possess a human body with no effort, right?" "Yes, of course." Asher nodded slowly as he remembered possessing that school teacher without doing anything, "and because you were able to control a human, it was easier for you to manipulate your vessel into giving in to you. I can also assume that even after your vessel gained some of your powers, the people around him didn't notice he was demonized until it was too late." Duncan guessed based on what he knew. Asher kept nodding as he said, "Yeah, my vessel was just an ordinary and weak human. It was easier than I thought," Asher said while wondering what Duncan was coming to. "Yes, but don't expect things to be like this the next time you take a reaping quest. This time the devils won't give you any helping hand except to help your soul travel to the other side and back. The rest you have to do yourself, which means you won't have any access to any human's body or mind. You will have to rely on your own abilities to influence your vessel, but if you fail, you will forever be stuck in the severed realm and might even get found out by hunters. This is why reaping quests are, in general, harder than raiding quests but worthwhile when you become an expert doing it," Duncan said with a strong hint of caution in his tone. Asher subtly raised his brows, not expecting things to suddenly get difficult like this. Was reaping really that difficult? Why would anyone take up such quests if the risk was too great? Don't get too worried. Even if you won't get any help, it doesn't mean there aren't ways to learn how to do things yourself. The interesting part is that reaping can be done in different ways, and it will be up to you to decide. But for now, I am going to teach you the easiest and fundamental method in the book. A broken bar possessing objects, Duncan said as he snapped his fingers together, and immediately, the floor surrounding him subtly moved as a few small cylindrical columns projected out with various small-sized objects like ring, bracelets, book, and watch on top of them. Asher could see that these objects were from Earth and asked, "But why objects? Why not directly try to possess humans?" Asher didn't specialize in exorcism in his past life since he was the kind of hunter who spent his time learning how to destroy demons head-on. He had made a vow when he was a small kid to destroy demons with his own hand after everything he went through. However, he did know that demons had the ability to possess objects, which was actually pretty common, and now he couldn't help but be interested in how the whole thing worked. The idea of getting to learn it was kind of exciting to him. Duncan subtly hummed as he said, "Living beings have souls, which means they can resist any foreign force. Since you already got access to a human body during the trial, you haven't yet experienced how difficult it could be to possess or influence a human. They are intelligent beings, and their minds can be strong, especially hunters. If you get caught in the process of trying to demonize them directly, then you will be in great danger. So that is why it is safer to possess non-living objects? Asher asked with a shake of his head. Duncan nodded and said, it's not only safer, but it also helps you to understand the weakness and strengths of your vessel. If you don't know anything about them, how are you going to make them succumb to you? Asher rubbed his collar as he asked with a look of contemplation, is it by possessing objects that mean something to the human we want to possess? Duncan nodded firmly, yes, that is right. Everyone has at least one object in their life that they consider very dear to them, so if you manage to establish a connection or a mental link with that object, you will get to learn some things about the owner, and once you possess it long enough to learn more things about the vessel, that object will radiate an aura that will open a gate to its owner's subconscious mind. So that is how I enter the mind of the vessel? Asher asked as he couldn't help but realize the vast potential he could gain by learning to do this stuff. He couldn't help but think of certain people in his mind. Yes, but even if you enter the mind, it isn't over yet. You won't get access to full memories of the vessel like you got during your trial. You would only know whatever you learned from the object you possessed, so the part you should be very careful about is not letting the vessel realize that you have possessed them. Duncan stressed the last sentence as if he wanted to make sure Asher wouldn't forget it. In his past life, Asher had never been possessed since no demon ever got to successfully possess him. Because of this, he had no idea how it felt to get possessed. All he heard were opinions from experts since those who got possessed won't remember what happened if they managed to survive, or even if they remember, it would be too fragmented and vague, which ends up not being useful. However, he could understand why Duncan warned him not to get caught since he had seen hunters realizing a demon had slipped into their minds and running to an exorcist to exorcise the demon out of their minds. A lot of demons had been purged like that, and he also would have tried to learn exorcism only if he could try it on himself, which wasn't possible. It was just like how a neurosurgeon couldn't perform brain surgery on themselves despite having the knowledge to do so. But how do we do that if we want to make them succumb to their desires? We have to communicate with them, right? Asher asked with a look of confusion. Yes, we have to communicate but not directly. We only whisper in their minds at the right time to influence their thoughts and decisions. The more they listen to our whispers, the more they unconsciously give us power over their mind. Duncan emphasized the word whisper, making Asher ask, but they will still realize a demon is putting thoughts in their head? Won't we get caught anyway? Duncan shook his head and said, not if you don't go overboard with it. That is why I called it whispers. Any mind has thoughts flowing in all the time, and the same goes for humans too. So if you disguise your whispers as thoughts of their own, they won't become suspicious. Why would they if they believed these whispers were their own thoughts? Humans know they hold hidden desires and hear thoughts born from those desires, no matter how deep they might be. So even if they hear whispers that make them feel like indulging in their deepest desires, they won't think too much about it most of the time. Asher nodded as he felt that made sense. That was the whole point of this thing. Reaping works because everyone has desires they have hidden deep within their minds. What mattered was how deep they were hidden, because the deeper they were, the harder it would be to make them act on it. But it goes both ways. The more they ignore your whispers, the higher the chances you will expose yourself, Duncan warned, making Asher feel as if reaping did indeed seem harder than something as straightforward as raiding. Now that I have introduced you to the idea, it's time for you to test what you have learned so far. Reaping only works when you are in your spirit form, and so the tower is going to help you do that. Just close your eyes, and the tower will do the rest, Duncan instructed. Asher didn't expect this, but thinking about it, he felt this mysterious tower was surely capable of such things. Without further ado, Asher closed his eyes, and the next moment he felt a strange sensation of his entire being getting sucked out. But then his vision was no longer dark, and he felt weightless as if he was floating, and he, indeed, was in the hall. However, he could see his own spirit form, which was a shimmering and translucent gray-white hue, giving off a subtle dark glow. It resembled his original body, but just like how it was during the reaping trial, his spirit body couldn't interact with anything. Damn a broken bar, Asher mumbled as he looked at his own body sitting before him in a cross-legged position. His real body was still breathing but motionless. Don't worry about your mortal body. It is as if you are sleeping since your spirit form is still connected to your mortal shell. That is why any kind of injury to your spirit form will severely reflect on your mortal shell as well, Duncan said with a strong hint of caution. He then gestured towards the objects placed on the cylindrical columns and added, "Now decide which one of these objects you want to possess." Asher looked around and decided to pick a ring that seemed like it belonged to a woman. "I think I will try to possess the ring." "Focus your mental energy on the ring and visualize it as an extension of your body," Duncan instructed as Asher floated closer to the ring. Asher began to focus all his mental energy on the ring, just like Duncan said. He furrowed his brows as he felt a faint vibration coming from the ring but nothing else. Duncan noticed Asher's expression on the outside and said, "Don't try to force it, let your thoughts drift, and imagine your spirit form gradually fusing with the ring, a broken bar, your mind fusing with it until you become the ring itself." Asher's expression relaxed as he took a deep breath, allowing his thoughts to relax and settle down until he was only thinking of the ring before him. He pictured himself merging with the ring, and the more he did, the stronger he felt the vibrations coming from it. These vibrations were spreading through his mind and creating a resonance throughout his entire body. He was new to such a feeling, but he kept picturing his spirit body enveloping the ring, embracing it completely until he finally felt like he ended up becoming the ring. At that moment, he felt a strange sensation. He could sense the texture of the ring, the faint metallic scent of its body, and even its weight as if it was his own, while seeing everything from its perspective. As he concentrated, he felt a subtle shift in his awareness and began to see blurry and indistinct images in his head. It was like a dream that was slipping away as he woke up, but as he concentrated, the images became clearer and more vivid. He saw a woman who was feeling sad after losing her mother in a car accident. Asher could guess these images were nothing but the memories of the owner of this ring. "He should die for killing you, mother, but a broken bar. I am too powerless to do anything. A broken bar." Asher heard the sad voice of this girl in his head and knew it was probably one of the thoughts that echoed in her head at that time, expressing her deepest desire which she couldn't act upon. It was obvious what happened to her mother was more than just a simple car accident, but what fascinated Asher was how he got to learn all this by just holding a ring she probably considered special to her. How was this possible? Duncan was blinking his eyes from outside upon seeing that Asher had managed to connect with the ring without any difficulty so soon. Was he a reaping prodigy too? Anybody else of his level could have lost connection because of how hard it was to maintain the focus on a foreign object that was not their own body. Even if that was not a concern, there was a good chance that their mind could get disrupted by the energy of the owner of the ring. If it was an ordinary human's ring, Duncan wouldn't be surprised at all, but the ring he gave to Asher belonged to a woman who was a D-rank hunter. He purposefully picked objects of hunters who were nearly as strong as Asher to prove a point. However, it seemed as if he underestimated the mental fortitude and focus of this boy. Maybe he should up the stakes since this boy continued to astonish him. "I think I got the gist of it," Asher said as he looked at Duncan, though he was surprised when he saw Duncan gesturing him to enter the teddy bear in front of him. "Why don't you try connecting with this doll as well before we proceed to the next part?" Asher was still in his spirit form, and seeing an ordinary teddy bear in front of him, he shrugged inwardly and diverted his focus towards it, trying to form a link with it. Just when Asher thought he felt a connection forming, he suddenly felt a jolt that made him feel like his mind was thrown into a whirlpool. Arg! Asher felt a strange yet excruciating pain that made him feel like he had lost all senses for a moment, but he felt everything returning back to normal after a few moments. "Asher, are you all right?" Duncan asked with a worried look, wondering if he had pushed him too much, but relaxed upon seeing him recover. "I am fine. A broken bar. I am fine. I was just shocked, literally." "Is this even an ordinary object, Master?" Asher asked, feeling confused. "This is what I wanted to let you learn for yourself. This object is not ordinary in the sense it carries the energy of a hunter, more powerful than you. That is why when you tried to form a connection with it, You experienced the rebound effect that caused small, temporary harm to your spirit, Duncan explained. My spirit? That sounds dangerous. Asher felt as if he had to be extra careful about this whole reaping thing. People have yet to understand the spirit or soul of a person, but one thing everyone knew was how important it was, especially not to let any harm come to it. Duncan firmly nodded as he advised, yes, it is. This is why you should never try to possess an object which belongs to someone stronger than you. Since you only tried once, you didn't experience any serious harm, but the more you try, the more you risk causing irreparable damage to your spirit, which can manifest in many ways. Either you lose yourself and forget who you are or why you are even here, or you end up destroying yourself for eternity. Asher was blinking his eyes rapidly upon hearing such terrifying things. He could only imagine the horror of something like that happening. He didn't want to forget whatever happened to him or forfeit his life for nothing. If reaping is so risky, are there any real benefits to this? Asher couldn't help but ask. He felt that simply receiving slightly higher mana won't cut it. Duncan stroked the ends of his beard as he briefly tilted his head and said, indeed there is. It's flexible in the sense you can take a break during a reaping session if time permits it and take up a raiding quest simultaneously even if your reaping quest is still in progress. Asher subtly raised his brows as he felt that was a good thing, especially to level up faster, and you don't lose any refined mana if you give up on the quest, but if your vessel dies, then you will lose whatever power you gave to them. Oh, our broken bar. Asher realized that this was better than losing strength for simply failing the quest, though he still would have to make sure his vessel didn't die before he reaped their soul and avoid getting caught too. That is why your seniors or those who have reached their peak never take up raiding quests for the most part. They do not want to lose their strength while also making sure they won't cross the breaking point. Duncan added, breaking point? What is that? He curiously asked. The point beyond which you would be strong enough to trigger the unavoidable raiding quest, infamously known as the Last Judgment or, to put in simple words, a quest which can only be completed by conquering Earth, as humans call their world. It is the only quest with the greatest difficulty in our realm. That is why the difficulty is named Hell Awaits, which we consider as a quest with no chance of surviving, Duncan said with a grave look. Asher inwardly had his brows raised as he realized this was probably the quest that the Demon King had accepted. The Demon King was considered to have been the strongest demon of his time, so it made sense. But why would an old fox like him reach the peak despite knowing how a highly impossible and dangerous quest was lying in wait for him? It just didn't make sense unless he had some sort of mysterious trump card, which was not the case considering how he died to him. Asher realized there was no point delving into that since most of the Demon King's actions didn't make sense. He felt that fucker died too easily after making his life hell. However, forgetting this, he realized another reason why the powerhouses in the demon realm managed to maintain their strength while doing their best to avoid the Last Judgment quest. Thinking about it, the powerhouses on Earth were the opposite. They would try to reach the peak in hopes of getting favored by the angels, though he had never seen anybody reach their peak in his life. All he heard were myths and legends about hunters in the past being blessed by the angels personally. This was one of the reasons why he didn't hesitate to work hard and become the strongest. If angels would really bless him with more power after reaching the peak, he wanted to help humanity win their war against the demons by using that power. However, he never expected that even after defeating the Demon King, no angel come to favor him, nor did he get any benefits. All he got was a betrayal from everyone around him for everything he did. Even if the rest of the people on Earth didn't know the truth, how could most of them blindly believe everything their governments said despite the number of times he had saved their lives? This just goes to show how ungrateful and fickle-minded they were. Asher, don't lose focus. Duncan's deep voice pulled Asher back to reality. I was talking about the most important benefit of doing a reaping quest, a broken bar, the amount of refined mana you can gain, which is also related to weakening them as a whole, Duncan said with an inner glow in his eyes. I know, but I didn't gain any absurd amount of refined mana after I completed the trial. Asher shrugged. That was just a trial, but usually, it all depends on what you do with your vessel. It's not only about making the vessel act out their desires but making the vessel cause destruction and chaos in the human world that would benefit our realm in some way. The more destruction they cause before the timer runs out, the more refined mana you can gain. Rowena once gained enough refined mana from a single quest that let her directly enter the Soul Purger ranks when she was previously at the peak of Soul Reaper rank. Duncan stated an example that he thought could help Asher understand how beneficial reaping quests can be. "A broken bar," Asher mumbled as he realized how impressive that was. The peak of Soul Reaper rank was level 25, and he knew best how difficult it was to level up in those ranks, and for her to gain that much refined mana from a single quest, she must have caused a lot of damage on Earth. He could guess a number of disastrous events that happened on Earth when he was alive and wondered if it was Rowena's handiwork, especially one event that left behind only blood and ashes everywhere while further details were hidden. It happened in a different country where he didn't have the right to intervene. Otherwise, with his mentality at that time, he definitely would have tried to do something. "I believe we are done for today, but you can practice entering the human mind and whispering to them. So that is why I want you to try a simple reaping quest tonight and see how it goes. Make sure it's at least a few days long since I want you to come back early tomorrow to let me teach you the rest," Duncan said as he requested the tower to put Asher's spirit back into his body. Asher felt the warmth of his body, making him realize he was already back in his original body, and he got up. Duncan's eyes narrowed as he stressed, "Remember one important thing. Don't get obsessed with demonizing your vessel or underestimating them, which is a common mistake even experienced reapers make. If they seem hard to crack, the first rule is to let them go. Some humans might be weak, but in rare cases, they can show a level of mental strength that surpasses our comprehension. So with your current abilities, if you get caught, you may never get back since some hunters can hold you down in their own mind through sheer strength of their mind until they get to an exorcist." Asher's eyes became glazed for a moment as he remembered a memory that he had hidden deep in his heart. This memory was proof that Duncan's words were true, but a memory he never wanted to relive. Asher pushed away these thoughts as he strongly nodded. "I won't forget your advice, Master. Thank you for your guidance today," Asher said with a deep bow as Duncan hummed, "May the devils guide you." Asher didn't realize how fast time had passed during his training with Duncan. It was almost evening by the time he came to the first floor and felt Rebecca's cutting stare on his back, but he didn't even look in her direction and instead walked towards one of the training rooms in the corridor, where he spotted a young lord anxiously looking at him from a distance. Who could it be other than Jarius? And it seemed as if he had something to talk to him about. Feeling that Jarius won't show himself without knowing something useful, Asher walked past him while dropping a note into his hands. Jarius's hands were clammy as he caught the note with a nervous look. He hoped it was nothing bad and opened it and felt relieved upon seeing it was just the name of a place. He realized Asher wanted to meet him discreetly at this location. Without wasting further time, he slipped out of the tower and headed for the location Asher gave him. Jarius arrived at a small building located on the outskirts of the city, disguised to make sure nobody would notice him. However, seeing a large cloaked figure in front of the building, he gulped, feeling the sheer weight of this mysterious person's aura. He didn't even dare to look in their direction and hurriedly got into the building. He cautiously stepped inside and came upon a dimly lit interior with only a few candles scattered around the room. He could see a few commoners sitting around and getting drunk and realized this was a lazy town. It was no surprise Asher picked this place. He made his way further into the building and spotted a hooded figure sitting in the corner, his face covered. Jarius had a good guess who it was after seeing that mysterious man tapping on the table thrice. He immediately walked over to his table, his eyes glinting with recognition. I hope I am not late. Stop wasting my time and tell me what you have to say. It better be something useful," Asher said in a jaded tone. Asher could see Jarius' nervous movements, his eyes darting around the room as if he was trying to avoid any possible trouble. It seemed as if he really had something to say that might hurt him as well. Jarius was still filled with fear and uncertainty. Knowing that he was basically putting everything on the line by coming here, He still had no idea what was going to happen to him in the future if things went south. However, thinking about how he was looked down upon and mocked like a peasant in his own house and his dignity crumpled, he was filled with a deep sense of determination and conviction, which helped him make up his mind. He took a deep breath and began to speak, his words coming out in a rush. He told everything he had overheard the other day. The more he spoke, the more he curled up his fingers. Asher had a calm expression when he began to listen to his words, but the more he listened to Jarius, the more his expression began to subtly contort. It was as if something sparked off in his mind as memories of the past flooded back, vivid and painful. The sudden rush of these memories overwhelmed him with a fury that he struggled to contain. He felt his blood boiling with rage, his fists clenching tightly at his sides. Jarius had finished speaking when he suddenly felt Asher's aura getting chaotic and made him break a sweat. He realized Asher was pissed, but he wouldn't be after hearing all this. Even a saint wouldn't be able to sit still after hearing all that. He began to worry if Asher was going to stir up things using this. Jarius felt that he should just bury himself if Asher was going to do that. He didn't want to face the wrath of his house, especially Edmund's. But even as Asher seethed with anger, Asher knew that he shouldn't let it prevent him from thinking straight. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm, and knew he had to channel this anger into making them pay for what they did, especially Oberon and Edmund. Of course, he equally held Rebecca responsible for covering it all up while encouraging it as well. He was now even more determined to utterly crush and break them in every way possible rather than simply killing them. You did well, Jarius. Continue to keep your ears open and report to me every week. If you lie or try any tricks, then I will expose you as a rat and a traitor of your own house. Got it? Asher asked as his cold gaze fell on Jarius. Jarius felt his spine rattle as he nodded with a trembling gaze. Please he broken bar, I have no reason to trick you now that I have jumped into a sinking ship. I will tell you everything I know, but please he broken bar, don't let them find out about me. Saying so, Jarius fell to his knees and touched Asher's feet. Asher curved his lips as he pulled him up by his cloak and threw him back onto his seat. I will judge your worth by the information you bring to me, especially Edmund's. If you do well, then I have nothing to gain by exposing you. Saying so, Asher got up and left, leaving behind a trembling Jarius who wondered if he would survive this or not. Still, he poured all his hope into Asher since his success would determine his fate. He couldn't care less about his fucking brother and had no hesitation to snitch on him as long as he didn't get into trouble, and so with tense steps he discreetly left the building. Asher arrived at the Demonstone Castle as the sun was slowly setting behind the horizon, casting a warm, crimson glow across the sky. The servants of the castle stopped whatever they were doing and deeply bowed as Asher walked past them. He loved taking a walk inside the castle, taking in the beauty of this ancient architecture while observing the activities of the people around him. He had already learned some things about how things work here just by observing. However, right now, he was walking towards a certain place, and after taking a lot of turns, he arrived at the eastern courtyard. The moment he entered the courtyard, he was welcomed by a warm and pleasant atmosphere. The garden was a peaceful spot to calm one's soul with fragrant flowers and bubbling fountains that lent a soothing air to the otherwise harsh surroundings. In a harsh world like this, it would take quite a lot more effort to maintain a comparatively nice place like this. Still, the sight that arrested his eyes was the intoxicating beauty standing near the balustrade as if she was waiting for someone. She was looking quite resplendent, wearing a flowing black gown that seemed to shimmer in the surrounding light. Her hair, black as night, cascaded down her shapely back in soft waves, and as if she noticed his presence, she turned around, her almond-shaped crimson eyes looking at him with a warm glow. How did you know I mostly visit this courtyard? Rowena was surprised when Asher suddenly sent her a message telling her to wait in the eastern courtyard, which happened to be her favorite. In the past, she always used to come here and simply stare at the skies, thinking about all sorts of things without anyone around. Asher lightly smiled and said as he slowly walked towards her, "It was just a coincidence that I happened to find this courtyard most beautiful than the rest. It is also the biggest out of all. However, as he said this, his eyes briefly glanced in the eastern direction where dozens of miles away, a big mansion was situated. It was not a coincidence at all that he chose this courtyard. After Jarius' words triggered some memories, Asher remembered Oberon conversating with his soulless self while torturing him and passionately describing Rowena's beauty and how he got to see her taking a walk in her courtyard from his mansion despite not being nearby. He realized how he underestimated Oberon's obsession with Rowena. That son of a bitch even waits in his mansion to gawk at Rowena using some binocular-like artifact after learning beforehand whenever she would spend time in her favorite courtyard. The courtyard was the only open spot that was barely visible from Oberon's mansion, so how could someone like him waste any opportunity to freely admire his beloved even if it was with difficulties? And that was why Asher made sure to inform Rowena earlier to come here. How could he not give Oberon the opportunity to witness their time together? Rowena softly nodded, thinking that he must have probably asked around which courtyard she used to visit most of the time. She felt warm seeing how thoughtful he was. "Come, let's take a walk, shall we?" Asher said with a gentle smile as he held out his hand, gesturing to her to hold it. Rowena blinked her eyes as she looked at his hand, but after a moment of hesitation, she awkwardly and slowly placed her palm over his hand. The moment she did, she felt his big, warm hand wrapping around hers before the two began to walk. "How was your training session with the head warden?" Rowena asked, feeling curious, though she was confident there was no better teacher than Duncan Darrell in this kingdom. Asher nodded with an energetic smile as he said, "It was great and I am lucky to be his disciple. No wonder people say he is the best. I learned a lot about reaping, and he also spoke highly of you, saying that you are quite talented at reaping. Is that so?" Rowena slightly averted her gaze and said in a cold yet soft tone, "I was just very determined to get stronger at that time and did whatever it took. I am sure you will be good at it too. I think I have a knack for it, but tonight I will be doing my first reaping quest." "How did your first reaping quest go?" Asher felt that she must have naturally completed it with ease. Rowena's expression suddenly froze, and then she pressed her lips together as she said with a downward gaze while lightly stroking her left brow, "It didn't go well. A broken bar. I failed my first reaping quest." Asher was truly surprised to hear that a genius like her failed her first reaping quest. "Was it that hard?" Rowena softly shook her head as she said with a far-off look, "No, a broken bar. It was easy as it could get, but a broken bar. It just didn't go the way I expected." Asher noticed how her aura and expression underwent a subtle shift and wondered if she was still feeling bad that she had failed her first quest. Was failing a quest a big deal for nobles like her? Asher could only guess since he was still in the process of understanding their mentality and lifestyles, but he now realized why Duncan warned him about not underestimating the vessels, though he felt Rowena wasn't the type of person to do that. Still, sometimes things just don't happen as expected, just like she said, but he did notice how she didn't seem to want to talk more about it, though it didn't matter to him. "Since we are talking about the past, do you still not remember anything from the past 14 years? Rowena suddenly asked as she looked at him, her eyes glowing with a certain light. She had asked him this question earlier, but she wanted to know if there was any change. Asher sighed as he said, "It's kind of complicated. I remember the maids coming in and treating me, but the rest is too vague, and most of it I still don't remember. But Ygritte says that based on his observations, I would recover memories faster if it gets triggered by seeing or hearing the right things. The problem is I have no idea what I should see or hear to recover all my memories." Rowena softly hummed as she said, "I see, then you should just leave it up to fate. You might remember everything at the right time, though I feel that even without those memories, you will be fine. You barely left this castle and were sleeping most of the time. But a broken bar." "But what?" Asher asked with furrowed brows. "The day you woke up a broken bar. I still haven't found out how those guards sneaked you outside the castle. Usually, my father would send at least one bloodborne guard to accompany you, and I followed suit, but when it happened, I was busy with a quest and nobody noticed you leaving the castle." Rowena mumbled with a brief headshake, So I used to go for strolls? How a broken bar wasn't I soulless? Asher asked with a confused look. Asher had wanted to ask this same question since the day he woke up. Based on what he learned from others, he didn't leave the castle at all. He was sure that somebody had taken him outside to get him killed, but he couldn't ask anyone, including Rowena, since he couldn't tell if one of them was the orchestrator. At that time, he felt Rowena might have tried to get him killed discreetly so that she could get rid of a burden like him while not making it seem like she did it. However, only after spending more time with her did he realize she had no intentions of getting rid of him. Otherwise, she could have done it earlier and need not have tried so hard. Still, he wanted to first get closer to her before asking such important questions, but now that she had already brought it up first, he decided to push deeper. The only other culprits he could think of were Seren and his family, but if they did give such an order to the guards, Rowena would have known through her investigation, and it seemed as if she had yet to find any clues. Rowena looked at his confused face and answered, "You are soulless, but my father occasionally ordered a few guards to take you out of the castle for a secret stroll so that others wouldn't know. He must have been worried about your safety and didn't want anybody else to know about you leaving the castle. But isn't it a bit strange to bring out a soulless person for a walk?" Asher asked with a shrug. He thought he was literally in a coma, so how could someone who can't move or think take a walk? "It was just one of their remedies my father was following in hopes of awakening you. It's not like you really took a walk. The guards always picked you up in a chair and walked around the kingdom," Rowena answered, making Asher feel that it made sense now. "He kept doing it until he finally found a way to wake you up." "A broken bar," Rowena said in a tone of contemplation as she remembered how her father followed up a lot of remedies to wake up Asher even if they didn't make sense and some of which she still found to be strange. "The problem is that the guards that escorted you out that day used a secret exit that only my father and I knew. Not even my uncle and his family or anybody in our house knows about it. It is an exit only those who wear the crown can know. That is why nobody saw you leaving. If I had gotten a little late, the worst could have happened," Rowena said with a slight grimace, thinking again how bad things could have gone wrong that day. She didn't even want to imagine that. Asher softly rubbed her hand as he said, "Don't worry about it, it has passed, and I am just as curious as to know who made me end up out there." Asher wanted to say aloud that it was probably Oberon or Rebecca, but he felt that he was missing something and didn't want to say anything until he had solid proof. Because if it turns out things weren't as he said, Rowena may not be inclined to believe him next time. He had already learned how the people here, especially the nobles, consider their word to be very important, just as important as their pride and dignity, and once somebody loses the worth of their words, it was almost impossible to regain it. Rowena slowly nodded, though she was determined to not rest till she found out. However, her gaze softened as she looked at him and said, "But I am glad my father was there to help you. Otherwise, you would have been completely helpless when you woke up, not knowing our language or anything. Nevertheless, I wonder why you didn't inherit any bloodline memories that let you learn of your origins, but since you are naturally talented at so many things, your ancestors must have been formidable people." Asher was familiar with the term bloodline memories. It was an innate ability possessed by people with powerful bloodlines. Except for certain exceptions, it was a unique form of knowledge and information that was inherited from their ancestors through their bloodline. It didn't contain all the memories or experiences of their ancestors but a fraction, just to provide a foundation of knowledge and experience to play an essential role in shaping that person's personality and behavior. At the same time, it would kindle any dormant talents of that person. However, Asher never had any such experiences despite having a so-called immortal bloodline. All he had was his own memories and experiences, but he didn't mind since, in his past life, he became the strongest without any bloodline memories, and he was confident he could do it again. Nonetheless, the moment everybody knew his bloodline was of immortal class, they all realized how he was the way he was despite waking up only a month ago. Asher shrugged, hearing her words. "I also feel it's strange that the memories I inherited are so selective. Fortunately, Your father's spirit filled the gaps and helped me stand on my feet. I am forever in his debt, a broken bar especially for bringing me to you," Asher said with a warm gaze as he looked at her. Rowena's cheeks faintly turned pink as she averted her gaze, though she felt a fluttering in the stomach, seeing how he held the same thought. The two continued to talk, not noticing the hours passing by while talking about various things, no matter how simple they were. As they strolled through the garden, the moonlight danced across the leaves of the trees and flowers, the cool breeze carried the scent of fresh blooms, and the sound of crickets chirping filled the air. The two were now sitting on a bench in the middle of the courtyard after walking for a long while. Rowena didn't expect time to fly so fast by being in his presence, but she didn't regret it. She was glad she assigned some of the tasks to her officials beforehand. "You know, I have been meaning to ask a question to you. As a vampire, whose blood do you drink?" he asked with a subtle smile. Rowena didn't expect such a question from him out of nowhere, but she still answered, "I never know. My handmaiden prepares it to sustain me." She never really cared whose blood she drank as long as it quenched her thirst. "Well, a broken bar." Asher leaned closer and asked with a subtle grin, "How about you taste my blood and tell me how you feel drinking my blood?" Rowena had a blinking expression as she parted her lips to say, "Now?" Rowena glanced around as if to see if anybody else was around, even if she knew nobody would come in. "Yeah, as your husband, it would be a shame if my wife hasn't even drank my blood once," he said as he loosened his collar and revealed the skin of his robust neck, inviting her to bite him. Rowena's eyes lit up with curiosity upon hearing Asher's invitation to drink his blood. Being a powerful vampire from the strongest house, she never had to personally drink blood from anyone. However, she did want to know what his blood tasted like, especially after knowing how strong and inviting his warm blood smelled, but how could she possibly tell him that earlier? However, as if the devils read her mind, things happened in such a way that he was giving her an invitation. It was as if she had no reason to refuse. She leaned closer with a hint of intrigue in her eyes. Asher turned his body around with his back facing her. "Go ahead." Rowena stood still for a moment, taking in the sight of his muscular neck and his smooth gray skin that seemed to tempt her all of a sudden. With a faint red hue on her cheeks, she leaned forward and held his neck softly. Sharp fangs emerged from her teeth as she gently bit into his neck, letting the sweet, rich flavor of his blood fill her mouth. She unconsciously closed her eyes upon being taken aback by the rich, sweet, and robust flavor that burst on her taste buds. The smooth, velvety texture of his blood was like a symphony of flavor that she could never have imagined. Not even the finest blood her handmaiden had given her could compare to this. She felt an overwhelming urge to keep drinking as the blood seemed to run down her throat like liquid gold, filling her with energy and vitality. The warmth and power that flowed from Asher's veins were like nothing she had ever experienced before. Her face was becoming warm before she realized it as she felt her blood becoming hotter and rushing through her entire body. But most importantly, as she drank, she felt a deeper connection to Asher. She could feel him inside her, which was a strange, powerful feeling that left her breathless. Asher felt a warm rush throughout his body as she began to drink his blood. He had been bitten by a vampire before as a hunter, which was painful and unpleasant, to say the least. Their venom was said to be highly toxic and lethal to humans, causing them to die within seconds. Luckily, he was treated in time, and his own strength weakened the venom by a lot. However, Rowena's bite was very gentle and soft, just like a feather touching him, and when she began to drink his blood, he felt a warm rush throughout his body. He could feel her sucking in his essence slowly into her body. He closed his eyes as he let out a contented sigh, and contrary to his expectations, he was actually enjoying this and felt his little dragon getting restless. Was this some kind of a side effect of her drinking his blood? He could only guess. Rowena's eyes suddenly snapped open, and she took her fangs out of his neck upon realizing how she almost got lost in the moment and could have hurt him. "How was it? Did my blood make you feel good or bad?" Asher asked as he turned around and subtly raised his brows upon seeing her flushed face, making her seem even more alluring despite the drop of blood trickling down one of the corners of her lips. Rowena could hear her blood rushing through her veins as if they were still excited. She was finding it hard to calm herself down and didn't know why her body was reacting like this. Her well-endowed chest was heaving up and down as she struggled to calm her breathing. As an experienced vampire, she knew how to control her urges and keep them in check, and yet she had no idea why his blood was provoking her thirst. However, upon hearing his question and seeing his face leaning closer to her, her eyes fluttered as the smell of his blood began to invade her senses again. Now that she drank his blood, she became more sensitive to the smell of his blood. She could clearly hear his blood flowing through his veins. "Let me wipe this for you," Asher said as he cupped her cheek and wiped off the trickle of blood under her lips while her eyes seemed hazy. Rowena felt her heart racing as Asher's hand reached up to her lips. She could smell the sweet scent of his blood, and her mind reacted instinctively, wanting more of it. As his hand brushed against her skin, she felt a shiver run down her spine and a heat building up inside of her. The desire to drink his blood was almost overwhelming, and it took all of her willpower to resist. She tried to focus on his face, on the gentle smile that he wore, but it only made things worse. His closeness was intoxicating, and she felt herself tilting and leaning her face toward him without even realizing it. The temptation was so strong, and she could feel her fangs extending in response, but her fingers clutched the wooden bench as she suddenly drew back with a flustered look and averted her gaze, making Asher subtly raise his brows as he looked at her. Rowena took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. She then looked at him with a calm expression yet betraying a hint of embarrassment. "I am sorry, a broken bar. I have to go now. I will see you tomorrow morning," Rowena said in a low voice before turning around and walking away hurriedly as if she was worried about staying here longer. She felt her body acting strange and didn't want to embarrass herself before him. Asher curved his lips upon seeing someone like Rowena getting so awkward and leaving like that. He felt he had to give more credit to his blood. However, his eyes glinted as he subtly took a glance at the faraway mansion, especially the large window, which was shrouded by curtains for the most part. A few hours ago, in the Bloodwing mansion, a well-dressed, handsome, tall man was in his room alone, but what he was doing was something others might find a bit strange. Reborn was using a sight finder, which was a fancy binocular-like device that allowed him to see far-away places or, in his case, the eastern courtyard of the Demonstone Castle. He made sure to draw the curtains close enough to just leave a small gap for the sight finder. He had already got the news that Rowena had left for the eastern courtyard to take a walk after a long time. Since he had been waiting for such an opportunity for an eternity, he didn't want to waste it and wanted to admire her beauty without worrying about staring too much. He could never get such a chance, even if he was standing before her, but just as he was about to relax and enjoy the sight of her intoxicating beauty, his eyes shook upon seeing Asher entering the courtyard. What the hell was he doing there? Reborn had never seen Rowena letting anyone else enter her favorite courtyard. He was expecting her to tell Asher to leave, but instead, he was walking closer to her, and they seemed to be talking casually. Could it be that Rowena didn't mind him being there? Was it really true that the rumors weren't people simply trying to make the two seem closer? But his heart sank when he saw the two holding hands and strolling through the courtyard. He couldn't believe it. The rumors weren't baseless. How dare that alien cur touch her hand? His eyes followed their every move as they walked. He didn't care how long he was standing or how the hours were passing, but seeing how she was showing expressions or mannerisms that were warm and soft compared to her usually cold and regal mannerisms, Reborn couldn't believe she was being like that all because of that alien. It was as if he was looking at a different person. He was clenching his fists the entire time, but what made his eyes boil was the sight of Rowena drinking that alien's blood and how the atmosphere between the two was changing drastically. He knew someone like Rowena would never personally drink the blood of anyone. Just based on how awkward she seemed before drinking his blood was proof that Asher was the first one she was drinking blood from, and that made him hurt right in his chest. He felt it was an intimate act that he believed only he had the right to experience with Rowena. His grip on the curtains tightened as he watched them, unable to tear his eyes away. He felt a deep hatred and jealousy welling up inside him, boiling over like lava. He couldn't believe that Rowena was enjoying the company and the blood of that alien. His face contorted into a frightening mask of fury, and his jaw clenched so tightly that his teeth were grinding against each other. His dark red eyes blazed with a fiery intensity that threatened to burn the scene in front of him. He could feel a raging inferno within him, and he struggled to keep it under control. And when he saw Asha cup her cheek and caress the bottom of her lips, he felt like screaming with rage. But upon seeing Rowena lean over Asha, covering his head with hers, Oberon's mind raced with images of them passionately kissing, further fueling his anger and frustration. He was not someone who easily lost control over his emotions, but at this moment, he was consumed by a passion that was both unfamiliar and terrifying. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest and his breath coming in short, sharp gasps as he struggled to keep his emotions under control. Right at that moment, Rowena left, and Oberon saw Asha's gaze suddenly shifting toward his direction. Oberon took a step back unconsciously and didn't know why he did, but he sat down in his chair, his head pounding and his blood still boiling. Can he really sit still and wait for an opportunity like his mother said? The more he waits, the more Asha will squirm into her skin. He let out a frustrated sigh, knowing that there was no other way but to wait. Still, he took a solemn vow as he muttered to himself, "I will make you eat the hands you touched her with, Asha." Even though he muttered this to himself, he couldn't shake off the pulling sensation in his gut. Asha walked towards his room, feeling satisfied that a certain someone won't be sleeping well tonight. However, as expected, Eradicator was standing in front of his room, and the moment she saw him, she gave a light bow and said, "Your Highness, I will be standing guard during your reaping session." Asha nodded, knowing that it was normal for somebody to stand guard while a demon was busy reaping, but only the privileged had the ability to station guards while they reaped, and the main reason they had guards protecting them was that they would be most vulnerable during reaping, just like Marina told him the first time. Since his spirit would be on the other side, somebody needs to protect his body, but that was not the main reason Eradicator was here. As an ex-hunter, he knew how hunters could exorcise demons out of corrupted humans and then open a reverse gateway to the demon's real location and kill them. It was a risky move since hunters couldn't tell if there were other powerful demons hiding near the demon they were trying to kill. Still, the risk of a reverse gateway opening was always there, and he knew Rowena sent Eradicator here to make sure the worst won't happen. Asha entered his room and saw Marina making preparations for his reaping session. "Master, welcome back. I have made sure everything is set for your reaping session." Asha looked at the soft mat she had prepared for him and nodded. Master, I don't know if you already know, but I heard you can take breaks during a reaping session if time allows it," Marina softly suggested, just in case he didn't know. Asha nodded. "I know that, but if it's something like 24 hours, then I doubt I need a break. Can't take any chances," Asha said as he sat down on the mat. At the same time, he remembered what Duncan told him. If you really want to cause serious damage to their world while gaining a lot of rewards, only pick those reaping quests that give you the potential to do so, though the risk might be on the higher side. Asha felt that reaping quests might help him a great deal in his quest for revenge, at least in the future. He closed his eyes as he searched through the available reaping quests, looking for the one that would catch his interest. Quest: Reap the Soul of Rami, an E-rank hunter, by manipulating him into getting rid of his best friend, who is from an influential background. Restrictions: only those below level the 10th of may accept. Difficulty: not so easy. Vertical bar time limit, 4 days. Rewards: +3 talent point, +3 skill point. Accept? Asha's eyes lit up upon seeing the words best friend and influential background. This could be a good quest to start off, though it was a bummer he won't earn any life crystals. Without further ado, he accepted the quest. 40 life crystals utilized. Asha realized that the more he levels up, the higher the cost it was to let his soul travel to the other side. He didn't know if the devils were being greedy or if it was because it takes more effort to transport the souls of stronger demons. Whatever it was, he wasn't worried about utilizing some. Your soul will be now transferred to the severed realm. Asher felt as if his mind was being stretched and squeezed just like last time, and not long after, he felt a tingling sensation that signaled his arrival on Earth. The world was hazy at first, but slowly, the buildings and streets began to take shape. He saw the beautiful Swiss Alps towering in the distance, casting a shadow over the city. Switzerland, huh? Asher felt as if Europe was just as he remembered. He could feel the pulse of the city, the thrum of life that seemed to echo through the pavement beneath him. It was a far cry from the demon-stone castle and the hellish lands that surrounded it. His spirit form suddenly felt a strange pull towards a specific location. It was as though something was drawing him towards it, urging him forward with an almost irresistible force. He followed the pull, winding his way through the streets until he arrived at a small cafe. Inside, he saw a young man with good looks, sitting alone at a table, staring out the window with a faraway look in his eyes. Asher could see that he was looking at his vessel named Remy and decided to wait till he went back home. Once he does, he can then try and possess some object in his house and then finish the quest before the timer runs out. A broken bar. Remy entered the small apartment, which he shared with his elderly grandmother, who was fast asleep in the living room. He walked past her silently to not wake her up, though he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt that he wasn't able to provide for her better. His gaze fell upon the open letter on the coffee table, which invited him to join the most prestigious and famous school in the world, the Hunter Academy. The academy was known to train only the most skilled hunters and produce the best of the best under the guidance of powerhouses. Remy knew they reached back to him because they thought he was talented enough and even offered him a full scholarship which would also allow him to take care of his grandmother. But no matter how much he was tempted, he crumpled the paper and threw it into the dustbin, knowing that he couldn't get rid of the chains round him. He thought about a certain someone who also had got a seat at the Hunter Academy and had a dejected look, knowing that he couldn't join her when she leaves after 5 days. Feeling helpless and trapped, he sat down on the couch and stroked the watch on his wrist before gently removing it and placing it on the table. Not long after, he dozed off on the couch, though he didn't notice his watch glowing with a brief dark green light momentarily. Asher observed Remy sleeping soundly on the couch, but he observed earlier how he stroked his watch with an affectionate look and even removed it before sleeping as if he was afraid of damaging it, so the watch had to be special to him, right? Asher wanted to give it a try as his ethereal form hovered over the watch. It was a beautiful and intricate piece with fake golden gears and a leather strap. It was clearly a pretty but knockoff watch which seemed a bit old too, but as he moved closer, he could see that it had a small engraving on the back. To my dearest friend Remy, love Isabella, I see a broken bar jackpot. Asher felt that by simply observing people, one could learn important things, and he did. Fortunately, it was written in English, though he wasn't worried about understanding the native languages of these people. All he had to do was possess this watch, and since it belonged to Remy, he would momentarily know the languages Remy speaks as well. But once he leaves the watch in his spirit form, he won't understand it any longer. That was what Duncan told him as well. Without any further ado, he focused his energy and willed his spirit to envelop the watch and possess it. The gears began to move, and the watch ticked softly as Asher sensed its inner workings. He felt a strange sensation as he possessed the watch, as if he was merging with it in some way. And within a few moments, he had successfully possessed it. Asher didn't come across any barriers at all, and it was quite easy to break through the energy of someone weaker than him. Still, by possessing the watch, he sensed that Remy was a low-level E-rank hunter but seemed to be talented, considering how he even got an invitation from the Hunter Academy, and they rarely send out such invitations. He had seen people literally begging before the gates of the academy just to get an invitation, and yet someone who was poor with burdens threw it away. It could only be seen as utter stupidity in the eyes of anyone, though Asher felt that Remy didn't seem like an idiot. This piqued Asher's interest, and he had to find out why. As if the watch read his mind, Asher felt a sudden jolt as he was transported to a time long gone. The scene around him dissolved, and he found himself standing in the middle of a vast playground, surrounded by a sea of excited children. Amidst the chaos, he spotted a young Remy, who was beaming with joy as he held out his wrist, taking in the beauty of his new watch. Asher felt as if he was really standing there. The colors around him were brighter, and the sounds more vivid. He could hear the laughter of children and feel the warm sun on his skin. However, Remy's gaze turned forward as he saw a chubby-cheeked little girl with pigtails and a mischievous smile. Her bright blue eyes twinkled with excitement as she tilted her torso forward and asked, "How do you like my surprise gift, Remy? I begged my parents a lot to buy this for you since you never had a watch, but it seems too big for you, right?" Remy looked at his watch with pure joy and excitement and said, "I don't mind at all. This watch seems so cool and costly, just like the ones I see in those fancy shops. You really didn't have to buy such an expensive gift for me. I feel bad if your parents might have scolded you for a broken bar." Isabella waved her hands as she said with a pout, "No, don't feel bad. If you feel bad, then I also will feel bad. You are my only best friend, and I wanted you to have this. Then I will gladly wear it all the time. Thanks so much, Isabella." Asher shook his head, seeing these memories, and decided to delve deeper. As he did, he felt himself being pulled towards a new scene. He was suddenly standing in the middle of a bustling city street, with tall buildings looming all around him. He quickly realized that he was back in Remy's past, as a younger version of the boy was hurrying down the street towards a large building with a sign that read Elite Hunter Training School. It seemed like an above-average school for hunters, and Asher saw Remy heading towards his classroom, where he seemed to be the new joiner of this class. The teacher asked Remy to introduce himself, which he did with a small smile on his face. "Hi everyone, I am Remy, and I am pleased to be a part of this class from today onwards. A broken bar." Even though Remy introduced himself without much trouble, he was feeling nervous as he walked towards an empty seat in the back row. However, right as he sat down, Remy saw a boy's hand extending towards him. "Hey, Remy, I heard we were going to get a new genius in our class. Didn't expect it to be so soon. I am Tristan, by the way. If you got any trouble adjusting to our school, all you have to do is let me know, okay, bro?" "Oh yeah." Tristan's father is the owner of the Blade of Brotherhood Guild, who is also a good friend of this school. He likes to help everyone out, a boy sitting beside Tristan said in a tone of admiration. Tristan chuckled as he playfully elbowed him. "Stop exaggerating things, dude. You are making it awkward for me to talk to a new friend." Tristan looked at Remy with a friendly smile and said, "Just ignore him, he always keeps blabbing." Remy lightly laughed, feeling less nervous as he shook Tristan's hand and said, "It's all good. Nice to meet you, Tristan." Asher watched as the two boys struck up a conversation, talking about their classes, interests, and their experiences as aspiring hunters. He could see that Remy was quite happy to form a new friendship with Tristan and no longer seemed anxious. As days passed, he saw how they began to spend more time together by studying together, practicing their fighting skills, completing quests together, and even going out for meals and movies. One detail he noticed was how Tristan was average at best, though he got to level up faster with Remy's help. They seemed to be very close friends to the point Tristan helped Remy with his fees for school despite Remy's protest. "Tristan, is this really fine? I don't want to inconvenience you and your father like this. I just feel uncomfortable using your money without giving you anything back," Remy said with a look of guilt. Tristan let out a light-hearted laugh as he patted Remy's shoulder and said, "You are my best friend, dude. You don't have to feel guilty for using me and my money. Buy a broken bar. If you still can't let it go, then just sign a dumb form where it says you are using my money as a loan. Would that let you feel at ease? You can pay me back whenever you feel comfortable." Remy hesitated, feeling that Tristan was just trying to make him feel better, but he nodded and said with a sigh, "Okay, a broken bar, that is better, but I will definitely pay you back as soon as I can." The memories continued to play out until not long after he saw Tristan getting introduced to Isabella by Remy. Remy had to introduce her since Tristan came to his house and happened to run into Isabella. Tristan was a charismatic guy, and he also seemed to hit it off well with Isabella, just like he did with Remy. Isabella was studying in a different school, but Tristan somehow convinced her to come and join his school where all three of them could be together. And the three began to spend time together just like how Remy used her with Tristan until the three formed a tight circle of close friends. However, as Asher continued to watch, he began to sense a tension building between Remy and Tristan. He soon saw that the tension was coming from Isabella, who was now also in the picture most of the time. He watched as Tristan began to pay more attention to Isabella, showering her with compliments and flirting with her shamelessly in Remy's presence. Remy grew increasingly uncomfortable with the situation, but he didn't know how to confront Tristan without risking their friendship. And he couldn't also tell him that he had a crush on Isabella since Isabella might learn about it. He couldn't risk losing two friends. Asher could see that Isabella came from a middle-class family and was talented but less talented than Remy. He observed how Tristan kept buying fancy items most women would like and essential stuff like good quality weapons and armor on the pretext of protecting his dear friend. At first, Isabella seemed awkward about accepting them, but as time passed, she appeared very grateful to him and even seemed to enjoy his company, including his dumb jokes. Remy was with her most of the time, but that didn't mean he got to interact with her when Tristan was stealing all the limelight. Asher saw how despondent and complicated Remy was feeling seeing his childhood friend drifting away from father and father, all because of his other best friend. However, things took an interesting turn when one day Remy overheard Tristan laughing and talking with some of his other friends. "Bro, when you gonna fuck that chick named Isabella? It's hard to get acquainted with beauties like her. Most of them only want the snobs at the Hunter Academy as their boyfriends, foo," one of them said with a look of envy as he thought about the guys at the prestigious Hunter Academy. Tristan clicked his tongue as he said, "Take it easy, guys, how can you talk about my friend like that? Buta broken bar, just to let you in on a secret, I am going to become one of those snobs." "What the fuck? You can't be serious." "How? I mean, we know you are a genius." Buta broken bar, another one stammered as he found it difficult how to put out his words without offending Tristan outright. Tristan smirked and said, "No need to walk on ice around me. I know I can't match up against the geniuses at the Hunter Academy broken bar yet. But once I get top-notch training from their professors, I will be a world-renowned genius in no time. Fortunately, my father knows a big-shot hunter who has strong ties with the academy, so it was easy to get a ticket or two." "Whoa, 2 tickets? Who else are you bringing with you?" "One of us, he." Tristan lightly laughed before giving a smile, making one of them suddenly have their eyes go wide as they gasped. "Isabella? Oh my god, dude. Are you going to propose to her with this shit, or what? If you are, I have no doubt she is going to fall for you. I know, right? Which man or woman wouldn't die to get into that place? If you are going to give her such a priceless opportunity, are you really serious about her?" one of them asked with genuine curiosity. Tristan's eyes looked up and said as his lips curved into a derisive smile, "TSK, what do you take me for? Isabella is hot and all, but she has zero background, so that is why I am going to keep her as a side piece until I bag a real item. When I join the academy, I have a career to plan and show my father how I can build a guild of my own too, or perhaps a bigger one." "Oh, man, you are a fucking genius, sigh, only if I could do the same." Remy, who was listening to all this, had his pupils quiver and his fists tightly clenched. He had almost given up on Isabella, thinking Tristan genuinely had a thing for Isabella, and Isabella also seemed to be happy in his company. But never in his dreams did he imagine Tristan to be so twisted on the inside. Remy felt disgusted and angry by his words the more he replayed them in his mind. He almost moved his feet as if he wanted to barge out and confront Tristan right here and now, but his body froze as he remembered doing so would only cause more trouble and solve nothing. Tristan was the son of a powerful man while he was a nobody. It wouldn't be wise to go head-on against someone like that. Asher saw how Remy surprisingly knew how to calmly think things through despite the tumultuous emotions he was feeling. Not every boy of his age could do that. The hardships he suffered as a child surely made his mind mature faster. The memories continued to flow as Asher saw Remy submitting an application to join the Hunter Academy. He could see that Remy planned to join the academy along with the other two so that he could keep an eye on Tristan while protecting Isabella from any harm. And not long after, Asher saw Remy being jubilant about getting an acceptance letter from Hunter Academy. "Dude, you applied at Hunter Academy, and you didn't even tell your best friend?" Tristan asked with a look of hurt as if he didn't expect Remy to hide things from him. Remy was inwardly seething with anger and disappointment upon seeing Tristan acting like this when he probably didn't even consider him a real friend. However, Remy somehow collected his emotions as he winced and said, I am sorry, Tristan. I didn't want to break this news to you without making sure they would select me. I just didn't want to disappoint myself or anybody else." Tristan smiled as he said, "Come on, bro, I won't judge you, no matter if you got into some overrated academy or not. Still, I am happy they recognized your talent and even gave you a full scholarship. I knew you had it in you." Remy gave a weak smile as he said, "Thanks, Tristan." Tristan suddenly sighed as his expression became difficult. "Buta broken bar I, sigh, how do I even say this to you?" Remy furrowed his brows and asked, "What is it? Is something wrong?" Tristan slightly grimaced as he looked at Remy and said, "This is kinda awkward, but you know how strict and arsehole my father can be broken bar especially when it comes to money. He even beat me up once just because I stole $100 when I was like 10 years old. A broken bar. So one thing I didn't tell you yet is that he wants you to pay back the loan you owe him before you leave this city." "What? You never told me about these." A broken bar, Remy mumbled as he felt his chest sinking. Tristan rubbed his forehead as he said with an apologetic look, "I know, but I never thought you were going to leave this city soon. My father thought you would work for his guild to earn back the money he loaned to you, and I thought the same too, since you always expressed how you wanted to pay back my father in any way possible. Damn, if only I knew you had such great ambitions, I would have surely done something about it or at least stop you from signing that stupid agreement when he paid your fees." Remy's eyes became blank as he lowered his head, his fists shaking behind his back, realizing he had already fallen into a deep pit he could never jump out of. He just didn't realize it until now, and learning how Tristan knew about it all since the beginning only made his nerves tighten. "Oh God, bro, I am really sorry." A broken bar. You know what? Don't feel disheartened yet. I will try talking to my arsehole over further and see if I can change his mind. I promise I will fall at his feet if that is what it takes," Tristan said in a firm, determined voice. Remy took a deep breath as he slowly turned around and said, "It's a broken bar. Fine, no need to trouble yourself." Or broken bar. Remy wanted to scream and cry, but he didn't know why his feet were pulling him away, telling him to just leave silently and never look back. The flow of memories came to an end as Asher inwardly shook his head, deceit hidden behind friendship. Why am I not surprised? He sarcastically chuckled to himself and smirked. It seems like I am going to be your next best friend for a while, Remy. You are broken bar. How long did I sleep? A broken bar. Remy mumbled as he got up with a lazy look and looked at his watch while his vision slowly cleared up. Crap, I overslept. Remy's eyes widened upon seeing that it was past 6 p.m. Within few days, Isabella will be going to the Hunter Academy along with that foul-hearted Tristan. He had to find some way to stop him from hurting her. He felt his chest ache, knowing that he was trapped by Tristan and his father, but even if the worst happens to him, he doesn't want anything bad to happen to Isabella. But what can he do? Maybe I should just talk to her directly and make her understand? Remy suddenly had this idea pop into his mind and mumbled, "Yeah, broken bar. Maybe she will then understand and avoid Tristan." Asher inwardly smiled, seeing how his whisper perfectly blended into Remy's thoughts. He was doubtful, but now he felt he got the knack for this. All he had to do was make sure his whisper didn't deviate too much from Remy's usual thinking. Right now, he was present in Remy's subconscious after using his watch as a gate to enter his mind. Now all he had to do was guide Remy to get what he wanted. "Remy, what are you mumbling about?" I brought you some cookies and water after seeing you sleep with such a tired face." An old woman's frail voice came from the side as Remy saw his grandmother slowly limping towards him. Asher saw that it was Remy's grandmother, Grace. "Grandma, what are you doing instead of resting? Your leg has yet to heal after falling down last week," Remy chided as he picked up the tray from her hand and then gently let her sit down on the couch. Grace clicked her tongue as she said, "This is nothing. I have suffered worse injuries just like that one time where Grandma, I know all your hunter exploits by heart, and I know you are tough, but for my mental peace, you have to rest. Your mana circuit isn't young like in the past," Remy said with a sigh while chewing on some cookies to let his grandma feel satisfied. Even though his grandma was full of spirit, he knew her health was as bad as it could get. Without the right treatment, she will only get worse soon. Unfortunately, he would have to depend on Tristan's father again to get the money he needs since he was chained to his guild. Remy had never felt so frustrated and angry in his life and wished he could turn back time. "What's with the sour face, my boy? Girl troubles, or is it something else?" Grace asked with a grin, though her eyebrows pulled together upon noticing his gaunt expression. Remy collected himself as he didn't want to worry his grandmother and said with a reassuring smile, "It's nothing, Grandma. I was just thinking about some quests. I have to go now to meet up with my friends, but I will be back soon." Grace hummed and said, "Just one thing, my boy," Grace said, making Remy turn around and look at her. "You know that no matter what happens, I will be here to support you, right? I may be weak now, but I can still protect your heart from any demons that might want to prey on your weaknesses," Grace said with a light smile. Remy's eyes became warm, and he softly smiled as he said, "I know, Grandma, but you don't have to worry. I will be fine." A broken bar. Remy's hands were subtly shaking as he rang the doorbell of Isabella's house. He had been dreading this conversation, but he knew that he needed to talk to her. The door opened, and he saw a stunning young woman. She had a delicate jawline and high cheekbones, while her long black hair fell in soft waves over her back. No matter whenever he saw her, she carried herself with quiet confidence while radiating a natural beauty that drew people in. Isabella looked at him with a warm smile. However, her expression turned to concern as she saw the anxious look on his face. "Hey, Remy, is everything all right?" Isabella asked as she gestured for him to come inside. Remy followed her into the living room but didn't feel like sitting down and instead faced Isabella, who still was looking at him with worry. "Is everything okay, Remy? You seem a bit out of it," she asked again. Remy took a deep breath before he began to speak. "Isabella, I need to talk to you about Tristan." Isabella's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. "Tristan? What about him?" Remy fidgeted with his hands. "I don't think he's the person we thought he was. I think he's planning to take advantage of you." Isabella's expression turned from confusion to disbelief. "What are you talking about, Remy? Tristan has been nothing but kind to me and you. He even helped me get into the Hunter Academy, which has been something I have been dreaming of since I was 6 years old. You know that, right?" Remy's eyes pleaded with her to believe him. "Isabella, please, I know how this sounds, but I have a bad feeling about him. He will hurt you in the future even if he seems nice now." Isabella shook her head with a slight grimace. "I can't believe you are saying these things, Remy. Tristan is our friend. How can you badmouth him like this behind his back? Where is all this even coming from?" Remy felt his heart sink. He didn't have any proof, but he thought that his childhood friend would believe him. But now he felt like he expected wrong. "Look, I don't know what happened between you and Tristan, but you can't keep causing trouble for him like earlier," Isabella said with a difficult look. Remy frowned as he asked, "What trouble are you talking about?" Isabella sighed as she said, "Tristan had called me earlier, and he sounded very sad and disappointed. He said you slapped him in front of his friends and abused him when he lightly mentioned the loan you took from his father, so he told me to talk to you and that he is willing to forgive you." Wait a broken bar, do you seriously believe all the nonsense he said in picking his side?" Remy asked as he felt his heart sink further and added, "I don't have any proof, Isabella, but he has been using me all along. and he will do the same to you." Isabella sighed and looked away, looking as if she was torn, and said, "I am not picking anyone's side, Remy, and I didn't fully believe what Tristan said to me earlier, but now, after seeing you like this and telling me these things about Tristan to me, how can I believe you without knowing what is really going on? It seems like you are still hiding something from me." Remy clenched his fists, realizing that there was no convincing her even if he told how Tristan talked about her to his friends. She will just think he was getting desperate to slander him like that. Isabella grabbed Remy's hand and said, "I don't know what to do, Remy. I just want you two to work this out and stop this before it gets out of hand. I don't like you two getting upset at each other. I just want things to go back to normal." Remy stood silently as he felt a sense of resignation wash over him, realizing that he couldn't change her mind. "I hope one day you will see the truth," he quietly said as he walked away, feeling dejected and defeated. "Remy, a broken bar," Isabella softly called out but didn't say anything more. She felt torn and confused, but she felt that those two would figure it out. She sighed and picked up her book, trying to distract herself from what had just happened. Remy was walking back to his house with a blank face, feeling depressed, but suddenly, a thought popped into his head. "It's all because of Tristan. Only if I could get rid of him, then I can save Isabella before it's too late." "No, a broken bar, what am I thinking?" Remy grimaced as he ruffled his hair, thinking that he should get some rest lest he develop more absurd ideas. Asher wasn't surprised to see Remy ignoring his idea, but he realized he had to take a break now and consult Duncan about something before he proceeded further. And so Asher slipped out of Remy's body and floated towards a nearby house that had kids. He made sure it was just a house with Menela's people and easily possessed a doll in the house. "It feels weird being in a dollar-broken bar," Asher inwardly mumbled as he felt so small and tiny while tiptoeing to the roof of the house. He knew demons mostly loved to possess dolls or any object with limbs because it was the only way they could draw runes and send their spirit back to their dimension. And since kids are unsuspecting and weak, it was easier to possess a doll that belonged to them. This was the main reason horror movies revolved around dolls and kids. Not long after, Asher completed the rune circle and called upon the power of the devils to send him back. 50 life crystals utilized. And that's it for today. Sleep tight, Remy. I will be back soon to help you out, Asher mumbled as he felt his spirit leaving this dimension. Master, I hope everything went well for you, Marina said with a deep bow as soon as she saw his eyes open. Since it was his first reaping quest, she was concerned how it went for him. Asher nodded with a slight grimace as he felt dizzy, and everything seemed to spin around him. He tried to get up, but his balance was off. However, Marina rushed forward and supported him as she helped him get up. I think Master will get used to this after doing a few reaping quests. That is what I heard from others. Asher nodded as he was able to stand straight with her support. I have one important message from the Queen to convey to you, Marina said as she gently let go of his arm after making sure he was able to stand properly. An important message? What might that be? Asher asked as he massaged his head, trying to reel in his senses. Marina disclosed, it's about the celebration you had planned to be conducted within this house. But the Queen got a message that Oberon wouldn't be able to attend since he ended up getting injured during a reaping quest and needed rest for a while since the injuries weren't light. So the Queen wanted to let you know that the celebration cannot be conducted with a royal member injured. When was the last time Oberon got injured? Asher asked as his lips began to curve. Marina was slightly surprised by his question, but after thinking for a bit, she answered, yeah, broken bar. I think he didn't suffer any injuries of this level for at least dozens of years. Nobles like him try their best to not get injured during reaping quests by being careful and not taking up any quests they can't handle. Ha 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 ha. Asher let out a burst of thunderous laughter, startling Marina as she wondered why he was suddenly laughing like this. She was sure she didn't say anything funny. I don't know if I should even feel surprised. Ha ha, broken bar. Asher couldn't stop laughing since this was just too amusing. How could he not realize that Oberon purposefully got himself injured so that he could come up with an excuse to not come for the celebration? That son of a bitch must have been traumatized after seeing him and Rowena together in the courtyard and what followed. He probably thought he might see even worse things during the celebration and thus resorted to desperate tactics to avoid going to the celebration. Simply turning down the invitation wasn't possible for people like him, as that would seem like an insult to Rowena. Asher felt that Oberon was truly loose in the head, not that he had any complaints. The more fucked up he was inside, the easier it was to fuck him up. Marina didn't fully understand, but she could guess that this had something to do with what happened to Oberon. It's fine, you can tell her that I also don't want to hold one. I have to be considerate for the injured royal member, Asher said as he smiled. He knew that celebrations or any formal events like this had to be conducted on the same day as planned. It can never be postponed since it would inconvenience the invited guests, and as per the custom here, no celebration can be conducted when an important member of the host house gets injured suddenly. It was a courtesy extended towards the one who got sick or injured to not make it seem like they were enjoying their absence. Marina knew Asher wanted this celebration to get back at Oberon somehow, but now that Oberon has managed to avoid the celebration, will her master get another chance? She also wanted Oberon to pay for what he did to her master when he was helpless. Even if she didn't see, she knew the kind of man Oberon was, and thinking about how much her master must have suffered made her eyes warm. I have to thank him for this. Asher smirked as he realized that stupid fuck just made things a lot worse for himself. He looked at Marina and said, if a royal member of the house gets injured, we shouldn't sit still, right? Tell my wife that we have toe broken bar. Asher instructed Marina on what to say to Rowena, making Marina's brows raise the more she heard it and guess what her master was planning to do, though she couldn't help but feel nervous about it. A broken bar. Son, what is this? How did you end up getting injured like this? I know you are capable enough to not get injured like this. Rebecca rushed towards her son with tears in her eyes after seeing him lying on the bed in a miserable state. She knew her son was strong enough to not fail a quest. Even if he gave up on a reaping quest, he would never get injured like this. Oberon's figure seemed weak, and even though on the outside, there were no physical injuries, he was unable to move his body for the most part. All he could barely move were his eyes and lips. His entire body was bandaged with a special wet fabric that was supposed to heal the connection between his mind and body. Oberon languidly turned his dark red eyes towards his mother as he weakly mumbled, Mother, a broken bar. Don't get upset, a broken bar. I let this happen on purpose. He broken bar." As he said this, Oberon felt his face itch with humiliation. What? Why? Rebecca felt even more confused. But she knew her son wasn't crazy enough to get himself injured for no reason. By no means am I a broken bar accepting the invitation of that a broken bar vermin. A broken bar, he is doing it only to a broken bar insult us before Rowena and the others. A broken bar, we won't give him that satisfaction, Oberon said as his dark red eyes glowed with a murderous light. Oberon, a broken bar, Rebecca mumbled with an unfocused gaze as she felt her chest ache upon seeing how her poor son inflicted harm on himself to save himself the pain of seeing his woman with another man. She wondered what happened for him to suddenly take such desperate actions when previously he was okay with putting up with it, but then her lips curled as her gaze became intense and fevered, realizing how all this was the fault of that arrogant bastard. Her eyes glowed with killing intent as she wished the devils would simply make him drop dead. She didn't like how her usually calm and patient son was losing his mind because of him. Knock. Who dares to knock at this hour? Rebecca snapped as she looked at the door with a sharp expression. My apologies, Your Highness. I come bearing news from the Queen, the servant outside the door said as he cowered in fear. Rebecca and Oberon glanced at each other as if they didn't expect to hear from Rowena at this hour. Rowena's people had already extended their sympathies and even sent a few items to help Oberon recover just like anyone else. So what more would she have to say? Oberon's eyes regained some light as he felt hopeful, wondering whether Rowena was feeling sorry for him and realized any hidden affection she had towards him. However, Rebecca had a bad feeling and snapped her fingers together as the doors opened, allowing the servant to walk in. What is it about? The servant fell on his knees as he unrolled the paper in his hand and was about to read aloud. Don't waste my time by reading the whole thing, and just tell me what matters," Rebecca sharply ordered. The servant gulped as he lowered his hands and said with a shivering gaze, "The Queen wants to shift Prince Oberon to her castle until he gets better. She believes he will get healthy faster if he gets treated by the royal physician, and she also added that she insists on this for the good of Prince Oberon." She really did? Oberon mumbled weakly with a look of disbelief. He felt as if he was in a dream since this was the first time Rowena seemed to be so concerned about him. He was starting to feel that he should have got himself injured like this earlier if it would succeed in evoking such feelings within Rowena. However, Rebecca still felt something off since Rowena usually wouldn't insist on this. It was not as if Oberon was dying, and she already had enough physicians to nurse Oberon back to health successfully. Something definitely felt off about this, but no matter what she felt, she knew she had to transfer her son to the Demonstone Castle, especially since Rowena insisted. A broken bar. It was the middle of the night when most of the people were asleep in this kingdom. However, Rebecca entered the Demonstone Castle along with dozens of servants behind her, some of which were carrying Oberon's bed as they carefully brought him inside while making sure he didn't get disturbed. Oberon was feeling better already, especially when he was expecting to see Rowena's face and probably even get to spend some time alone with her since she seemed to be so concerned about his health. "Where is Her Majesty? If she's sleeping, it's fine. Bring my son to the best room," Rebecca ordered the servants with her hands on her hips, though she thought Rowena would be here to receive them, considering how she insisted on this. Oberon twisted his neck around and was disappointed to see that Rowena wasn't there, but then he could understand since it was late at night. "Ah, you all arrived sooner than I expected," a man's enthusiastic voice boomed from the side, making Rebecca's eyes subtly shake as she immediately turned around to look at him. "We're broken bar," she softly mumbled with a confused look, wondering what this brat was doing here at this hour. Oberon clenched his fists upon seeing this alien's face, especially since he felt like he lost face upon letting Asher see him in such a pathetic state. Asher curved his lips as he said, "I will be helping you all settle down for now, so I can assure you that Prince Oberon is in good hands, As Asher said this, he looked at the bandaged body lying on the bed with a smile. Oberon gritted his teeth in anger, though his injuries caused him to wince in pain. His hopes of seeing Rowena's beautiful visage were shattered upon seeing this uncouth alien. Rebecca's expression froze as she didn't expect this brat to be the one to receive them upon entering the castle. Why would he be wandering around the castle at this hour? It seemed as if he had been waiting for them, and she was increasingly feeling something didn't sit right. Where is the Queen? She had personally insisted on letting Oberon heal here, Rebecca asked, indirectly telling him that she wanted to see Rowena. Asher calmly smiled and said, "Don't worry, even if my wife isn't here to receive you all, she has entrusted me to help Prince Oberon settle down, so I will make sure you are both taken care of." Rebecca wrinkled her nose subtly as she said with a hint of venom in her voice, "There is no need to trouble yourself. I have lived long enough in this castle to know my way around." She couldn't believe he was already acting like the owner of this castle. "Of course, do as you please," Asher casually said as Rebecca walked past him with loud footsteps, along with a bandaged and disgruntled Oberon being carried along by his servants. Oberon's eyes were uncontrollably shaking as he passed by Asher, especially remembering the moments Asher and Rowena shared in the eastern courtyard earlier. "Hope you get well soon, Prince Oberon," Asher said in a tone of goodwill, though his eyes glinted with an indiscernible yet frightening, ominous light. Rebecca shot Asher a withering glare from her head and wanted to go back to her mansion right away since she didn't like this at all, but she knew they had no choice but to stay now that they already came all the way here. As her son was carried towards his room, she couldn't help but wonder what that brat's true intentions were. By now, she was completely sure that it was not Rowena who insisted Oberon to come here but Asher who must have persuaded her to do so. This made her scratch her elbow with a frustrated look, realizing how Asher had got close to Rowena to the point he could even convey his wishes through her. Mother a broken bar, what's going on? Why was that alien there to receive us? Oberon asked with a trembling gaze. Rebecca pressed her lips together firmly and didn't want to tell him what she was thinking about, as it could only hurt him even more. She knew right now Oberon can't think straight since his mind and body has been equally hurt, leaving him disoriented and fuzzy. But suddenly, the doors of the room creaked open as she saw Sren come in. What is he doing here? Sren calmly asked as the doors closed behind him. As he took a short glance at the miserable state of Oberon, Rebecca clicked her tongue as she got up and said in a cutting tone, "Is that all you have to ask after seeing your son lying in such a state? What kind of a father are you?" Sren let out a tired sigh as he rubbed his forehead and said, "Stop raising your voice. I have had a long day, and it's not like he is dying, is he? I just came here to make sure everything was all right, and it seems so." Rebecca let out a loud harumph as she saw Sren walk past her. "You will be all right soon, son. I have talked with the grid to make sure you will be up on your feet in no time," Sren said with a brief smile as he stood before the bed with his hands behind his back. Oberon subtly nodded as he said weakly, "Thank you, a broken bar father. I will be fine." However, his eyes dimmed with disappointment upon seeing how his father didn't even ask how he got injured or why. Sren hummed as he turned around to leave. "You are leaving already?" Rebecca asked with furrowed brows, her eyes seemingly piqued. "I have to prepare a meeting with our vassals tomorrow. You are here to keep him company, so everything will be fine," Sren said with a placid look as he grabbed the handle of the door to open. "What? I have to leave for the tower within just a few hours. Who is going to look after our injured son when I am over there?" Rebecca asked with a corded neck as she pointed at Oberon with her hand. Sren looked at her with a shake of his head. "Don't baby a grown-up like him. He is a soul purger with a powerful dragon as his companion, so don't make it seem like any harm will happen to him in the most protected castle in the kingdom just because you took your eyes off him for 1 second. You will only be crippling him from within by doing so," Sren said with a stern look as he left the room, leaving behind a displeased Rebecca whose fists were tightened. Were broken bar. Rebecca couldn't believe how Sren was acting, as if she was getting worried for dumb reasons. Did he really not understand that this was all Asher's doing? By now, she knew Asher wouldn't raise his tail unless he was up to something, but at the same time, she had to go to the tower to train the batch of 5 juniors. Even if all of them had good chances of passing, she wanted to make sure of it. "Mother a broken bar, you should go a broken bar. I don't want you to waste your time here, broken bar. I will be fine," Oberon feebly said as he felt his pride hurt after hearing his father's words. Surely, he didn't want his mother to babysit someone like him and let others know about it. Rebecca could see her son was getting concerned about his pride, and with a helpless sigh, she nodded and said, "Okay, son, but don't lower your guard until you get healed. You can't even use your mana in this state." "A broken bar. I barely got any sleep. Why did he tell us to come here so early?" Onyx grumbled with his back bent. "I know, right? Our training time isn't supposed to be now," Graven said with a tired sigh. "Would we even survive the trial? He didn't even train us much yesterday," Zizula said with a worried look. Feeling let down by the mentor they were under, she felt hopeful hearing the royal consort's words yesterday about how the trial was a cakewalk, but he only made them learn basic movement exercises and told them to keep doing it for the entire day while he left within an hour or so. She could also see how Onyx and Graven also had yet to shake off the fatigue from those movement exercises, especially since the royal consort made them do extra. "What are you 3 grumbling about? Is it about Master Asher?" Thetis asked as she crossed her arms with a stern look. She had observed how these 3 had been secretly complaining about their mentor since yesterday. The 3 of them were frightened as Zizula frantically shook her head and said, "No, we weren't. We wouldn't dare." She knew Thetis would report everything to the royal consort and didn't want to risk losing her head. "Don't pay them too much attention, sister. They think they are too good for Master Asher, which makes them not have faith in what he promised us. If he said he can make us pass the trial, he will," Nereus said with a confident look while sharpening his spear. Greek. Suddenly the doors of their training room opened as everyone let out soft gasps and immediately formed a line with their backs bent. "Good morning, Master Asher." Asher hummed as he looked at the five and gestured at them to stand straight. "Most of you might be wondering why I called you all here so early." Zizola, Onyx, and Graven glanced at each other as they heard his words. "It's because I have a session with Master Duncan later on, and I can't skip any classes he holds for me since he is even busier than I am. That is what happened yesterday. Otherwise, I could have taught you all more," Asher explained with his hands behind his back. All of them, especially Zizola and the pair of stone-born men, nodded slowly, feeling that they were too quick to judge by thinking that the royal consort couldn't care less if they die in the trial or not. However, in truth, Asher wasn't desperate to win the bet against Rebecca since he had nothing of value to lose. After all, his priority was strengthening himself, and it was quite tough to get a class with Duncan. He had heard how Duncan sometimes doesn't come out of his personal study for months, and Asher couldn't take the risk of learning nothing for so long. "But the exercises I made you all do yesterday are going to be useful for today's training, where we are going to start for real. For passing the first trial, your movements are what matters the most, because if you don't know how to carry your feet in the chamber, you are good as dead," Asher said in a serious tone, making them realize why he made them practice all such exercises. They also noticed that he seemed to be in a relatively good mood and didn't seem as scary as yesterday. They could only guess what had happened. "Before we start, drink up these potions, which will all get rid of the fatigue from yesterday," Asher said as he threw 5 glowing dark green potions to all 5. These stamina potions weren't cheap, but he had enough life crystals to not worry about buying these potions for a week. When a person gets exhausted like these 5 were, their stats wouldn't be in top shape. It could be that their effective MP would be 10% less, or it could be a combination of destructive effects on their stats. However, by drinking these stamina potions, it would remove any negative effects on them and bring them back to top shape. But of course, there was a limit to the effectiveness of these potions when taken at a certain time interval. However, the 5 of them almost stumbled as they were shocked upon seeing epic-grade potions getting toward them. They had never been so careful in their lives as they gently caught it with their hands while their eyes gazed at them, reflecting the glowing liquid in the potion. Zizola, Onyx, and Graven came from destitute families, and for them, even a rare-grade potion was inexpensive, let alone dream of holding an epic-grade potion. The 3 meekly looked at the royal consort and wondered what he wanted in exchange. Surely, he can't be giving these to them for free, right? But to their shock, they saw Nereus and Thetis gulping down the stamina potion already before shouting at the top of their voices with a deep bow, "Thank you for your faith in us, Master Asher, we won't let you down." They knew these 2 were coming from a Naiadon tribe, which was a decently powerful tribe in their eyes. Still, it was not as if epic-grade potions were common things for these 2 as well. "Good, now I expect you 2 to show it in your actions as well, and you 3 as well. So stop staring at me and drink it already. As I said before, I don't have all day. Today I am going to teach you crucial things, which you all are going to make use of for the entire week and for the trial, of course," Asher said as he raised his chin and crossed his arms. "Don't give the imp a chance to overwhelm you," Asher instructed as he sparred with Onyx and Graven, both of them trying to dodge their mentor's spear attacks. Asher lowered his speed but made sure it was a tad above their level. He was giving more focus on these 2 because they were the weakest among the 5 and stood no chance of surviving unless he gave them the training they needed. He knew these 2 stone-born men's main weakness was their dex, and that meant the imp which would come out during the second summoning would be their greatest enemy. Since the imp is known for being light on its feet, it can easily destroy these 2 stone heads, but he sighed, seeing how frustratingly slow these 2 were. They literally were moving slower than elephants and couldn't even dodge a single attack of his. If he had to guess, each one weighed at least 300 kilograms. No wonder they were treated as dirt in this society. Zizola felt sorry for these 2 after seeing how their heavy bodies were acting against them. She could tell for sure that they won't stand any chance against the second spirit. Not that she also had any confidence about herself, Nereus and Thetis continued to observe closely just to see if they could pick up any pointers their mentor might mention. However, they felt bad that their mentor was stuck with the two stone-born men, who might cause their mentor to lose face. This won't do. You two are made in such a way that agility will always be an enemy for you two, Asher said as he stopped trying to strike them. There was no point in teaching a fish to walk. Onyx and Graven lowered their heads, feeling miserable and loathing their own existences. They realized there was no other way but to accept their fate next week. But that doesn't mean you two needed to defeat the imp. Asher's words suddenly made the two raise their heads with a look of disbelief and hope. The purer blood siblings perked their ears, eager to learn how. Every race, no matter how low or high-born, has weaknesses and strengths, but you two seem to ignore the strengths of your bloodline, your natural defenses and body weight, Asher said as he pointed at the two. Onyx and Graven had their jaws slack while staring at the royal consort with baffled looks. How could their abnormally high body weight be a source of strength for them? Asher realized they were kind of slow in the head too, and so he clapped his hands, making everyone turn around upon hearing the floor moving. They saw several large training dummies coming out from the floor. You don't need to move fast to be effective, but you need to be smart and use your weight and momentum to your advantage. Now I want both of you to stand here and charge at the dummies with the intent to knock them over. Remember, when you run, don't let your feet do all the work. Instead, use your weight to carry yourself forward. Asher stressed the last sentence as the two nodded readily and stood on the spots the royal consort told them to. The two of them glanced at each other and then took a deep breath before charging toward the dummies in front of them. The rest three watched with interest and was astonished at how scary the momentum of Onyx and Graven seemed the more distance they covered. They never expected stone-born men to run like this. Crash, crash. Wow! A broken bar. Zizola let out a subtle gasp upon seeing Onyx and Graven blast the dummies into smithereens with their own bodies. Nereus and Thetis also had their eyes widened since those dummies weren't that fragile. Not even they can smash those dummies with their bodies like that. Even if they attack using their weapons, it won't cause this much destruction in one move. Onyx and Grave had their deep-set black eyes trembling with shock and various emotions upon seeing the dummies they destroyed. For the first time in their lives, they felt unstoppable and powerful. Even as if they were running earlier, they could feel the power surging through their body. It was a surreal sensation they couldn't even imagine in their dreams. They never thought their bodies, which they hated, weren't really useless. Asher subtly smiled as he said, "See a broken bar. This is the strength that lay hidden in your bodies all this time, but now that you two know how to use it, all you have to do is crush those first three spirits with your bodies, just like how you two crushed those dummies. Rush at them just as they manifest in the chamber, and they won't be able to deal with the momentum you carry." Onyx and Graven nodded as they teared up and immediately fell to their knees. Thank you, Master Asher, for showing us the strength we never knew existed. We were foolish and stupid earlier for not choosing you as our mentor. So Broken Bar. Please Broken Bar, forgive us lowly things, and we will never doubt you again. The two realized that if they got Warden Rebecca as their mentor, someone like her wouldn't help them to this extent. They had already heard rumors and gossip about how Warden Rebecca plays favorite and ignores the others. They were glad the devils still had some pity for them and made the royal consort end up as their mentor. It seemed as if he had some kindness, even if might seem too stern at times. Zizola teared up, feeling emotional after seeing how happy and grateful Onyx and Graven were. Even if she was only acquainted with them yesterday, she could relate to their disappointments and helplessness, considering her circumstances. She also decided to not doubt her mentor again and put all her faith in him if she was to survive this. Zizola, it's your turn now. Step forward, Asher said with crossed arms as she walked towards with a nervous look. Asher already knew Zizola was a goblin who was weak but had some control over flames and was agile. In your case, you are the opposite of those two. Your main strength is your agility, which is enough to defeat the imp, but only if you know how to not let it strike your vital points. So let's see how you are going to defend yourself. Saying so, Asher brought forward his spear. and Zizola immediately took a battle stance with her spear out as well. The spear wasn't her main weapon, but for the first trial, she had no choice but to use it. Asha immediately made the first move, lunging forward with a quick jab toward her shoulder. Zizola remembered the dodging exercises she had practiced yesterday for hours and dodged to the side and countered with a swift kick toward her mentor's ribs. Asha blocked her kick easily, then swung around with a roundhouse kick aimed at her head. Zizola held her breath as she ducked just in time, narrowly avoiding the blow, but just as she was about to catch her breath, her eyes widened upon seeing the tip of the spear closing in on her chest. Ugh! Zizola grimaced as she stumbled back after getting hit in the chest. Fortunately it wasn't a real spear. Never relax just because you managed to dodge a few moves. The imp won't stop attacking until you are lying on the floor, bleeding to death, and that means you should never take your eyes off it and track its every move, Asha said with squinted eyes. Yes, a broken bar, Master Asha, Zizola said as she rubbed her chest and stepped forward while taking his advice to her heart since she knew how scary the imp could be. This time as they began their spar again, Zizola had her eyes fixed on his movements. Asha tried to stab her a few times while slipping in some kicks here and there. Even though Zizola did get here and there, he noticed how the frequency reduced the longer they sparred. She also seemed to be dodging and blocking with increasing confidence. Since she drank an epic-grade stamina potion, it was keeping up her energy since the potion was still working its magic in her body, preventing her from getting tired easily. As they sparred, Asha pointed out the areas where she was leaving herself vulnerable and taught her how to defend against different types of attacks the imp might try to get an opening. He also told her not to become lax on her attacks. He then pointed out the vital points on his body that she should try to attack since it could be not only useful on the imp but also on the four-armed Rakshasa, who was slower than the imp but definitely stronger. Just one attack from the Rakshasa would incapacitate her, and that was why Asha told her to practice dodging until she could dodge without getting hit once. I have taught the basics now practice what you learned by sparring against the dummies. Asha clapped as a wooden dummy sprang out of the floor with a spear in its hand. Apparently, these wooden dummies can be adjusted to various difficulty levels to train the candidates, and Asha planned to do just that since he couldn't train them every hour of the day, but since he already taught them enough techniques and concepts, it was more than enough to help them get better. Zizola deeply bowed. Thank you, Master Asha, I will not fail you, she said with a sincere look. Seeing how he had used some of his precious time to train a nobody like her, she felt as if she had learned years' worth of training in just a few hours and didn't expect her mentor to possess such magic like that. Asha wasn't an official teacher in his past life, but as a powerful hunter, he had learned from the best and even tutored many unofficially, just like he had trained Rachel. All this gave him enough experience on how to think like a teacher and teach them based on their strengths instead of forcing them to do what they cannot. Asha summoned more dummies to let Onyx and Graven practice what they learned as well and refine their charging techniques. He then looked at the overzealous siblings, Nereus and Thetis, who were still looking at him, their eyes glowing even more. They were flabbergasted and overwhelmed upon seeing how their mentor made those three no longer seem useless within just a few hours. Not even the elders in their tribe could teach with such skill. Asha left them for the last since he knew they could pass the trial quite easily, especially since they already had some training and possessed rare class bloodlines. But despite having rare class bloodlines, what made them special was their ability to talk to fish a broken bar literally. He looked at the mysterious rune circles on their bodies, especially their arms and their forehead. These were not just some tribal marks, but summoning rune circles etched onto their skin, probably at birth. They could practically summon a sea creature to do their bidding in any situation, and not everyone in their tribe had these since only a very few geniuses were capable of forming such a connection with the sea creatures. However, he was not surprised since these two were the kids of Nyadon's tribe leader. Asha rubbed his wrist as he said, "The training I have planned for you two will be more intensive than those three." The two immediately clasped their hands together and said in a loud, determined voice, We are prepared to accept anything you throw at us, Master Asher. We won't rest until we fall. Good, that is the spirit. Asher curved his lips, knowing that these two would decide whether he would win his bet against Rebecca. The sun had barely risen when Asher walked into the meditation hall in the tower with a sense of purpose in his stride. He had already learned the basics of reaping and object possession from Duncan and was back to learn more. As he entered the hall, he could feel the subtle power emanating from the cross-legged figure in the center. "Your gate tells me that everything went well so far for your reaping quest?" Duncan asked in a deep voice as he slowly opened his eyes. Asher bowed and nodded as he said, "Yes, Master, I successfully entered the mind of my vessel. Now I am hoping for further guidance to proceed. Before we start, tell me all the details of how it went." "This is something we will be doing every time we meet," Duncan said as he gestured to him to sit down. Asher sat down and retold what had happened during his quest so far. Duncan patiently heard it with closed eyes and finally opened his eyes and said, "During your reaping trial, you directly offered a part of your power to your vessel, and when it was time, you reaped his soul without any difficulty. Wasn't that how it went?" Asher firmly nodded as he said, "Yes, he did try to fight back, but it was futile. I was able to effortlessly take back my power." "True, but that was mainly because your vessel was not a hunter and was probably weak mentally as well. If your vessel was a powerful hunter with a strong will, you might not have been able to take back your power that easily. Instead, there could be a good chance your vessel could even use your power against you even if they would eventually die," Duncan said with a serious look, making Asher raise his brows. Asher didn't expect that things could have gotten dangerous if not for his vessel being weak. "So how do I prevent something like that from happening in my current reaping quest?" Asher asked with eagerness. He now realized why Duncan told him to take a break and visit him before resuming his quest. "We do that using something called reaping contracts," Duncan said with an inner light in his eyes. "Demonic contracts?" Asher wasn't really foreign to what Duncan was talking about since humans referred to it as demonic contracts, but all he knew was that demons offered these contracts to humans to take advantage of them. "So this contract is like a safeguard to prevent our vessel from turning against us?" Asher asked. Through this wasn't the first time he was hearing about it, he just never went too deep into it since he wanted to keep his cup empty until he learned more about reaping from an expert. "That is the most important reason, but reaping contracts can be far more powerful and help you more than you realized during your quests. However, the hard part is crafting these reaping contracts, and considering your knowledge and circumstances, you do not have the expertise nor the luxury to craft them yourself. Learning to craft them is an arduous and complicated process which I do not suggest you do unless you have enough time on your hands," Duncan advised strongly and added, "That is why you have to consult a contract master or any merchant who sells them to buy the contracts." Asher didn't seem surprised as he had heard about contract masters. Apparently, they were highly respected individuals due to their profession of crafting contracts which they had dedicated their entire lives to. Since becoming a contract master was very difficult, people gave them the respect they deserved. They had to acquire an incredible amount of knowledge which included learning the intricacies of various types of parchment, the nuances of runic languages, the magical properties of various stones and items, and merging them with a suitable parchment while avoiding any chances of incompatibility. It surely would take complete dedication and focus to become a great contract master, and as Duncan said, Asher knew he didn't have the luxury to become one, nor was he really interested. As long as he could acquire them using life crystals, there was no need to worry about crafting one on his own. "But since you are new to this, I am giving you a common grade reaping contract to help you complete this quest." Saying so, Duncan placed a parchment roll before Asher that was a deep shade of gray. Asher felt as if he shouldn't be surprised. Duncan probably wanted to see if he could complete his quest using the weakest contract possible. As he took the contract into his hands, he could feel its rough and simple texture. Item name, Jagna's contract. Level 10. Grade, common. Asher unrolled the paper and saw a black script on the paper that mentioned the clauses of the contract. The handwriting was haphazard and rushed, making it seem as if the contract master who crafted this did not put much thought or care into the process. However, he did notice obscure sigils all over the paper, which was obviously imbued with magic. There weren't many clauses written, but he read them carefully. You will receive demonic power as per the likes of the grantor. You won't be able to use the borrowed power against the grantor. You will surrender your soul to the grantor upon fulfilling the deal with the grantor. So this is how most contracts look like? Asher mused as he finished reading the clauses and realized how this would safeguard demons from any resistance from their vessels. Once the vessel agreed to this contract, there was no going back. Still, Asher had a question as he asked, I understood the purpose of these contracts, but if we offer them to the vessel, won't they know about our presence and try to drive us out? Yes, but that is why you should never offer the contract until they are desperate for power, and also not without making sure you have good control over their body, otherwise, they can still get rid of you from their mind, Duncan warned. But how do I present this contract to my vessel? Asher asked with knitted brows. You sign the contract first with your blood, which binds this contract to your soul, so all you have to do is wish to offer the contract when the time comes, and the devils will take care of the rest, Duncan instructed, and without further ado, Asher had already let a drop of his blood fall on the contract, making it briefly glow. And the next moment, the contract turned into a dark light and disappeared into his globula. Oh, our broken bar! Asher caressed his forehead with a blinking expression, not expecting something like that to happen. One reaping contract successfully bound. Seeing this message, Asher relaxed, knowing that the contract was now bound to him. Now, when the time comes, you have to make the vessel do the same thing. Once they sign the contract with their blood, it will come into effect and will get destroyed once the deal is done, Duncan explained. Asher slowly nodded as he now got a good idea of how to make use of this contract. Do bear in mind that most contracts only work for a single quest, just like the one you are holding now, Duncan said as he pointed at the parchment Asher was holding. Asher now realized why reaping was mainly done by the privileged. It wasn't really inexpensive, but he was interested to learn the true potential of reaping through his experience. One more important thing. You might want to visit the Reaper archives to learn any information related to the human world. Since you are officially a Reaper now, you can enter the Hall of Reaper Archives, which is right in this tower. It will make your reaping quests easier, Duncan advised and added, but you also have to contribute information to the archives by reporting whatever you experience during your quests. That is how the Reaper Archives continues to be useful to all of us. Asher was surprised such a facility existed. This sounded like something similar to the internet, which humans use, but the thought of getting to know certain information, which he had been wanting for a long while, made his eyes glow. He was also glad to hear that since he still had yet to think of a way to push Remy to the edge, but with only Remy's memories, he can't do much. Thank you for the suggestion. I will make sure to do just that, Asher said with a firm nod. You may leave now. You may come to me again whenever you feel confused during the duration of your current quest, Duncan said and closed his eyes right away, going back into meditation. Asher deeply bowed after getting up and wondered why Duncan always goes into meditation. He could only shrug inwardly as he left, though he knew he had to see a certain someone before resuming his reaping quest. I didn't expect you to summon me again so soon. A young man in a cloak whispered in a nervous voice while sitting opposite another hooded man. The two were in a crappy pub filled with drunkards where nobody seemed to pay attention to them. Jarius was nervous since barely a day had passed, and Asher had already called him over again. Was here. I don't care what you expect, but for now, I want you to procure something for me, Asher said as he took a sip from the cup before him. Jarius gulped as he asked, procure what? Asher curved his lips subtly while showing him a piece of paper with some letters written on it. Jarius' eyes widened upon reading it, and he looked at Asher. You can't be serious. I don't even know if something like that exists. Even if it did, we could end up in a shitload of trouble depending on what you are planning. Asher scoffed as he said, don't act dumb. You belong to the House of Secrets, and you are telling me you can't get me what I want, especially when your brother seems to be fond of such things? Anyway, it's not like you have a choice, do you? Jarius felt a shiver seeing the faint chilling smile of Asher. He already felt his hands getting sweaty and nodded stiffly. Yeah, Broken Bar, I will try my best. No, a Broken Bar, you will do your best and get it for me within 24 hours. I don't have much time to waste. Saying so, Asher gulped down the cup and left right away, leaving behind a highly tensed Jarius. He sighed, wondering how long before he can finally rest his poor heart. Asher came out of the building and saw a tall, stoic figure in a black cloak standing upright on the side like a statue. The passers-by were clearly spooked by the presence of this intimidating figure, and some even didn't dare to enter this building. Upon seeing him, the tall, cloaked figure walked toward him with steady and deep steps, making Asher shake his head as he mumbled, "This won't do, Broken Bar. I think you should remove your armor whenever we go in disguise. It will make you stand out less," Asher said with crossed arms as he stood before her. He felt that her intimidating aura would draw too much attention, especially when they were trying to remain incognito. Even if people did not guess her identity, it would make it seem obvious that she was probably accompanying an influential person by simply standing outside like a guard. Eradicator shook her head and replied, "I can't do that. It's my duty to protect you, and I need to be prepared for any danger that may come our way." Asher could see that he couldn't change her mind, but he didn't give up and said, "If you are that adamant about it, I have an idea. Follow me." Asher took Eradicator to a nearby demon pet shop and started browsing the aisles. At the same time, Eradicator walked behind him, wondering why he came here. Finally, Asher found something that caught his eye, a demonic cat with sleek black fur and piercing red eyes with two fluffy tails. It looked very young, and Asher could guess it was probably not more than a few months old. The pet vendor, a stout and cheerful-looking demon with bull-like horns, noticed two tall cloaked figures entering his shop. He felt chills just by sensing the aura from one of the cloaked figures filling his shop and realized that these two were surely not some nobodies. Surely, he can't let go of this opportunity. He eyed the mysterious man in a cloak with excitement as he approached him. Welcome, welcome. Looking for the finest pet as a companion for you?" he said, grinning widely. It seems you already have chosen your companion," he said upon noticing how this mysterious man had already set his sights on one of the most expensive pets in the shop. "Tell me more about it," Asher said with crossed arms, as if the pet vendor was eagerly waiting for him to ask that. He opened his mouth wide as he eagerly explained, "This little gal is a rare breed of vampire cats known as Bloodheart. A perfect companion if you are a vampire, but even if not, it would be a fine match for anyone with noble blood. They are known for their sneaky ability to let their master see what they see through a blood bond. When this ability is coupled with their impressive agility, they would make an excellent companion to hunt down enemies. But that is not all. Once it matures, it can transform into something huge and fearsome while returning to its smaller form as well." Asher didn't expect this cat to be that special and asked with a skeptical look, "For your sake, I hope this cat is as special as you say." The pet vendor grinned as a drop of sweat trickled down his brows. Of course, I swear on my family and my business that I never sell anything with bogus words. This little pup might be a little hard to tame, but also can be incredibly affectionate and loyal and quite intelligent too, so it can learn any tricks you might want to teach it," the pet vendor added, just to make sure this man won't feel like changing his mind. "How much is it?" Asher asked the question that mattered. For such a kind and great sir like you, I am willing to offer my best discounted rate of 10,000 life crystals," the pet vendor said with a wide grin and added, "It's a steal at this price, and I am sure other vendors won't sell it to you for anything less than twice of the price I suggested. I can also assure you that nobody would be able to find these cute but powerful things anywhere in this kingdom. They thrive halfway across our world but are very hard to catch and breed. This is why most people in our kingdom can't recognize it." Asher had his brows raised upon hearing such an exorbitant price, but he wasn't worried as he looked at Eradicator behind him and said, I want you to buy this." Eradicator turned her head towards him and asked in a stolid voice with a hint of confusion, "Why? Because it is going to help you perform your duty better, or do you not want to do so?" Asher asked with a fixed gaze. "I don't understand. I don't need a companion to perform my duties without fail," Eradicator confidently said. How could something as weak as a cat help her in any possible way? Asher gestured for her to come over to a side and said, "Because it will help you stand out less instead of sticking out like a sore thumb. Whenever we are in disguise, you aren't really blending in with the rest, which is risky for me and ruins the purpose of disguising. I know you aren't used to being in disguise, and that is why a pet is going to make you appear less intimidating. Its ability also will come useful to you in some situations, so why don't you first buy it, and I will show you how it's done." Eradicator thought about it for a moment and nodded. "I understand. I will buy it." Saying so, Eradicator placed her hand on the glass box which housed the cat while the pet vendor licked his lips, feeling that his guess was right. For someone to spend 10,000 life crystals without much hesitation could only mean they were coming from unfathomable backgrounds. Asher was also a bit surprised she didn't seem to hesitate much to spend so many life crystals, but as a bloodborne guard, it is only obvious she gets paid well too. The runes on the glass box lit up, indicating that the transaction of 10,000 life crystals was complete. The pet vendor grinned at her and said, "Congratulations, you've just got yourself a great opinion. Please go ahead and welcome it into your arms," he said as the lid of the glass box opened up. Eradicator peered inside the box and saw the cat staring back at her with its dark red eyes. The cat cocked its head to the side, studying her with a curious expression. Eradicator tentatively reached into the box and was about to grab the cat by its head, her hands forming a claw, when Asher suddenly stopped her with a bemused look. "Are you trying to kill it? Use both your hands and gently lift it by its arms." She turned her head back towards the cat and, this time, used both her hands as she scooped up the cat and brought it out of the glass box. She was surprised at how light the creature was. It almost felt weightless in her arms. However, as she held it, she noticed that the cat had a strange energy about it, almost like a subtle one that emanated from its body. Meow. The cat let out a soft meow as it licked the gloves of Eradicator gently, making her tilt her head as she stared at it closely with curiosity. The pet vendor had his jaw slack upon seeing how this cat, known for being very difficult to tame, had already accepted her as its master. Surely it would soon form a blood bond with her once she gains more of its trust. What kind of magic did she do? The cat gazed up at her with an expression that was hard to read. Eradicator wondered what was going through its mind and whether this pet was really going to be useful for her. Asher walked out of the shop while Eradicator followed behind, still holding the cat by its arms as its feet dangled in the air and kept purring. Asher shook his head upon seeing how she had no idea how to treat a pet of that size. "Are you planning to tire out your arms by holding it like that all the time? Keep it close to your chest and keep petting it and try to relax. That is how you will blend in, and make sure to withdraw your aura just like you would do when following an enemy stealthily," Asher instructed as Eradicator silently followed what he said by cradling the cat in her arms and gently petting its head. As she did this, she heard the cat purring and making itself comfy in her embrace. The cat's fur felt so soft, and its small body fit perfectly in her embrace. She didn't know why, but she felt a sense of calm wash over her as the cat continued to purr and rub its face against her arms. Asher nodded with a satisfied look upon seeing how her aura gradually became calmer and reserved. He knew if he simply told her to withdraw her aura, she would still stand out due to her natural demeanor. But now that she was distracted with a pet, her body language would naturally mellow and make her stand out way less. However, he was surprised that a young cat like that was already taking well to her despite the cold-bloody aura surrounding her. "Now all that is left is to name your pet," Asher said, making Eradicator look at him and ask, "Name it?" She was left puzzled, not knowing what name to give her new pet. This was a first for her. Even her mount's name was not given by her. Just give it some girly name since the cat is a female, and no, a broken bar. Don't give it any name that sounds like a title, Asher said, just to make sure she won't give it a name similar to hers. Eradicator stared at the cat as she went into deep contemplation. Asher shook his head with a sigh upon seeing how she was struggling with something so simple and said, "You know what? Just name the cat Twilight." Asher felt such a name was in between a title and a name and would probably suit her. Eradicator slowly nodded as she looked at it and mumbled, "Twilight." A broken bar. Asher stood before the Hall of Reaper Archives, its towering doors made of blackened wood adorned with ancient runes. He was quite eager to enter this hall since not all information he needed would be simply available on the internet. Some information was better learned from the demons. He said aloud his own name, and as if the doors recognized him, they swung open with a deep, ominous creak. As he stepped inside, the air grew thick with magic, and what filled his sight was dozens and dozens of tables and chairs, and in front of each chair, there was a glowing crystal ball on which many demons were placing their hands with their eyes closed, and on the far end of the hall, the walls were of a different color and quite thick and sturdy compared to the adjacent ones, making anyone wonder why it was like that. Asher was surprised by this sight as he didn't expect things to be like this within this hall, but suddenly, through his peripheral vision, he saw a young man waving his hand at him with a friendly smile. Darren? Asher was surprised to see him here. Did he already become Reaper too? Or maybe it wasn't that surprising for a noble like him. Asher saw Darren gesturing at him to sit near the empty chair beside him, and Asher did just that. "Greetings, Asher. I suppose the head warden told you to come here?" Darren asked as he pulled up the chair for Asher. Asher nodded as he sat down. "Yeah, and I suppose you are here to get some information for a quest just like me, so..." Asher's eyes were drawn to the blue crystal ball before him that shimmered on the table. "You have any idea how to use this to know what I want?" he asked, pointing to the ball. Darren chuckled as he eagerly explained, "It's quite easy. Just place your hand on the ball and ask it what you want to know. If the information is available, you will hear the voice of the demon who contributed it. You should also close your eyes to help you focus. I will try just that. Let's talk after we are both done with this." Saying so, Asher placed his hand on the ball and mentally asked, "Tell me about the Blade of Brotherhood Guild." The crystal ball lit up, and some demon's voice echoed in his mind. The Blade of Brotherhood Guild is a group of hunters who mainly deal with capturing members of any demon cults. They have a lot of exorcists, and it isn't wise to get near any one of their members in spirit form because of their methods of detecting us if we are not careful. In the eyes of the humans, this guild is ranked as a prominent guild. A prominent guild? Asher knew a prominent guild meant it was a well-known guild and respected by other guilds too. To earn such prestige, it would only mean Tristan's father, Gary, was not a nobody to be the owner of such a guild. Asher also felt relieved that he didn't try anything rash as trying to get close to the members of this guild for information, especially when their exorcists could have detected him. Fortunately, he already knew that powerful and wealthy hunters or exorcists safeguard their houses with all kinds of objects and mystic runes to keep away demon spirits from getting close to them or any of their personal objects. Asher had asked Duncan how to get past these obstacles just in case, but Duncan told him that he should only try to learn what was best for his level of power. Fortunately, Remy only had his grandmother, and they were too poor to safeguard their tiny apartment. It was quite expensive to maintain powerful safeguards, and so the underprivileged had to make do with whatever they had. However, it seems like the demon's voice in his head had more to tell about this guild. "This is just the image that guild has built up, but during my quest, I learned that they have secret dealings with the demonic cult called the Covenant of the Dead. I only came to know this because one of my brothers happened to have a connection with this cult. However, do not do anything to disrupt this cult since it is supposedly controlled by someone powerful from House Thorn." Asher could hear the faint tremble in the voice of this demon which cemented the seriousness of his warning. However, he curved his lips upon learning what he needed to know. He knew not all hunter guilds were clean. Some of them secretly deal with demonic cults to get things done while giving something back as a price as well. Demonic cults were not really filled with demons but humans who had succumbed to demons and carried out their wishes. However, None of them would have a good end for obvious reasons. He knew all this because, during his time as a hunter, he had helped bring down a number of corrupted hunter guilds. Asher had asked Duncan how demons build a cult, but once again, Duncan had told him he would learn all this at the right time. The voice in his head stopped speaking, and that meant there was nothing else to learn about the guild. Asher knew to succeed in his current reaping quest, he might cause some damage to the Covenant of the Dead, but he didn't care since it was not like anybody was going to know, and if they did, he still couldn't care less. However, he wasn't done gathering information since he hadn't forgotten about Remy's grandmother. Even if she seemed weak, she was also a retired hunter and the only support Remy had. If he wanted to push Remy to the edge, he had to find some way to get rid of her, and so he asked the crystal ball, "Is there any information on Grace Eleanor, born in Switzerland? She is 90 years old now." A new voice spoke in his mind. "Grace is a powerful hunter who has killed a lot of soul purgers. She has a particular talent for tracking and capturing rogue demons, but I am disappointed to say that I only managed to severely injure her before she managed to escape. The only good thing is she won't be a huge threat to our people for at least a couple of years, but if she appears before me again, she won't return alive." Asher's brows raised as he was surprised by more than one thing. He didn't expect that old woman to have been so strong in her prime. Since it was said that she killed a lot of soul purgers, that would mean she was definitely a peak-level A-rank hunter. But even if she had to retire early, how come she was living in such poor conditions despite having been a powerful hunter once? She should have made enough fortune in her prime to live a good life. And as if that was not enough surprise, Asher recognized the cold, stern voice in his head. Even if it seemed a bit milder than the one he knew, it was none other than the voice of Esther Thorne. "How old is this information?" he asked the crystal ball. "This information was recorded 60 years ago," a neutral voice echoed in his head. "Doesn't that mean Grace retired during the 1960s? Asher realized Grace must have been really powerful to even escape from someone like Esther, even if Esther was also younger at that time. He didn't hear any more information and realized that he was still missing out on more about Grace and how she ended up in such a dire situation. He felt that he should find out later by sneaking into Remy's house and searching for any useful information, but he wasn't done as the fingers of his hand hardened on the crystal and mentally asked, "Any information on Derek Sterling, who is an S-rank hunter? I only want information from the past year." A voice echoed in his head immediately. "Derek Sterling, the strongest hunter on Earth and president of the World Hunter Association, highly respected and worshipped by humans. It would be extremely unwise to face him, but he poses the biggest threat to our realm. If only we could get rid of him, it would be help our kingdom recover faster. Strongest hunter and president of the WHA? Wow, a broken bar. You have jumped so many stairs by destroying me, didn't you, Derek?" Asher coldly scoffed as he didn't expect him to rise in ranks within just 1 year. The position of president at WHA was considered the most powerful on Earth. No president of any government can hold a candle to such a position. The one who had a say on the decisions of the strongest hunters on the planet was surely the strongest of all. However, this didn't deter Asher as he inwardly mumbled, "It's all good, a broken bar. Keep on climbing, Derek, because the more you rise, the more you fall." There were lots of other information, but Asher felt they were of no use to him. He then asked, "I need information on Lenny Stan, who is an S-rank hunter. From past year only." Lenny Stan is the supreme commander of WHA and a close aide of its president. All almost hunter guilds report to him, and his influence and network are boundless. Lenny is considered to be one of the biggest threats to our realm. Unfortunately, he is too strong and protected to be eliminated in the foreseeable future. "You slippery bastard, even you got such a fancy title, huh? Enjoy it while it lasts," Asher coldly scoffed. His eyes then hardened like a cold rock as he asked, "Any information on a broken bar era Evangeline who is a S-rank hunter, from past year only?" Asher's eyes widened upon feeling the silence in his mind. Even after a couple of moments, this could only mean nobody reported anything about her. How could that be possible? S-rank hunters like her would surely be considered a huge threat by demons and have some report on them in here. Asher had his brows pulled together, unable to understand what this really meant. He felt he could only learn more back on Earth. He must definitely find out. From past year only, Lenny Stan is the supreme commander of WHA and a close aide of its president. All almost hunter guilds report to him, and his influence and network are boundless. Lenny is considered to be one of the biggest threats to our realm. Unfortunately, he is too strong and protected to be eliminated in the foreseeable future. You slippery bastard, even you got such a fancy title, huh? Enjoy it while it lasts, Asher coldly scoffed. His eyes then hardened like a cold rock as he asked, any information on a broken Barrero Evangeline who is a S-rank hunter, from past year only, Asher's eyes widened upon feeling the silence in his mind, even after a couple of moments. This could only mean nobody reported anything about her. How could that be possible? S-rank hunters like her would surely be considered a huge threat by demons and have some report on them in here. Asher had his brows pulled together, unable to understand what this really meant. He felt he could only learn more back on Earth. He must definitely find out. Asher didn't know exactly what was going on with Ara. Still, he had already vowed that no matter what happened, he won't rest until he made her pay dearly. He wanted her to suffer more than everyone since he trusted and loved her the most once. With these heavy thoughts he slowly let go of the crystal ball and opened his eyes. So, were you able to get what you wanted? Darren eagerly asked after patiently waiting for Asher to finish collecting information and added, based on what my seniors said, it is useful most of the time. Asher slowly nodded and said, I have no argument about what they said, but I did get something to help me move forward. But what I am wondering about is how do I start a cult of my own, with my own followers. I just feel I am still missing out on a lot about becoming a full-fledged Reaper, but I should probably not complain until my training is over. Yay, building a cult is not something easy. And I am sure the head warden is going to teach you that at the right time. While I don't know if I ever will be able to have my own cult, but I don't really care. I am only doing this because my mother told me to. Still, honestly, I want to keep pursuing enchantment arts, especially ones that extend to enchanting reaping contracts too, Darren said with a soft sigh as his eyes momentarily became glazed. Contracts can be enchanted? Asher asked with a surprised look. As he didn't expect that, Darren nodded enthusiastically. Yes, of course, but it depends on the grade of the contract. For powerful enchantments, at least an epic grade contract is necessary. I have tried my hand at enchanting some, but I am still perfecting my art, Darren said with a look of pride in his eyes. Asher nodded with a subtle smile, feeling that Darren was going to be even more useful than he thought in the future. I have heard you are a genius at what you do. So no matter what anyone says, do not stray away from your passion. That is my advice for you, Asher said as he patted Darren's shoulder. Darren nodded with an appreciative look as he said, of course, I feel flattered you have high hopes for me. Darren felt really grateful that someone like Asher was supporting his ambitions. Asher softly chuckled and said, I should get back to reaping, but one thing I wanted to know is, do we gain anything if we reap other souls? I was thinking why we should not reap more than one soul during a quest. This was a thought that popped into his mind while collecting information for his quest. Darren readily nodded as he said, of course, it's possible, and we do gain benefits, but the catch is we won't get the benefits unless we complete the main objective. So even if you have the luxury of time to reap other souls, I would suggest making sure that you have a good chance of completing the objective in time. I see, I shall see you around then. Time left, 3-5 hours. Asher's spirit form entered Remy's small apartment and noticed the dimly lit living room, with the curtains drawn and a faint scent of lavender that wafted through the air. It was a cozy space with comfortable-looking furniture, a bookshelf with old, dusty volumes, and a small coffee table that held a vase of dried flowers. He purposefully chose this time to come here since he knew Remy was out, and as he passed the hall, he saw Remy's grandmother sleeping on the cold floor, making him wonder if she was really nuts. However, even if Grace was once a powerful hunter, he learned from Rumi's memories that she didn't even have a fraction of her power during her prime and couldn't even prevent herself from falling down the stairs. This was his source of confidence for sneaking inside and trying to get more information on her. He went straight to Rumi's bedroom to search for a doll and found one right on the top shelf. The doll was made of frayed fabric, with missing buttons for eyes and a crooked stitched smile. Its clothes were torn, and it had patches of discolored cloth in various places. Asher inwardly raised his brows, not expecting Rumi to have such a broken doll. Still, he wanted to possess it and focused his energy on it. Slowly, the energy of the doll began to merge with his, and he felt his senses and perspective shifting. Within a few moments, he had completely possessed the doll and began to search the apartment for any information on Grave in a very silent and careful manner. He didn't want to get caught since it could make things messy. He realized reaping quests surely took a lot more effort and difficulty and hoped the rewards better be worth it. As expected, he didn't find any documents he needed in Rumi's bedroom and decided to sneak toward Grace's bedroom. Since the height of the doll was short, he had some difficulty climbing up the chair to open the drawers and search for them. Asher came upon old photos of Grace where she was quite young and surprisingly quite beautiful and was hugging a young boy. The two of them were posing for the cameraman with bright smiles. It seemed as if Grace was a single mother. There were even more photos where Grace was older, and the young boy had grown into a man while holding a Happy Mother's Day card in his hand while hugging her. Then he saw a photo where a new face appeared, which was a pretty young woman who seemed to be her son's wife. They seemed recently married in the picture and were posing with Grace for a family photo. The final photo in the album had another new face which was a baby barely a year old. He didn't have to guess that it was Rumi, and Grace seemed the happiest in this. However, there wasn't a single family photo after this other than photos where only Rumi was in it as he grew up. He moved his hands around to see if there was anything else but didn't spot anything of importance. But then he felt a false drawer within the drawer, and with a click, he opened it, revealing an old diary. He opened the diary and had his brows raised upon seeing lots of newspaper cuttings and red markings on them. Reuven Eleanor murdered in cold blood and wife raped and killed by demonic cultists. Ignorant or foolish, did Reuven and his wife not know the consequences of joining a demonic cult? Gary Wesman delivers an emotional speech on how he failed to save his friends. Weakened Eleanor family shattered by hidden debts revealed after Reuven's death. Asher saw a lot of red marks on this scary person's face, and it was obvious Grace highlighted in every news snippet he appeared for a reason. However, he didn't expect Rumi to have such a dark history. His parents must have died when he was a baby, otherwise, they would have appeared in later photos. Maybe Grace shielded the tragic death of his parents, or maybe not. Either way, he could see that Grace was carrying quite some heavy emotional baggage and burdens. No wonder she fell into such a destitute state after all this. At this point, he felt that he should have got a reaping quest to reap her soul upon seeing how she was a good candidate, but knowing how she was too weak to do anything, he felt things were better this way. However, suddenly he felt a strange sensation. He could feel the vibrations of someone approaching, the very air around him softly quivering as the footsteps drew near. Damn, Asher realized Grace had woken up and was probably walking towards her room. He immediately closed the drawer and put everything back in place before running off to Rumi's room. Fortunately, his senses were heightened like a snake in this doll's body, allowing him to sense footsteps from far away. He got himself up on the shelf and assumed the original position in which the doll was kept. He heard Grace going into her bedroom and felt relieved he got back in time. Creak. Asher's eyes inwardly widened upon seeing Grace suddenly limping into Rumi's bedroom and looking around the room with a soft smile. Did she notice me? No, that can't be. Broken bar. Asher was sure he reached back in time and didn't also leave any mess in her room. He saw her gaze pass just past him, making him feel like holding his breath even though he couldn't. He made sure to not make a single move, just like a lifeless doll. He can't remember the last time he had been this careful and wary before someone as old and weak as her. As her gaze passed by him, He relaxed and saw her correcting the bedsheet on Remy's bed. He shook his head inwardly, thinking she must usually come here to make sure everything was proper in her grandson's room. But then, without warning, Grace suddenly turned and stepped towards the shelf he was on. His senses spiked to the max as he saw her hand reaching for him at an insane speed. Damn! He shrunk back, realizing that she somehow caught him, and ran across the shelf, hoping to jump down, but her hand traveled faster, and he clicked his tongue as she smacked him down to the floor. I was waiting for one of you to come here, and finally, one of you did. It was a good thing I never stopped being patient, Grace said with a cold grin as she looked down at him with glowing eyes. Asher didn't expect this old woman, who could barely walk, to sniff him out. He couldn't think of at what point he made a mistake, but he knew there was no point in guessing why and that he was in a tight situation. Still, he didn't let that stop him from thinking of silencing this woman for good, even if that might jeopardize his quest. Maybe his arrogance of not taking a more uncomplicated quest had returned to bite him. He was about to snap his fingers together to summon his blade of damnation, but, "Hold your horses, demon, I don't want to fight you," Grace said as she raised her hand the moment she saw the doll getting tensed up. Asher was surprised to see this woman not overreacting when any other person, even someone of her age and expertise and background, would have been quick to get rid of him somehow. Still, he asked with a subtle curve of his lips, "Why, trying to buy time to get help since you can't defeat me on your own?" Grace let out a sarcastic chuckle as she sat down on the bed slowly and said, "I am too old to try any tricks. See, I am sitting down right in front of you, and I have no way of getting help, nor would I want to go through the hassle of getting quarantined. Remy also won't even be returning until evening as usual, which you must already know. You are free to escape any time." Asher had his brows furrowed as he couldn't tell what this woman was trying to do here. He knew she was probably telling the truth, otherwise, she could have brought help before confronting him. Still, the logical thing would be to kill her, but he decided to listen her out since his quest would get jeopardized either way. "Fine, talk but make it quick. I'm not as patient as I look. I can guess your target is my son since I sensed you were lingering in our house for a day or two," Grace said with narrowed eyes, making Asher ask, "How did you know that? I never made anything obvious, little guy. Seems like you had no idea my parents were exorcists. Even if I didn't follow in their footsteps, they taught me a lot of things about how to keep an eye out for demon spirits. I had this entire house painted with a special paint that changes color very subtly to announce the presence of a demon. These days such old-fashioned methods are not used, but that is all I could use." Asher looked around at the walls and didn't really notice any drastic change in color, but again, he never paid close attention to the color of these walls to really know the difference, and he also had no idea such methods existed. She was also born before his time and knew stuff he didn't. "Still, that doesn't explain how you knew I was hiding in this doll and found me at the right time," Asher said with a shake of his head. "This paint gives off a very faint smell which only goes stronger the shorter the distance to you. I am old, but my nose is as sharp as ever. It runs in the family," Grace said with a weak but smug smile. Asher had to admit this old woman was even more formidable than he expected. Even after growing so weak, she hadn't lost her sharpness. "You said you were waiting for a demon like me. What did you mean by that?" Asher asked as he remembered the strange words she had said earlier. Which human willingly waits for a demon spirit to enter their house if they weren't interested in killing it? Was it because he broken bar? "Because he broken bar. I have been waiting to make a deal with a demon," Grace said as her eyes focused on him. Asher furrowed his brows, but then he saw the searing look in her eyes and said, "What deal?" Grace slowly shook her head as she said, "I want you to reap my soul and ignore my grandson. In return, I will get you what you need and more." Asher scoffed as if he expected her to say something like that and said, "Your soul in exchange for your grandsons? You have to be kidding. Since you already know I am here for your son, why would I want to make a deal with someone as weak as you? It's too bad you aren't young anymore. I have no use for your soul. Is this your first time? You are weak, but your power will be sufficient enough to let my mana circuit blaze for one last time for a short while. Grace said, making Asher feel doubtful. He had already heard how old hunters had succumbed to the temptations of demons to use their power. Some wanted power, some wanted wealth, some wanted fame, and so on, but in those cases, the power of those demons was comparable to the power of the old hunters when they were in their prime. However, in his case, he was a mid-level soul warrior, while Grace was originally a powerful A-rank hunter. You don't have to look so unconvinced, even if the time I get will be short. Within that time, I will kill so many powerful people that you will be bathed with more power than you can dream, Grace said as her deep brown eyes shone with intense killing intent. Asher felt the cold, almost palpable, aura of anger and hatred from her, and he didn't have to guess as he asked, "Let me guess, do you want to bring down Tristan's father, Gary? You are doing this for revenge, aren't you?" Asher didn't know the full story, but he put two and two together after seeing the red mark on Gary's head and knowing how Gary's guild wasn't really clean. Grace gave a cold grin as she said, "Aren't you quite the naughty one, checking out an old woman's diary? Just part of the job." Asher shrugged. Grace let out a light scoff before her expression became serious. "Yes, a broken bar. I am doing this for revenge, but be that as it may, I don't want anything to happen to my grandson. I am sure you have a good idea of how strong Gary's guild is. It is a prominent tier guild, and that means you can't get to Gary that easy. He has enough forces in his command to protect him," Asher said with a shake of his head, feeling that Grace might be getting blinded by her desire for revenge to see how unfeasible her wish was. He knew hunter guilds were classified into 5 tiers: emerging, recognized, prominent, elite, and legendary tiers. Prominent tier guilds were above average, but still, they would have a lot of C-rank hunters and few B-rank hunters. Such guilds were no pushovers. Still, Asher had no doubt she wouldn't have any problem if she was young and healthy. A powerful A-rank hunter can surely kill someone like Gary if they set their mind to it, and even more certainly if they didn't care about getting caught. But with his power, he doubted she would last 5 minutes. And that would be too short to do anything she claimed she would. Grace could see what this demon was thinking and said, "Don't think I am spouting nonsense. I have been patiently waiting and planning for years for an opportunity like this. I have thoroughly learned about how Gary's guild works, and I know Gary more than he does himself, so don't think that I won't be able to fulfill my words." Asher could see she wasn't lying about this, since he would have done the same thing in her shoes. As someone seeking revenge, he could understand the reasons that drive her. It does make it a lot easier if she really knows how to get close to Gary without any difficulties. Still, he never expected things to take such a surprising turn where this woman was willingly ready to sell her soul to him. "All right, I am willing to take a leap of faith here." So broken bar. Asher climbed up on the bed and snapped his fingers together as he laid out the reaping contract before her. "Sign with your blood on this contract, and you will get what you wish for," he said with a subtle smile. Grace's eyes subtly glowed as she pulled together her brows and carefully studied the contract. "How professional you all are," she mumbled with a subtle scoff. Asher never expected his first reaping quest to end up with a willing vessel, though he was waiting for her reaction after reading the main clauses. Grace squinted her eyes as she pushed away the contract and said, "This obviously won't do. I am willing to agree to every single clause in that, except I want one more clause added, a broken bar, a clause that says you won't harm my grandson in any way as long as I keep up my end of the deal." Asher wasn't surprised, but he inwardly frowned, since fulfilling her demand would mean he would stand to gain nothing from this quest. It was more like he would be failing the quest, and all this would have been for nothing. As Darren told him, he could reap other souls but would only gain benefits as long as he completed the main objective in time. He was planning to reap Grace's soul and then reap Remy's soul. That way, Grace will be dead to protect Remy from him, and he can end up with a lot of refined mana by completing the quest. This was why he was willing to entertain Grace's deal. "I don't think you understand how this works. I can't change any of the clauses in that contract. All demons offer the same thing, and all I can do to reassure you is my promise that I won't touch Remy. Why would I need him if I can gain a lot from you and go home happy?" Asher said with a casual shrug. Grace scoffed and said, Don't get so smart with me. I have been taught since I was young to never believe the words of a demon, no matter how tempting and logical they might sound. So no, a broken bar. I am not doing this deal unless you add that clause. I don't care whatever reason you say you can't do it, but I would never trust your words when it comes to my grandson's life. You can threaten to kill me, but I won't change my mind. At least my death will warn Remy about you. TCH, this woman a broken bar. Asher was at a loss seeing her obstinate and resolute face and asked, so you are willing to give up on the chance to take revenge? A broken bar, something which you have been dreaming for all these years. Grace smiled and said, no point in trying to tempt me, demon. I do want to get vengeance with all my heart, but my grandson is more important to me than my revenge. I would rather destroy myself than let any harm come to him. I can't let him get consumed by my pain and anger. Asher took a deep breath upon realizing that this woman wasn't really blinded by revenge. She still had a hold over her heart, but at the same time, he can't really go ahead with this deal and not gain anything. Why would he waste his time on all this? Still, he wanted to first consult Duncan before deciding what to do with this unyielding woman, and said, I think I will give you some time to clear your head and let you think on this. Maybe then you will have a change of mind. Saying so, Asher snapped his fingers together as the contract disappeared, and he walked out of the room. Upon hearing his words and seeing him leave, Grace curved one of the corners of her lips. So you feel you are at an impasse because that human refuses to sign without an added clause? Duncan asked as he closed the book he was reading and placed it on the table. He let Asher come into his personal library upon hearing he had something important to consult with him. Asher was surrounded by thousands of ancient books and multiple moving stares as he looked at him and nodded. Yeah, she is frail, but she is astute too. She saw through my plan to trick her. I don't think any more words from me will change her mind, but if I ignore her, then my quest will surely end in failure. Duncan hummed as he slowly stroked the edge of the book in his hand and asked, she was once a mighty hunter, right? Yes, Asher nodded while wondering what Duncan was coming to. Generally, no powerful hunter would be willing to make a deal with a demon weaker than them. So don't you think it would be a waste to let go of someone as powerful as her who is willing to sell her soul to you? Duncan asked with an inner glow in his eyes. Asher had a confused look as he asked, I don't get it. What can I do with her? I am too weak to even let her use her power for more than a few minutes, and if I don't reap her soul, I won't get any benefits, right? Asher also wanted the same thing, but he couldn't see a solution. Duncan shook his head softly and said, reaping doesn't mean you have to consume their soul completely right there and then. It is a process that can either be short or long. You can reap a human soul within seconds, or you can do it over days, months, or years and gain even more. It is all up to you. Asher's eyes increasingly became focused with interest as Duncan continued, what you have got here is a very rare opportunity and the best time to start building your own cult. My cult? How? She will die within a few minutes of using my power, Asher said with a shake of his head. Not necessarily. If she kills enough people, she can sustain herself longer. The people she kills should not be weak, of course, considering her own strength, but that also means you will get to gain a lot more, Duncan said as he placed the book back into one of the shelves. In what way would I gain more? If she uses the refined mana from the humans she kills and uses it to sustain herself, what will I get? Asher asked with a keen look. During one of our earlier sessions, I mentioned to you how reaping can be greatly beneficial if your vessel causes enough chaos and destruction before the timer runs out, but that is only a short-term benefit and something that happens very rarely. What I didn't tell you at that time is the long-term benefit of reaping, which has more chance of succeeding and fewer risks, Duncan said with a subtle wave of his forefinger, making Asher part his lips. He did feel that making his vessel cause enough destruction before the timer ran out could not happen every time and would be highly difficult too. For instance, even if Remy becomes his vessel, how much destruction can he possibly cause before he gets taken down? Not more than a few, and considering the strength of the people he might kill, he wouldn't stand to gain any abnormal amount of refined mana. So if that human becomes your soul servant and reaps the souls of other humans, then what you will gain is not exactly refined mana but life crystals, and all that life crystals go to you, but you will get to choose how much to give to your soul servant to sustain herself, Duncan explained as he took out another book from the shelf. Life crystals, Asher didn't expect that and asked, I know they are precious beauty broken bar. Duncan squinted his eyes as he saw the look on Asher's face and said, don't feel disappointed, I can understand why you underestimate the power of life crystals, they are vital for more than our survival. Duncan took out a life crystal and he looked at it with a look of admiration and respect. Just one of these small, beautiful things helps us stay alive for a short while in a harsh realm like ours, but it does more than just that, it can also help you extend your broken bar lifespan. This is another main reason why all of your seniors who are at their peak never stop reaping lifespan. How is that possible? Asher asked with widened eyes. This was something he never expected and something that made life crystals appear even more valuable to him. Vampires like me or any race with a high lifespan lives for about 300 years, give or take some. Theoretically, we can live longer. But the harsh environment of our realm makes our bodies grow older faster as years pass. That is why, as you grow older, you will notice the number of life crystals you need to absorb each day will keep increasing. You are young now, so you don't have to take much compared to when you become 50 years old, Duncan said as he pointed at Asher with his hand. Oh, our broken bar. Asher didn't expect he had to also account for his age and not just his strength for the number of life crystals he would have to absorb each day. So when you near the end of your lifespan or at any point when your body starts to show its aging, you can absorb a tremendous amount of life crystals to reverse the harmful effects on your body caused by our environment. You can also do it now, but there would be no point in doing it while you are young and healthy, Duncan explained. I see a broken bar. Asher mumbled as he now realized why even those senior noble ladies like Esther, Rebecca, and Nada were still looking beautiful despite being so old. As expected, any woman would be concerned about their looks. So they must be absorbing life crystals every day to keep looking youthful while the men don't mind looking older. They probably only care about living longer. If that is the case, then why can't the most wealthy people keep on living endlessly? Asher asked since he knew people from powerful houses like Thorn, Siren, or Vernon Valentine possess a staggering amount of life crystals, and so did their forefathers, but none of them really lived longer than 400 years. Duncan let out a soft hum as he shook his head. It's not that easy. As I said, age is a very important factor, so once you reach the end of your lifespan, you would need a staggering amount of life crystals just to live a year longer, and even more, if you want to live another year. So by the time you have lived dozens of years beyond your lifespan, the number of life crystals you would need to live another year would be so much you won't be able to get them even if you steal from every single demon in this realm. That is why every one of us knows nobody can live forever. Asher softly nodded as he felt that made sense. Otherwise, he would have read about old monsters who lived beyond 500 years or so. But I am not suggesting you start a cult just to increase your lifespan, which you don't even have to worry about now. I am telling it because you have no real power of your own in this kingdom. All you have is your status as a consort. So even if people flock towards you because of your achievements, you have to give something back to make them stay and be your loyal vassals. Duncan stressed the last sentence to make sure Asher understood. Asher nodded as he knew this very well. He still had yet to gain a good footing in this kingdom. You need life crystals to build alliances, build your own armies who will be steadfast and loyal to you, and do your bidding at any time without question. Unfortunately, you cannot get any of this without life crystals. You cannot even borrow life crystals from the queen since she is duty-bound to not be irresponsible with the kingdom's wealth. At best, you will only get an allowance, but that is far from enough for what you need. Duncan mentioned this just to make sure Asher would forget any ideas of asking the queen for life crystals. Asher had no plans of asking Rowena for life crystals since he didn't want to lower his pride unless he was in some kind of desperate situation. Other than these things, If you own a cult with powerful servants, then you can cause more destruction to their world and weaken them in several ways without even being there personally. They will also be able to help you in other ways, so it will definitely contribute to our kingdom getting better. Duncan stressed the last sentence to highlight how important it was. Sure, I understand, Asher firmly nodded. So this is what I suggest you should do. Go to a contract master and let him teach you how to rewrite the clauses, which is quite simple. Then start a cult with that human being your first soul servant, and as time passes and you get more soul servants, you would be earning life crystals without raising a finger and without even going over to the severed realm. Depending on how powerful your cult becomes, you can earn tens of them, hundreds, or even thousands a day. You will soon understand how beneficial reaping will be for you if you manage your cult in the right way, Duncan said with a focused gaze, eager to see Asher's progress with this. A maid approached the door of Oberon's chambers, her steps echoing down the dimly lit corridor. She felt a shiver run down her spine as she drew closer to the heavily guarded door, not used to seeing so many intimidating guards whose gazes immediately landed and pierced into her. As she reached the door, their faces masked in stoic expressions, standing at attention, they watched her intently as she held out the tray of medicinal drink and the bowl of essence sticks, her hands trembling slightly. However, the pleasant aroma from the essence sticks was helping her relax her nerves a bit. One of the guards, a tall and imposing figure, stepped forward and barred her way with his spear. The drink must be tested first, he said, his voice deep and commanding. It is the order of the princess consort. The maid nodded nervously, her heart racing as she handed over the tray to the guard. She watched as he summoned the poison tester and made him drink it. The poison tester was an old, short man with sharp gray eyes. He carefully examined the glass and dipped his finger in it before taking a sip from it. The maid held her breath as she watched. She knew she had no reason to be nervous, but if the poison tester found something wrong with it, she might be the one getting executed first, even if she didn't even prepare the drink. The poison tester closed his eyes briefly after taking a sip. Then, after a moment or two, he opened his eyes and gave a subtle nod to the guards. You may now go inside, the guard said as he placed the drink back on the tray, and the maid nodded readily as she went in with weak steps. As she entered the room with a guard behind her, she saw Prince Oberon lying in bed, his body wrapped in bandages. He looked so pitiful and vulnerable, a far cry from the fearsome prince she had heard stories about. She approached his bed and placed the tray on the table beside him. "Should I help you drink it, Your Highness?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Oberon turned his head slowly to look at her, his eyes glinting with a mix of anger and bitterness. The maid gulped and took his gaze as her cue to leave. Only when she walked out was she able to shake off the uneasy feeling. After the maid left, Oberon looked at the medicinal drink and inwardly scoffed. He didn't need to drink any shit to get better. His own strength was enough to pull through this and get out of here as soon as possible. Just the thought of Rowena and Asher spending time together in this castle while he was still here was enough to make his nerves sting. But upon smelling the sweet and heady scent of the essence sticks, he cooled down a bit and felt that he should focus on getting better by sleeping rather than frustrate himself by thinking about that alien filth. At least it was a good thing he had some peace and privacy in here, just like his mansion. His mother wanted to station a few guards inside too, but he told her to not go overboard with it and that he didn't want unnecessary company inside who would probably be mocking him in their heads after seeing his condition. The fewer eyes on him, the better. But just as he was about to sleep, his senses suddenly perked up upon hearing the door creak open after a soft knock. His heart skipped a beat when he saw Rowena enter the room. She was irresistibly beautiful, with long black hair that cascaded down her back in soft waves. Her crimson eyes shone with warmth and compassion as her gaze landed on him. He was moved by her beauty and gaze. He had always been in awe of her, ever since the first time he had laid eyes on her. Her black dress clung to her curves in all the right places, especially her beguiling bosom and accentuating her slender figure. Her black lips gave her a mysterious and alluring look as if she held secrets that only the bravest could uncover. He felt his heart race with excitement and gratitude, knowing that she probably came to check on him. He could hardly contain his joy at the sight of her and wanted nothing more than to reach out and touch her, to feel her warmth and her beauty close to him. But his heart sank when he saw Asher following behind her with a smile. He felt a surge of anger as he saw Asher and Rowena walking toward his bed together. Still, he made sure to close his eyes to a slit to make it seem like he was not really awake. As the two came closer, Oberon saw Rowena looking at him with a concerned look as she softly said, "I have known Oberon for a long time. He is too strong and brave to get injured like this." Oberon felt moved, hearing her words. This was the first time he heard her admiration for him, and it felt so good, more than he expected. Maybe it wasn't so bad for his pride to only let her see him in a state like this, but then he saw Asher scoffing and saying, "Oberon isn't what he seems to be. He's a pathetic bastard who ended up like this due to his own foolishness. You shouldn't waste your kind words on someone who has only brought shame to our house and to you. He has been fooling you the entire time with false pretenses by making it seem like he cares about you and the kingdom, but he doesn't. All he cares about is your crown and gaining more power, even if it means destroying your kingdom." Rowena looked at Asher with a confused look and asked, "Is that really true?" No, Rowena, don't fucking listen to him. That alien is lying through his teeth." Oberon wanted to shout and warn her to not get fooled by his nonsense. Asher nodded as she gently cupped her face and said, sadly, "Yes, but I am not like Oberon, but a better man in every way. That is why I became your husband, my love." Saying so, Asher suddenly leaned forward and kissed her soft, succulent black lips. "No, get off her, you filthy alien." Oberon felt his blood boil upon seeing Asher kissing her right in front of him. He had never felt his chest burn so intensely upon seeing Asher taking advantage of her soft lips and tasting them like an animal. Rowena shyly pushed Asher away by placing her hand on his chest and whispered, "Oberon is still here and might hear us. We shouldn't do anything improper here." But Asher gave a charming smile as he said, "Improper? There is nothing improper about a husband and wife kissing. Besides, you are the queen, and you don't have to worry about showing affection to me before anyone." Saying so, Asher grabbed her wrist, pulled her hand away from her chest, and plundered her lips again with even more vigor. "MHMMM!" "You dare!" Oberon screamed inwardly, wanting to lash out at him for forcing himself on Rowena without any shame. Oberon had never felt so angry, humiliated, and resentful in his life. He couldn't feel his limbs, but he could feel his teeth grinding against each other as he felt his chest cave in, a mixture of intense emotions building up inside of him. He felt his heart twist inside of him as he saw Asher pull Rowena up to hug her while kissing her passionately. He helplessly saw Asher's filthy hands roaming all over Rowena's curves, making him feel like his heart was cracking. He then saw Asher breaking the kiss and giving him a side glance with a smug grin before looking at Rowena. "I think we should check in from time to time till Oberon gets better. We can even stay here for a few hours every day while keeping an eye on helpless little Oberon. What if he leaks in the middle of the night, and nobody is there to tend to him?" Oberon felt flashes and spots in his vision as his breath became coarse and faster. How much more filthy can the tongue of this alien get? Rowena softly sighed as she looked at Oberon and nodded. "Maybe that is not a bad idea. Even if he is a repulsive man like you said, he is still a royal member of our house and needs our support." Rowena, were broken. Oberon couldn't believe she easily got brainwashed by Asher. This cannot be. Was he really supposed to helplessly watch Asher getting intimate with her till he recovered? How ridiculous and outrageous. As expected, you are still so dutiful, but my love, my dragon down there is feeling a bit angry after you kissed me. Would you care to tame it with your mouth? I know you are really good with dragons, otherwise, I wouldn't be asking for a favor like this, Asher said with a soft sigh as he gestured at the huge bulge on his crotch. Rowena let out a subtle gasp with a blush as she looked down. Oberon's body temperature rose, unable to believe that this wretched scum was asking for such a disrespectful and vulgar favor from Rowena, who was none other than the queen. Not even in his dreams could he imagine her doing something like that, and he was confident Rowena wouldn't entertain his outrageous request. And just as he expected, he saw Rowena shake her head and say with pursed lips, "Asher, you are going too far with your jokes. How can you expect me to do such indecent things?" Asher let out a pitiful sigh as he said, "I was only thinking of introducing my little dragon to you, but I never thought you would find that idea indecent. Maybe I was expecting too much from my wife." "What a load of bullshit. Ha, who are you trying to fool?" Oberon coldly snickered inwardly. "Oh, yeah, Broken Bar, I didn't know it was like that. Don't get upset, I will do it since it's you." Saying so, Rowena slowly moved her dainty hand toward his pants. "No, Rowena, what in the hell are you doing? You are the queen, you can't do such a disgraceful thing." Oberon couldn't believe Asher again managed to beguile her into doing such indecent things. But it was too late as he saw her pull Asher's pants down briefly, letting loose a vigorous and fiery grey one-eyed dragon from its cage. "Oh, devil," said Broken Bar. Rowena mumbled with a surprised gasp as her eyes widened. Oberon had his pride shaken upon seeing the sheer size and vigor of the long grey-skinned dragon. He had always prided himself on his little brother and had considered it one of his strengths that buffed up his pride, but seeing Asher's dragon, which was twice his size, made him suddenly feel self-conscious and insecure. He felt a wave of envy and jealousy wash over him as he watched Asher flaunting it before her and saw how shocked and flustered Rowena looked. He couldn't believe Asher's dragon could get that big. He definitely used some black art to make it look bigger. He definitely did. "So big a Broken Bar, are all men like this?" Rowena mumbled with a dazed look. Asher chuckled and said, "Nah, look at Oberon's poor thing, since he is bandaged up, and if you look real closely, you can see how miserable that shriveled up thing is. I pity the women he slept with." TSK, TSK, you fucking bastard, it looks like that because I am sick. Oberon wanted to scream at the top of his lungs as his face became red with humiliation, seeing Asher mocking his manhood before Rowena. He only realized now that the bandages were too thin, which could reveal the outline of his manhood, which was currently not in its best state obviously. "You are really special, Asher, I have no doubt of it," Rowena said with a shake of her head. Asher smiled as he said, "I know, but as you can see, my dragon needs special treatment right now before it wreaks havoc, so Broken Bar, can you please tame it as I asked before? Only you can help me out here, and I really believe you can." Broken Bar, you really want me to?" "Okay Broken Bar, I guess it can't be helped," Rowena said with a soft smile as she slowly bent her back and sat down on the chair, her face directly facing Asher's dragon. "No Broken Bar, no Broken Bar, Rowena. Stop Broken Bar, please Broken Bar, you can't do this to me." Oberon's pupils were shaking as he desperately tried to move his limbs and stop her, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't even move his fingers and watched in horror as he saw her open her mouth wide while her face got closer and closer to Asher's dragon, eagerly waiting to enter her moist cave. But the unthinkable happened as the dragon entered her maiden cave, making Oberon's heart shatter into a million pieces. No. All Oberon could do was lifelessly lie there, trapped and alone, as Asher and Rowena continued their twisted dance of love and destruction. The Demonstone Castle was in chaos as the shocking news of Prince Oberon suddenly falling into a coma spread like a wildfire. The atmosphere was tense, and there was a palpable sense of anxiety and worry in the air. All the physicians bustled about the room, trying to revive the prince, while guards and servants stood at the door, keeping a close eye on everything that was happening inside. When Rebecca heard the news, she was beside herself with shock and grief and rushed out of the tower and towards the Demonstone Castle immediately. The moment she entered, she was struck by how still and unresponsive Oberon was, lying motionless on his bed. Her heart sank, and she couldn't help but have her eyes water as she tried to gently shake him to wake him up. "Oh Oberon, son, wake up, her Broken Bar mother is here. Why are you worrying me by being like this, Oberon?" What unsettled her even more was the expression of Oberon, which was contorted into a grimace, as if he was witnessing something horrifying before going into a coma. One of the physicians standing behind took a deep breath as he bowed and feebly said, "Why, Your Highness, please do not. You." Rebecca suddenly stood up, her hands clenched into fists. "My son was healing just fine, and now he's in a coma. What did you people do to him? Were you trying to heal him or make his condition worse?" The physician looked terrified, but he stood his ground and said, "We have done nothing, Your Highness. We have been monitoring the prince's condition closely, and everything was going well until he suddenly fell into a coma. We examined him thoroughly but couldn't understand what happened." Rebecca felt a surge of anger coursing through her veins, and she couldn't control her rage any longer. She grabbed the physician by the collar of his coat and pulled him towards her, his face turning red with fear. "You dare to lie to me?" she spat and went on. "You dare to stand here and tell me that my son is in a coma, and you have no idea why? I will not tolerate such incompetence. I want to know who all entered this room and their activities in the past 24 hours. The physician trembled in fear, wondering if he was going to lose his life here. "Rebecca, let him go. Punishing him won't gain you anything." Saren's firm voice echoed across the room, making Rebecca let him go and immediately turn her head towards Saren, only to see Ygritte following him behind as well. "I have already questioned the guards you stationed and everyone who attended to Oberon. None of them did anything, nor did they notice anything unusual, but I have brought the royal physician with me, so calm down and let him take a look and we might learn how this happened," Saren said in a low voice as he stood beside Rebecca. Rebecca took a deep breath to calm herself down, especially since Ygritte was here. She knew he was the best and knew he might learn something about her son's condition. Ygritte was the best and most senior physician. Furthermore, he held an important status in the kingdom, especially since he had the trust of the late Demon King and the present Queen. Rebecca knew he was the only physician whom she couldn't try to force out an answer, nor would she want to antagonize him lest she fails to learn what happened to her son. "Ygritte, my hopes are on you," Rebecca said with a hint of desperation in her voice. "I will do my best." Ygritte nodded gravely and approached the bed, placing his hand on Oberon's forehead to examine him. He closed his eyes and had his brows furrow as moments passed. Finally, he spoke. "Your son's condition is unusual, Your Highness. His vital signs are stable, but his mind a broken bar." Rebecca furrowed her brows as she stepped forward and asked weakly, "What about his mind?" Ygritte removed his hand from Oberon's forehead and looked at Rebecca as he said in a grave tone, "His mind seems to be in a very disturbed state." "Disturbed state? I don't understand the broken bar," Rebecca mumbled with a confused look. Ygritte explained, "To put it in a simple perspective, it's as if he had been seeing nightmares constantly without any break for years until his mind came to a stop as a self-preservation mechanism. For us, it might have been just a few hours, but time can flow differently in our minds, especially if it's a dream or a nightmare." "A nightmare?" Rebecca was taken aback, not expecting such an answer. "Oberon never had any nightmares, nor did he have any when I saw him the last time. Why would someone like him even have nightmares?" Ygritte let out a sigh and said, "That's why this is puzzling. I am unable to see why this happened to him. I can only make a guess. It could be because of the disconnect between his mind and body, which could have triggered a disaster in his mind or something else, but I have yet to notice anything that tells me something else caused this. As far as I learned from the other physicians, he didn't even drink any of the medicines we gave him. Still, we have been expecting him to recover within just a few more days and never noticed anything wrong with his body or mind." Rebecca clicked her tongue in frustration and asked, "Forget it for now. You can still treat him, right? When will he wake up? Within a few hours or tomorrow?" Ygritte's expression became difficult as his eyes met hers. "I am afraid it's not that easy. I am unable to say how long, but it may definitely take years before he recovers. If he recovers at all." Rebecca felt as if the ground had fallen out from beneath her feet. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. "Years? How can that be? What do you mean if he recovers at all? Not a day has passed where my son hasn't talked to me, and you are telling me I won't be able to talk to him for devil knows how long?" Saren cleared his throat as he intervened and said, "Take a breath, Rebecca. Ygritte is trying to help us. Soren then looked at Ygritte and asked with knitted brows, I know conditions like these are not definite, but a broken bar if you had to guess. Can you give us a good idea of exactly how long till he gets better? Ygritte briefly looked at Oberon and then said in a low voice, cases like these are quite unheard and very rare, but theoretically if one suffered around 5 years of nightmare, it would take the same amount of time for the mind to heal. However, since Oberon has a strong heart, I can say our best chance is to see him waking up after a year. Still, this is just my educated guess, and I can't offer any guarantees. My sympathies. Rebecca's eyes lit up upon hearing that her son might wake up within a year. Even if it was still painful to hear, it was better than waiting 5 years. My son is fearless and strong. He tamed Jesrith at the tender age of 30 despite knowing that Jesrith was a very aggressive dragon and had even killed those stronger than him. If my son can achieve such a feat, this is nothing, Rebecca said as if to reassure herself too. Still, she was determined to find out how this happened and said, I will go and see the Queen and get to the bottom of this. I am afraid that's not possible. The Queen is currently indisposed. A young man's voice boomed into the room as Rebecca turned around and had her eyes quiver upon seeing someone she wasn't expecting to suddenly barge in. With broken bar, Rebecca saw Asher walking in with a group of maids trailing behind him, each carrying a bouquet of flowers. She felt her blood boil at the sight of him and couldn't believe he had the audacity to come in. What are you doing here? She asked, her voice laced with venom. Asher's smile widened as he replied, Isn't it obvious? I am here to offer my sympathies and these flowers for Prince Oberon on behalf of my wife too. Of course, Rebecca scoffed. Oberon doesn't need your flowers. Take them back. You want me to tell my wife you didn't want her flowers? I am afraid Prince Oberon might not feel the same, Asher said with a concerned look. Rebecca took a sharp breath as she stepped forward. Soren stepped in and said in a low voice, Let him be. You can always remove the flowers later. Rebecca harumphed as she took a step back, making Asher smile as he ordered the maids to place the flowers around Oberon's bed. I took some effort to make sure to pick the best flowers with medicinal properties that could heal the mind. I am sure Ygritte would agree, right? Ygritte nodded awkwardly smile and said, Yes, those flowers could be helpful. He could sense the tension but it was not like he could question the royal consort's intentions. The flowers indeed could help soothe the mind. Rebecca was tapping her fingers on her elbow fiercely, feeling that this smug bastard was somehow behind what happened to Oberon. Where were you for the past few hours? Rebecca suddenly asked, making Soren give her a strange look while the rest of the people in the room seemed confused. Asher inwardly smiled as he turned around and looked at her. Of course, I was at the tower. We probably missed each other, but I came here as soon as I could upon hearing what happened to Prince Oberon. We may not have seemed like it, but we did share some important moments together in the past. So it breaks my heart to see him like this, especially when I had yet to share more memories with him. Sigh. Rebecca cracked her knuckles as she figured out the hidden meaning behind his words, making her even more sure that he definitely did something. What did you do? Broken bar, she mumbled with a blank look as her blood began to slowly rise in temperature. Soren heard her mumble and had his eyes widen as he immediately pulled her to a side and said in a low voice, Watch what you are going to say next. If you accuse him in any way here, you will open a chest of troubles. Do you understand the seriousness of what I am telling you here? Upon hearing his words, Rebecca reeled in her emotions as she stiffly stood on the spot. However, her face was visibly shaking as her eyes tore into Asher's back. Asher was grinning on the inside as he took out a few flowers from the bouquet and carefully placed it around Oberon, one by one above his head and one each beside his arms. Veins popped up on Rebecca's forehead, knowing that this bastard was mocking Oberon by placing flowers around him. It was similar to the traditions of certain races who placed flowers around their dead. As Asher did this, he looked at Oberon's face and mumbled inwardly, Enjoy your dreams, sleeping prince. I am going to have a lot of fun while you sleep, but do wake up soon because I am far from being done with you. Asher slowly straightened his back and felt a sense of elation upon seeing this poor fucker's state, especially his contorted facial expression. He then turned around and looked at Rebecca's red face as he said, "My sympathies again. I can only imagine how hard this must be for you, but I shall pray for his speedy recovery. See you at the tower, yeah?" Without even waiting for her reply, Asher walked out with the maids trailing behind him. "You won't get away with these, a broken bar," Rebecca mumbled inwardly as she glared at his back. Sylvan was about to enter his mansion when he saw an unconscious Oberon getting carried into the mansion while his parents followed behind. He squinted his eyes and followed them inside, only to overhear his parents' conversation. "It's all your fault. I told you not to leave Oberon alone in that room. If only you were there, Oberon would have been walking around by now," Rebecca said with a red face, her extremities shaking. She had suppressed all her thoughts and emotions until she got back here, and now she could finally vent it all out on Sren. She truly believed it was his nonchalance that brought about this. "Do you seriously think I have nothing else to do but babysit a grown man every hour of the day? So don't be absurd and go around telling this to anybody else." I already confirmed Asher was at the tower the entire time. Even if he somehow got back to the castle, how could he sneak into Oberon's room with all your guards standing around? Let's take this a bit further and assume Asher has the master key, but even then, the royal quarters are off limits to the master key user. Only Rowena, with the supreme key, has access. Now, do you understand how ridiculous you are being? What happened to Oberon was just bad luck, Saren said, his voice laced with annoyance. Rebecca slowly shook her head, still feeling unconvinced. "You are just too blind to see the way he looked at me. He was gloating at what he did to Oberon, and seeing how he has fooled you and the rest of them, I can understand why he seemed so confident about it. He even mentioned sharing important moments in the past. He remembers what happened when he was soulless. Don't you see? He is trying to get back at Oberon." Sren took a deep breath as his brows pulled together and said with a heavy sigh, "If that is true, then it only means we have to be more careful now, so don't do anything reckless unless you want to make things worse for your son." Saying so, Sren walked away, his expression grim. "Don't you act like this doesn't affect you. You know it does," Rebecca said in a sharp tone from behind, making Sren stop in his steps for a second, but then he took a deep breath and continued walking. Sren came out and had his gaze softened upon seeing his son. "Sylvan, you heard all that?" Sylvan gave a soft nod as he said, "What is going on between Asher and them? If Asher really did this, then he is far more dangerous than we thought. Why doesn't Mother understand when to back down?" Saren rubbed his forehead and said, "She is crazy and a fool when it comes to Oberon. You know that, right?" Sylvan nodded as Sren stepped forward and placed both his hands on Sylvan's shoulders. "That is why all my hopes are on you. You are my pride, and I will try my best to not let her drag you down too." Sylvan lightly smiled as he said, "Don't worry, father, I have it all handled." Saren smiled with a veiled glint in his eyes. "I know you do, son, I know." The honeyed pearl building was bustling with the sounds of drunk and excited men enjoying their time with charming women. However, in one of the secret entrances to this building, a hooded figure entered and made his way to the top floor. Shocky, who was, as usual, standing guard outside his mistress' chambers, saw this hooded figure being escorted here by two women. He furrowed his brows in displeasure, but seeing the hooded figure flashing the diamond card, he had no choice but to knock on the door as he announced, "Madame Kira, Sir Ligu is here. Should I let him enter?" Asher scoffed, seeing how this fox dude was still disgruntled about him meeting his mistress. Can't he even bother to hide his jealousy? "Of course, please let him in." A silky soft voice came from inside as Shocky held his breath and gestured at Asher to enter. As Asher entered her chamber, his gaze was immediately drawn to the seductive Vulpinari beauty painting her nails on the sofa. Her golden hair flowed like a river of gold down her back, cascading in wild curls that framed her delicate face. Her curves were hypnotizing as usual, and three fluffy golden tails sprouted from her lower back, adding to her otherworldly allure. Kira leaned back in her plush armchair and crossed one of her smooth, slender legs over the other, giving Asher a sultry look with her emerald green eyes. "Tilda," she purred, "it seems you've succeeded. I'm impressed." Asher sat down on the chair opposite to her, a smirk playing on his lips. I always come through, you should know that by now. Kira chuckled and flicked one of her 3 bushy golden tails. Yes, you do, don't you? It did take some effort for me to prepare those essence sticks, you know, so not even a thank you for me since I am also taking huge risks here? Asher chuckled and said, you did it knowing it can't be traced back to you. Asher knew she might not have been so eager to help him if Oberon was not temporarily crippled. Kira leaned forward, her ample curves drawing Asher's gaze. But ever since you asked such a favor from me, you intrigued me even more. Asher squinted his eyes and said with a subtle scoff, don't think of doing anything smart, you have no proof, but I know you won't do anything that destroys your life as well. Kira let out a heart-melting giggle as she looked at him and smiled. Don't get so serious, I would be a fool to cross you. On the contrary, I am curious why you did it despite so many risks. You even somehow obtained a drop of his blood. First, Asher inwardly knew it was quite easy to get a drop of Oberon's blood. All he had to do was sneak into one of the physician's room and steal a drop of blood from one of the vials he kept. Since Oberon was sick, one of the physicians had taken some of his blood to test for any irregularities, and so, with his master key, it was a piece of cake to take it. However, Asher knew she was fishing and curved his lips. I have my reasons. Don't tell me you are upset that you lost one of your precious patrons for the immediate future. Kira softly chuckled as she waved her hand. Please, even if I lose one patron, another will replace them. In my business, it's not good to get attached. Asher leaned forward and said, but the more interesting question is why someone like you is hiding such powerful illusion abilities. You even had me going that night. Were you trying to make me see nightmares too? Kira blinked her eyes and looked at him with an air of innocence. Or how could you assume that I would do such a bad thing to a gentleman like you? All I did was show you what you wanted to see. Is that so? It's hard to believe the words of a woman like you, Asher said with a skeptical look, his voice laced with hidden anger since she made him see the face of a woman he didn't want to see until the right time. But remembering how he killed Era in that vision, he felt Kira did make him see what he wanted. Kira's interest was piqued upon seeing his reaction as she asked with squinted eyes, oh, what did you see? She also wanted to know how he broke her illusion, but she knew better than to ask. It's none of your business, Asher said with a cold smile as he got up and added, we will be meeting again soon, so you better not forget about our initial deal. Kira caressed her golden hair with a smile upon seeing him leave and mumbled with a stone-cold smile, the devils must be favoring me, maybe I don't have to wait for long, eh? It was almost night when Asher walked back into the castle while feeling quite satisfied, thinking about the state Oberon was in now, at least for a while. He won't have to worry about him, though he wondered what Oberon's worst nightmare exactly was. However, he had a feeling that Oberon's worst nightmare surely involved him, and right as he got in, he saw Rowena talking with a few officials about something serious. He decided to wait for her in her study hall. Not long after, the doors of the study hall opened as Rowena walked in. You are late, she commented with a cold expression, her voice laced with barely contained displeasure. Asher furrowed his brows, noticing that she seemed colder than usual and how she was not in a good mood, and hearing her question, he couldn't help but wonder if it was because she knew he went to the brothel. It was only a matter of time before Eradicator told her about it, but he was prepared for it. So my protector told you where I was? Asher asked as he stepped forward. Rowena crossed her arms and asked with squinted eyes, were you planning to hide it from me? I know you did. Asher raised his hands and said, I'm guilty of that, but I did it because I was afraid you might misunderstand. Is that so? Rowena asked with furrowed brows and asked, then how should I understand the fact that my consort went to a brothel? Do you realize how this could have gone wrong in many ways? It wasn't for what you think, I only went there to make friendly relations. You know how most men form new alliances and relations in such places, right? I couldn't find a better way, and I promise I was very careful to not reveal my identity in public. Even if people gossip, they have no proof, you can even make sure of it, Asher said in a confident tone. Rowena squinted her eyes and had her expression relax slightly. I also didn't sleep with anyone today, Asher added in a lowered voice. Rowena turned around and said, "It doesn't matter to me whom you sleep with, just make sure to not get caught." Saying so, she was about to walk away when Asher suddenly grabbed her wrist from behind. "But it matters to me what you think." Rowena pressed her lips together upon hearing his words and froze her steps. Asher didn't let go of her wrist but walked forward and stood in front of her as he said gently, "I don't want to hide anything from you, especially matters like these, but I do want you to know that no matter what, you will be most important to me, and your heart is the only place I can ever truly belong. You understand that, right?" "You have a way with words," Rowena mumbled in a low voice as she averted her gaze, her expression looking slightly flustered. She felt her heart flutter hearing his words, and with him standing so close, the smell of his blood was tickling her sensitive senses. Asher softly chuckled as he gently let his hand caress over her arm and stepped closer as he said, "Not really, I only told you what I felt, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sleep." Rowena's gaze softened, wondering if she really misunderstood, but before she knew it, his big arms pulled her into a warm embrace. "Every minute I spend away from you, the more I want to get back and feel you close to me like this," Asher said softly, making Rowena's eyelashes flutter. She wanted to push him away since she wanted to reprimand him more for what he did. However, his warm words and touch subdued the thoughts she was holding before. She held her breath since she was still trying to get used to the smell of his sweet blood. "By the way, you smell very nice today," Asher whispered as he brushed his cheek gently against hers while his hot breath caressed the skin of her neck. Rowena grabbed his arms as she felt her heart begin to race. She could feel the warmth of his body radiating onto hers and the softness of his lips as he gently pressed them against her neck, and the moment he kissed her neck, she felt a shiver run down her spine, making her grab his arms tighter. "Asher broken bar, Asher a broken bar." Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she let out a soft gasp. Her heart felt like it was about to burst with emotion as she realized how much she had longed to be close to him like this, and her hands which were grabbing his arms seemed to lose strength. When she first heard he was at a brothel, she felt displeased, more than she expected. She was wondering why she was feeling so bothered about it, especially when losing face was not something she was concerned about at first. But now she was beginning to realize why and was curious about her feelings. Asher felt like his arms were melting into her supple body. As his lips pressed against her soft, warm skin, he couldn't resist the urge to nibble gently on her skin, savoring the taste of her. He could feel her body relaxing in his arms, but just as his lips slipped towards her bare, smooth shoulder, Rowena suddenly pushed him away gently before she got lost in this feeling. "Yeah, broken bar, I have to go now," she said softly while taking a deep breath to regain her composure and added, "There are some urgent matters I have to attend to since Oberon suddenly went into a coma. I have to arrange the right people to manage his duties till he wakes up." Asher gently smiled as he said, "I see, that is important indeed." Rowena shook her head subtly as she asked, "I don't understand how he suddenly fell into a coma. He seemed all right not too long ago." "What do you think?" she asked as she looked at him with a focused gaze. Asher sighed and said, "Yeah, it's strange. But why don't you let me handle some of his duties? Maybe I might be able to help in some way." Rowena shook her head and said, "You have a lot on your plate right now, and I don't want you getting distracted until you get a bit stronger and ready to handle more responsibilities. Once you are ready, I will think about it." Asher softly smiled and said, "Fair enough, I will just go and finish my reaping quest." Saying so, he was about to leave when Rowena called out from behind, "About what we talked before, a broken bar. I won't stop you from doing whatever you want, but I want you to be careful and a broken bar return here before it gets too late." Saying so, Rowena walked away with hurried steps while avoiding his gaze. "Of course I will," Asher said with a smile while feeling a bit surprised. In the human world, most women, especially those with power, wouldn't feel okay with their husbands sleeping with someone else, particularly if affection was involved. However, It seemed as if Rowena was reassured upon thinking that she was the only one in his heart. He walked towards his room, feeling glad that the mindset of demons suited his needs in cases like this. Time left, 2d17 hours. You don't sleep? Asher asked upon seeing Grace sitting up on her bed, scribbling on her diary while wearing round spectacles. It was past midnight here when he resumed his quest and saw that Grace had put the doll in her room as if she had prepared for him to return. Grace removed her spectacles as she looked at the demonized doll. I slept enough for all these years, why should I sleep more? She said with a half smile, her voice subtly trembling with a certain emotion. Asher knew what she was hinting at and said, I know I told you to think about it, but I also thought about what you proposed, so I am willing to agree, but only if you become a part of my cult. Grace let out a chuckle. A cult? Aren't you too young and weak to start one with me? She then narrowed her eyes and said with a distant gaze, nevertheless, I have no interest in living once I finish what I should have done a long time ago. Really? Instead of going on a suicidal run, why not stay alive and keep an eye on your grandson from the shadows? I can give you the means to do that. Just because you will take care of Gary doesn't mean Remy won't come upon another Gary in the future. Gary's son is just another example, Asher said with a shrug. Grace's eyes glowed upon hearing his words. As her expression became vacant, Asher could see she was deeply contemplating it and said in a resolute tone, anyways, the choice is up to you. As you guessed, I am new to this, and I want to start my own cult, but if you aren't willing, I am afraid there will be no deal. You just have to find some other demon, but by that time, I doubt Remy would be alright, especially with his buddy messing with his life. I am sure you know that too. Grace slowly closed her eyes, her lips subtly shaking. After a few moments, she opened them, her eyes looking cold and determined. Alright, little guy, I will join your cult if that is what it takes. Grace thought she could finally rest forever after putting her pain and burdens to rest. However, she also didn't want to leave her grandson alone and thought that it would be better than not being there for Remy even if she had to sell her soul to a demon. As he said, she can protect Remy from the shadows and prevent any tragedy from happening to him. Unlike what happened to his parents, she knew the consequences of becoming a cult member and the things she might have to do. Still, after everything that happened to her, she was willing to accept them. Asher smiled and was glad she finally gave in. Here you go, Asher said as he laid out a parchment paper which was a deep shade of red with a texture that felt like smooth and polished leather. Since he was going to do an important deal, he bought a legendary grade reaping contract from the contract master he consulted. However, it did cost him 1,000 life crystals, which made his pockets burn. Just by touching it, it would feel cool to the fingertips since it was imbued with intricate magic. And just as the faint light coming from the window struck it, it shimmered and glowed, making the intricate markings on the paper stand out. Grace noticed how the edges of the contract were even lined with fine gold filigree, adding to its luxurious appearance, and commented with an amused look, "What a fancy contract. You did all this just to add a clause? Just trying to make sure nothing goes wrong, and this contract comes with some benefits for you as well. Why don't you take a look?" Asher pointed his hand at the contract. Unfortunately, he can't use any contract above level 10 unless he gets stronger. Apparently, more powerful contracts need more powerful blood to activate. Grace held the contract in her hands as she carefully took a look. Item name, Infernal Vellum. Level 10. Grade, Legendary. Effect, plus 5% STR. Plus 5% def vertical bar. If you have fire pathway, you will take 5% less damage from flame attacks. Bonus, reaping a soul grants you plus 10% life crystals. Passive, undetectable by anyone below level 11. You will receive demonic power as per the likes of the Grantor. You won't be able to use the borrowed power against the Grantor. You will not interfere with the Grantor's plans or activities. The Grantor can possess your body at any time and for any duration. You will obey the Grantor's commands without question or you will be forced to. You will surrender your soul to the Grantor upon signing the contract. This contract will be deemed void if the grantor harms your grandson. Grace grinned as she said, "You had really thought this through compared to before, even if you didn't have to. Since that last clause is included, I can live with this." Saying so, Grace pricked her finger against the sharp edge of the scroll, making a drop of her blood fall on the contract. As the droplet of blood hit the parchment, the ink that was previously invisible began to glow with a dark green light, and the scroll trembled in her hand as if it were alive. Suddenly, an unseen force grabbed hold of the contract and pulled it from Grace's grasp. Grace had her lips parted as she saw the scroll float in midair, the dark green light intensifying and an eerie whisper filling the room. The ink on the paper started to shift and writhe, forming letters that Grace could not understand. She watched with wide eyes as the letters began to twist and contort, taking on the form of a demonic language. Suddenly, a bolt of dark green energy surged from the contract, enveloping Grace in a pulsing aura of demonic power. Her eyes widened as she felt a wave of exhilaration rush over her as her body was consumed by the energy, her mind exploding with newfound knowledge and power. But her eyes trembled when an intense burning sensation spread within her body, causing her to convulse in agony. A broken bar. It felt as if her entire body was on fire, with every nerve ending tingling with unbearable pain. Her vision became blurry, and she couldn't focus on anything except the searing pain that racked her body. The radiant mana inside her struggled to fight against the demonic power that was consuming her. After all, radiant mana was completely opposite in nature to dark mana. It felt like a war was raging within her body, with her being the battleground. The pain was so intense that she thought she would pass out, but it seemed like the demonic power would not allow her to escape the torment so easily. It was like a poison, spreading through her body and corrupting everything it touched. It felt like she was drowning in a sea of fire, and there was no way out, but she refused to let out a scream, gritting her teeth so hard that it felt as though they would shatter. Her eyes were squeezed shut as she fought to maintain her focus, her hands balling into fists as she attempted to ride out the agony. Asher inwardly held his breath, hoping this old woman won't die from the battle going on inside her. He knew this process was getting quite agonizing for her because his demonic power was too weak compared to her mana circuit, so it would take even more effort for his demonic power to fight back and suppress the radiant mana which exists in every cell of her body, even if it was in a weakened state. Only when the demonic mana successfully suppresses the radiant mana can it be said that the human got successfully demonized. It would also mean that demonized humans will continue to decay from within unless they were given enough sustenance, which only gets costlier as time passes. However, Asher was impressed to see Grace using her own willpower to fight back her original mana. It would be no less painful than trying to cut out every cell in her body. In a way, it was a good thing her mana circuit was in a weakened state, otherwise, he felt there would be no chance at all. Seconds turned into minutes, but the pain persisted as if the radiant power within her was determined to break her as punishment for accepting demonic mana into her body. Her body trembled, and sweat dripped down her forehead as she struggled to maintain control, but she drew upon her own inner strength, determined to push through this agony. Especially since she had suffered worse for all these years, she refused to crumble now, and as if the radiant mana within her was overwhelmed by her determination, it gave up and let the demonic mana possess her body. Finally, as the pain began to ebb away, Grace let out a ragged breath, opening her eyes, and for a moment, the world seemed to be a different place. She could feel the dark power of Asher coursing through her veins, and she knew that she was now something different. No longer just a human. As the energy began to fade away, her skeleton and eyes briefly glowed with dark green light, and the parchment scroll disappeared into thin air. That ... tickled more than I expected, Grace mumbled weakly with a lopsided grin, her vision blurry and her head heavy. Asher immediately got a pop-up in his mind. You have successfully created a cult. Plus 200 rating points. You have successfully gained a new soul servant. Plus 600 rating points. Name, Grace Eleanor. Level, 30. Would you like to name your own cult? Yes, I want to name it Coven of the Damned, Asher said as his lips slowly curved into a satisfied smile. Rating increased, 322, greater than 1122, 688. Level up ending. Asher didn't expect to get a lot of refined mana by creating a cult and gaining a soul servant, but he felt that he got so much from getting Grace as his soul servant because of the massive difference between his and her strength. Just like Duncan said, he felt he was very lucky to get a PK rank hunter as his soul servant this early, and it seemed like he did end up getting a lot of refined mana unlike his expectations. However, what made his brows raise was reading another piece of information. Grace Eleanor. Life consumption, 5 life crystals per hour. What the broken bar? How is this possible? Asher was surprised to see that Grace required only 5 life crystals per hour to sustain herself and prevent her from dying. He knew she wasn't using any of her powers right now, but still, he thought she would need at least 5 times the amount because of the power gap between him and her. He had asked the contract master to get an idea of how many life crystals he would need to sustain someone as powerful as her, and the numbers he heard made his eyes pop out, making him doubt whether it was even feasible to keep someone like Grace his sole servant. He was ready to let her loose if she required high maintenance, more than what he could manage. However, now after seeing how she surprisingly doesn't require too many life crystals, he was relieved. Still, he knew this number would increase as time passed, but he was hoping to gain more life crystals than he lost by using her. At least that way, this would be a worthy investment. Grace took short, rapid breaths, trying to calm her body down, and felt like dozing off after getting exhausted from the battle that happened inside her body. Asher looked at her frail appearance and said, I think you already know, but don't use your powers until the time comes. The more you use your powers, the faster you will get close to dying because I am not strong enough yet to sustain you full time. Asher knew that once a human gets demonized, they would be in a constant state of decay unless they kept getting enough life crystals to freeze the decay. Human bodies weren't made to contain demonic power, and thus they will die inevitably soon. As for Grace, he was hoping he would be able to sustain her for at least a few years until he got strong enough. One good thing was the more he gets stronger, the lesser the rate at which her life consumption would increase. Grace grabbed a towel from near her bed and wiped the sweat off her face as she said in a weak voice, I am not dumb, so don't worry about it. I have to go and talk to my grandson later. Are you going to stay or our broken bar? Asher shrugged and said, I will also go to sleep, but I will be back when it's time. I invested a lot to make you my soul servant, and I am not taking any chances. Aren't you quite the paranoid one? It's not as if I can go against your wish, but if you are that insistent and you get back too early, don't try anything funny on a senior citizen while she sleeps, Grace said with a grin as her eyes drooped, and she fell back on her bed, falling asleep immediately. You have quite the crazy granny, Remy, Asher mumbled with a shake of his head. A broken bar. Remy groggily rubbed his eyes as he woke up to the morning light. His heart still felt heavy with despair as he thought of Isabella, the girl he cared about but refused to believe him. He sighed deeply and began to get ready for the day ahead, but suddenly, the door of his room creaked open, and he saw his grandmother entering the room with a soft smile. Remy felt a wave of comfort wash over him at the sight of her, and he couldn't help but smile in return. Good morning, Grandma, he said, trying to sound cheerful since he knew she was quick to pick up on anything unusual. Good morning, dear, Grace replied, her voice gentle and warm, and added, I wanted to talk to you about something. Remy's heart skipped a beat. He had a feeling this conversation was going to be important and wondered if this had anything to do with what he was going through now. She couldn't have possibly learned about it, right? As they sat down on his bed, Grace's smile softened into a wistful expression. Remy, my sweet child, I just want you to know that no matter what happens, you will always be loved and protected. Remember that even if things get very tough, okay? Remy felt a lump form in his throat. What do you mean, Grandma? Is something going on? Grace looked away briefly with a soft chuckle, trying to hold in her unshed tears. Nothing at all. I just want you to know that you are strong, stronger than me, and you will always have the power to make a difference. You have a pure heart and a noble spirit which this world isn't ready to deserve, and because of that, you will feel like the world around you is crushing you, but never let it crush you, even if you feel cornered and alone. All you have to do is believe in yourself. Remy pressed his lips together as he lowered his gaze, feeling as if his grandmother truly understood him the most. Even though he never said anything to her, still, he couldn't help but feel worried since she had never told such things to him. I can't wait to see you become an S-rank hunter like your great-grandparents, Grace said as she caressed her grandson's head with a warm smile. Remy didn't know why he was feeling a prickle behind his eyes and said as he grabbed her hands, "Grandma, please tell me what's going on to make you suddenly say all this?" Remy wondered if she somehow learned about his problems with Tristan and his father. He didn't want his grandmother to get involved, especially since she deserved some peace now rather than worry herself. Grace smiled again, but it was a subtle sad smile. "Don't think too much about it, my child. I felt you had to know these things, including the fact that your parents must be so proud of you, just like I am." Saying so, Grace gently embraced Remy and kissed his forehead. Remy's eyes glistened as he thought about his parents who bravely died trying to save people and said, "I wish a broken bar I had memories of them a broken bar." Graves' eyes quivered as she took a deep breath and gently patted his head. "I know, I wish the same too, and I am sorry I couldn't protect them, otherwise, they could have been here for you," she whispered as she squeezed her eyes shut. "You don't have to apologize, Grandma, you couldn't have done anything, and I still have you," Remy said with glistening eyes as he hugged her. Grace dolefully smiled as she slowly nodded. "Yes, and that is why I will look out for you in their stead. I know you are going through some rough patch and that you won't tell me why, but it's fine. Everything will be alright soon, so stay strong." Remy felt warm hearing her words, feeling glad she was so understanding. However, feeling her confidence when she said everything was going to be fine, he didn't know he felt like it would be true. Grace took a deep breath as she opened her eyes. "You can get ready now. I will prepare you some tea," she said as she got up with a smile. Remy shook his head slowly as he got up. "No need, Grandma, I am in a rush. I will see you in the evening, then I will cook your favorite dish and keep it aside so that you can eat it when you return," Grace said with a warm smile. "Really? I am looking forward to it. A broken bar. A farewell note for your grandson? You do know that you can still see him in secret if you want to," Asher said as his doll body sat on the table while Grace was sitting before him, writing a note which he could guess what it was. Grace shook her head firmly as she continued writing, "Number. I won't put his life in danger by staying near him, and now that I have darkness breeding inside me, I can no longer let him see me like that. The least I can do is die and let him know about what really happened to his parents and let him also understand what I am going to do. He will be heartbroken but he is grown up and strong enough to get over it and then move on." "So you want him to preserve the image of a noble grandma?" Asher asked with one of his brows raised. Grace gave a side glance at him and said, "If that is what it takes to let him have a normal life, even if it might seem hypocritical of me, who would have ever known a retired hunter like me would end up accepting a deal from a demon? My parents must be rolling in their graves." Asher chuckled hearing her words and said, "There is no shame in doing so to even the odds. The world isn't fair, and I am sure you know that very well." Grace squinted her eyes with a subtle grin upon hearing his words. "I suppose a demon like you knows it best." Grace finished writing her letter, and then to Asher's surprise, she took out a small, intricately designed necklace from the drawer and placed it on the table. Its silver chain glinted in the dim light of the room. She held it up to the light, examining it closely, and smiled at the memories it brought back. "Don't tell me you are planning to look pretty for killing people?" Asher asked with a subtle scoff. Grace chuckled. "You have such a sense of humor, don't you? This is a family heirloom passed down to me by my parents. It's a charm that distorts energy signatures, making it difficult for anyone to sense the strength of the person wearing it." Asher's brows pulled together. "And you are planning to use it to prevent anyone from sensing the demonic mana inside you?" he said, more as a statement than a question. He knew that even if Grace signed a legendary grade contract, it would only help prevent detection from hunters weaker than level 11. Surely, that won't help her avoid detection when going into a prominent tier guild which has a number of exorcists. Grace nodded. Yes, I am going to modify it so that it will distort the demonic mana inside me and make it appear like it doesn't exist. No one in that guild will be able to sense that I am corrupted until it's too late, she said with a menacing smile. Good, I guess having exorcists as your parents can come in handy in many ways, Asher commented with a smile, though he wondered if her straightforward plan was going to work and whether she would succeed. He now realized how it felt to interact with another daredevil. A broken bar. The Blade of Brotherhood's guild building was located in the heart of the city, a towering structure of steel and stone that was considered a landmark. On the outside, it had high walls manned by armed guards. Inside, the guild building was a hive of activity, with members bustling about their duties. The sounds of weapons clashing and armor clanking echoed through the halls as the members sparred in the training halls, while some of the halls were relatively silent where the members were discussing and planning for their quests. There were also various exorcists holed up in their training rooms, perfecting their exorcism techniques. The air was thick with the scent of magic and adrenaline. Every floor in this building was bustling with people and various activities. Only the topmost floor was relatively quiet, silent, with only very few people present. On this floor, a middle-aged man with short, dark hair that was just beginning to gray at the temples was standing near the large windows of his well-lit office, surrounded by the trappings of his success. The room was decorated with various trophies, certificates, weapons, and armor from his many battles, and a faint scent of leather and steel hung in the air. At 6.5 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a chiseled jaw, Gary exuded a commanding presence while gazing out at the bustling streets below. A man like him was well renowned and respected in this city for his power and success by coming from nothing, and he was none other than Gary Wesman, the owner of this guild. The door to Gary's spacious office creaked open, and in walked a young man with a calculating look in his eyes, just like his father's. Who could it be other than the son of the guild's owner, Tristan Wesman, who stepped into the room with a confident smile. Tristan was a tall, lean man with sharp features and cold black eyes. His hair was dark and styled neatly, and he wore a black leather jacket over a crisp white shirt, the collar of which was popped up. As he approached his father's desk, he gave a small nod of greeting. "Father, you wanted to see me regarding that deal?" Gary turned around and looked at Tristan with a small smile hanging on his lips. "Have you completed all the preparations for going to the Hunter Academy?" he asked, his voice deep yet carrying a hint of pride. Tristan nodded confidently. "Of course, Father. I also took care of Remy." What a moron he is. He really thought he could join the academy along with Isabella and me just to keep an eye on us. But I planned things so that he would overhear me and run towards Isabella, only to see how she didn't even believe him. He has no support now and has officially hit rock bottom. He is all yours now, Father. Gary's smile widened as he sat on his chair and leaned back. "Good job, my son. I couldn't be more proud of you. Remy has enough potential to become an S-rank hunter in the future, just like his forefathers. His grandmother would have also become one if not for getting injured and deciding to retire early to raise her son. Fortunately, it all worked in our favor. Now that Remy is a slave to my guild, within a couple of years, I can grow my guild to the next level with his help and the others." Tristan's lips twisted into a cold smirk. "You are really a genius, Father. You single-handedly brought down the Eleanor family and swallowed all their wealth and power. I don't think anybody else could have brought down an elite family like that and even made their only descendant succumb to you." Gary nodded with a proud smile and said, "It is all thanks to Grace's son for being a fool, but his wife a broken bar." Gary's eyes hardened as he continued, "She was even more foolish for sticking with him. If only she had chosen differently." A broken bar. Gary's voice had a hint of bitterness as certain memories flashed in his mind. "Father, it was that woman's loss. I am sure you had plenty of fun with better women," Tristan said with a shrug. No, a broken bar. She was special in a way you won't understand now. I am sure you would also find someone like that one day, Gary said with an absent look. Tristan raised one of his brows, not expecting his father to be still attached to a dead woman, and said, "Probably, but till then, I am going to have my fun with Isabella." He then furrowed his brows and asked, "But one thing I don't get, why did you not do anything about Remy's grandmother since you took care of the rest? If Remy didn't have her, it would have been easier to pull him in earlier." Gary's pupils subtly shook as he looked at his son. "Way before you and I were born and when Grace was at her prime, there was a saying every single person in our country and people around the world knew, 'Beware the storm that ignites, for its wrath spares no one who provokes it.' Everybody knew this saying stood true for only one persona, Broken Bar Firestorm Huntress. That was her alias. I still remember the seniors around me when I was a kid, talking about her in awe and fear even after she retired." Tristan furrowed his brows, hearing his words, while his father added, "People used to say that she was a storm in human form, a force of nature that couldn't be tamed or controlled, and anyone who dared to provoke her, well, they would be reduced to oblivion before they could do anything." Tristan shrugged and asked with a confused look, "I don't get it. If she was that powerful, why did you do it despite knowing all this?" Gary scoffed as he stroked the edge of his table. "I was a baby when she retired for good. The serious injuries she suffered in her last quest also put her out of commission long enough for her to decide to retire forever and look after her only son, and by the time I grew up, she was nowhere as strong as she was during her younger days. It only became easier for me to trick her son and use the public to target the Eleanor family, with the public seeing me as a grieving and disappointed friend of her dead corrupt son. What can she possibly do to me even if she knows the truth? She was old at that time to be any threat." Tristan smiled with a subtle scoff as he said, "That's a brilliant move, but you still didn't say why you let her be." Gary stroked his sideburn as he said casually, "I just didn't want to take any risks no matter how small. I got what I wanted, and going after her will be a waste of my time and effort. She is weak now, and a broken bar." Gary's eyes subtly rippled as he shook his head and added, "She is old enough to end up in a coffin any day soon." He then looked at Tristan and said, "You should go to the hangar and make sure the deal goes smoothly. It is a very important deal and I am giving you this responsibility so that you can get an idea of how I do things. You are a big guy now, and everything I built will be yours one day, so I want to prepare you for it. You know how hard it was for me to build everything, right?" Tristan nodded with a serious look as he nodded, "I understand, Father. You can have faith in me without any worries. I will make sure the deal goes smoothly. But I was wondering, a broken bar, how did you end up making a connection with the big shot who reserved 2 seats at the Hunter Academy for Isabella and me? Knowing him, I thought people like him wouldn't mingle themselves with any guild below legendary tiers." Gary subtly smirked and said, "Let's just say I happened to get lucky to have the right connections and our guild is prepared to do things other lofty guilds won't. This is why I always tell you to never stop forming connections with those who can bring some sort of benefit to you, no matter how small, and not be shy to do whatever it takes." Tristan could see that his father didn't want to reveal more details, but he didn't mind since he knew his father would tell him things at the right time. "I know, Father, you always tell me that. I will see you right after I close the deal," Tristan said with a thumbs up as he turned around and left. A broken bar. An hour later, an old woman wearing a long, plain white dress that hung loosely around her thin frame entered the building of the Blade of Brotherhood Guild. She held her brown walking stick tightly as she walked in with a slight limp. The guards, who stood at the entrance of the building, looked at her skeptically as she approached. "State your purpose," one of the guards barked, his eyes scanning her from head to toe. Grace looked up at the guard, her brown eyes shining with a hint of amusement. "I am here to see my old friend, Gary Wesman, or am I at the wrong building?" she asked with a chuckle, her voice gentle but firm. The guard narrowed his eyes, still unsure. "What's your name?" Grace smiled. "He knows me as Grace. I am sure he must remember this name unless I am expecting too much from such a big man." The guard typed something into his tablet and then looked at Grace. "Wait here," he curtly said, feeling that this was probably another demented old person who usually tries to enter the building and steal something. Grace leaned on her walking stick, her eyes wandering around the building's entrance. After a few minutes, one of the receptionists came forward, her eyes fixed on Grace. "Hello, Mom, please come in. The guildmaster is expecting you." She gestured at Grace to walk in through the scanner ahead. Grace simply nodded as she walked in through the scanner. Beep. A single beep sound echoed, but that was the end of it. "Please follow me," the receptionist said with a smile. Grace hobbled along behind the young woman, her walking stick tapping against the tiled floor. Finally, they arrived at the door with the nameplate Gary Wesman, Guildmaster. A minute or two ago, Gary was still in his office, his eyes scanning the computer in front of him while using his tablets simultaneously. Ring. He squinted his eyes upon hearing his landline suddenly ringing and picked it up. "Yes," one of his employees spoke on the other end. "Sir, a woman named Grace says she wants to meet you. She is quite old and says she is an old friend of yours. Should I let her in?" "Grace?" Gary mumbled with a confused and taut look as he wasn't expecting her to come here just like that. He took in a deep breath, and after some hesitation, he said, "Of course, let her in." Gary rubbed his sideburns, wondering why she was here. The last time he met her was when he went to her son's funeral, but he still couldn't shake off the look she gave him that day, making him still wonder if she knew anything. He kept trying to think of various reasons she could be here but figured he shouldn't overthink it. It was not like it would matter to him. There was nothing she could do anyway. Knock. "Come in, please," Gary said as he got up from his chair. "Auntie Grace, it's so good to see you," Gary said with a forced welcoming smile, standing up from his desk the moment he saw Grace limping in. Seeing how frail and weak she seemed, Gary felt whatever tension he had before in his chest dissipate. "Please, have a seat. Can I offer you some tea or coffee?" Gary asked as he walked forward, extended his hand, and gestured towards one of the comfy seats. Grace gave a greeting smile and said, "No, thank you, Gary, but you're looking as slimy as ever, even after all these years." Gary gave an awkward chuckle. Always with the jokes like old times. "What brings you here today?" Grace leaned on her walking stick as she walked past him and towards the large windows. "Oh, just thought I'd drop by and say hello to my late son's only friend. I know you are a very busy man as the guildmaster of this guild, but I am becoming older by the day and thought now would be a perfect time to catch up before it's too late." Gary's face twitched with discomfort, but he maintained his friendly smile as he sat down and looked at her back as he said, "Of course, Auntie Grace, it's always a pleasure to see you. Forgive me if it seemed like I was distant for all these years, but the truth is that I barely get a minute for myself because of managing my guild and everything. I never thought my life could be so hectic." Grace gazed out the windows as she waved her hand casually. "Don't worry about it, silly boy. It must have taken a lot of hard work and money to build this guild from nothing, right?" Gary's eyes narrowed at Grace's casual remark, and he shifted uncomfortably in his seat. His fingers drummed restlessly on the arm of his chair as he replied, "Yes, it did require a lot of hard work and money, but I would say luck also played a huge factor." "Oh, that must be it." Grace nodded as if she realized something and added in a honeyed voice but with a tinge of steel, "You know, Gary, I always thought it was strange how quickly you were able to build your guild despite being young and having nothing to your name, but now that you said it, it seems Lady Luck was really on your side." She chuckled softly, her back still turned towards Gary. Gary's jaw tightened, but he maintained his smile as he said, "Yes, luck does have a way of favoring the bold. Not that I am trying to brag. I had to make some bold decisions and huge risks to get where I am," he replied smoothly, though his eyes flickered with unease. Grace's smile widened, revealing her wrinkles even more. "Oh, I completely agree, but sometimes, luck has a way of running out." Gary's eyes briefly twitched upon seeing the vague reflection of her wide smile on the window. Previously, when Grace first entered his office and saw how frail she was, He laughed at himself for getting a bit spooked when he first heard she was coming here. But now, her presence in this room and her words were making him feel like something was amiss, and he didn't know why he was feeling like this. His mind raced as he tried to decipher her words. "Luck can run out." "Yes," he replied carefully, "but one can always take steps to ensure it doesn't." Grace let out a long, soft sigh. "Oh, I know you're always one step ahead, Gary. Maybe if only my son learned that from you, he could have been alive now, don't you think?" Gary cleared his throat and said in an apologetic tone, "I'm really sorry, Auntie Grace. Not a day goes by where I wish I could have helped him in time. It still pains me to this day." Grace nodded with a sad sigh. "It must be quite painful for you. You have been friends with him since he was 8 years old. I still remember him inviting you to my mansion the first time I saw you two together. He even wanted me to adopt you as his brother. What a silly kid my son was," Grace said with a head shake and added, "He was the kind of person who would give away his entire wealth and power for his brother if he really had one." Gary felt a nagging feeling continuing to grow within him the more she talked. He had not expected her to bring up her son's death so casually, but it seemed like she was reminiscing old memories, but he couldn't shake off the feeling that Grace knew more than she was letting on. Still, he wasn't completely sure, and so he forced a sad smile as he said, "Yes, he was a kind soul who can never be replaced. I still remember the time when he helped me through a rough patch. It was a good thing he found the right woman to marry him. Emily was the best daughter-in-law I could ask for, pretty, intelligent, smart, and a loving wife to my son. She was the voice of reason for him. She had warned him about certain things, but my son's kindness influenced her too much for her own good. You knew her quite well too, right? All of you were in the same squad after all," Grace said, her voice wistful yet firm. Gary's heart rate increased at the mention of Emily. What happened with her was a dark secret that he had managed to keep hidden all these years and planned to keep it that way forever. He forced a sorrowful expression as he said, "Yes, Emily was a wonderful person. I miss her too, just like I miss Dorian. It was a tragedy what happened to such good people, but I always remember the good times I shared with them," Gary said, hoping to change the topic. Grace nodded as if she was lost in thought and said in a calm and measured voice, "Only the good times? What about the bad times? Do you happen to remember them?" Gary felt his heart sink as he asked with an awkward chuckle, I am not sure." Grace's grin widened as she interrupted him. "It's just that I am an old woman with a bad memory, so sometimes I forget things, and I was hoping you could rekindle my memories." Gary inwardly frowned. What did she forget? What does she remember? He decided to play it safe. "I am sorry, but if you are talking about the wrong choices they made in the end and the whole demon cult thing, I don't remember much because I try not to. In my heart, those two are still my best friends. I had no idea where it all went wrong." Grace tilted her head with a surprised glint in her eyes. "Oh, you don't want to remember them? That's a surprise. I thought you would remember them as clear as day. After all, you must have been there when they made the wrong choices, right? Or am I remembering it wrong?" Gary loosened his tie, wondering why the air conditioner was not working properly, and said, "I am not sure what you mean by that, Grace. I only wanted to help them in any way I could, but it was too late when I knew everything. Even if I was close to them, I had no idea about the secrets they kept. I feel like I had let them down as a friend." Grace's voice turned sympathetic as she said, "Oh, I see. It must have been difficult for you to live with the guilt of not being able to save them. But don't worry, Gary. You can't be blamed. We all have secrets we want to keep hidden, but maybe it's time you spilled your secrets in the open so that you can put your burdens to rest forever." Gary held his breath for a moment, wondering what she was onto. He unbuttoned his sleeves as his wrists were getting sweaty and put on a fake smile as he said, "I am not sure what you mean, Auntie Grace. I am not a man of secrets." Grace's expression remained friendly, but her words carried a warning tone. "Oh, I think we all have secrets, Gary. Some are more sinister than others, and sometimes, such secrets can come back to haunt us." Gary gritted his teeth as he realized that Grace was playing games with him. She must know what really happened, but he didn't care, since even if she knew, it was not like she could do anything about it. However, he also didn't want to keep listening to this and said in a semi-icy tone, "I would love to chat with you longer, but unfortunately, I have a meeting to attend. I hope you won't mind." Grace still had a friendly smile hanging on her lips, though her eyes glinted with something dangerous. "Why the rush, Gary? You have been able to run from your secrets all these years, but now there is nowhere else to run." As she said the final sentence, her voice turned eerily cold and dripped with power, making Gary feel a chill run down his spine. But he shook away this feeling and said in a tone of annoyance, "I want you to leave now. I won't keep listening to Thesa." Gary suddenly swallowed his words as his eyes widened upon seeing hot vapors sizzling off from Grace's body. He watched with widened eyes as her appearance slowly began to shift before his eyes. It was as if she was shedding her old body like a snake shedding its skin. Her age spots vanished, her wrinkles began to fade, her skin became smoother and tighter, and her body grew leaner and more athletic. However, one of the most noticeable changes was how her drooping breasts began to regain their mass and became bigger and firmer until a large pair of soft mounds were stretching her dress forward, revealing a tempting cleavage. Her once wrinkled face was now smooth and radiant, and her almond-shaped brown eyes sparkling with vigor. Her previously silver-white thin hair began to change shade until it became a vibrant color of vermilion and more voluminous, making them cascade down her waist in fiery red waves. Her eyes glowed with a dark green light briefly, after which faint dark vermilion lines ran across her face. Grace exhaled as she basked in the feeling of youth and power which she thought she would never feel again. She knew she was still not at her peak, but she remembered again how good it felt to hold so much power and slowly turned around with a cold grin. "You still think you could make it in time for the meeting? I am afraid hell is expecting you first." Gary had his jaw slack upon seeing this sizzling hot beauty with sharp features, piercing brown eyes, and a suffocating, powerful aura that made him feel like he was standing in the middle of a scorching storm. She was looking exactly how she looked during her 40s, right around the time her son was born, but her words made his scalp numb and his heart thud against his chest. He was profusely sweating before he realized it, but he quickly gathered his thoughts and tried to slam the button under the table to sound the alarm. Arg! To his horror, the button suddenly became red hot, making him retract his hand with a grimace after getting stung by the heat. Grace's eyes locked onto Gary's with a malicious smile as she raised her walking stick and pointed at him. "You won't be needing company, little Gary. You are going to suffer 10 times the pain my Dorian and Emily suffered, but not before I burn everything you love and possess until your soul succumbs to eternal agony." The atmosphere in the area seemed to darken and burn as her words, heavy with malevolence, reverberated through the air. The Damned Demon. Chapter 151. Fury of the Storm. Gary's heart thundered in his chest, and sweat cascaded down his forehead like a waterfall. He had never witnessed such a malevolent side of Grace, and her venomous words carved into his very being. Her face with ominous dark streaks looked like she was a demoness in a human's body. He scuffed his feet against the floor, pushing his chair away from the transformed Grace. "Why, you made a pact with a demon?" Gary stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the sinister, dark vermilion lines that wove their way across her face and skin. The thought of someone like her making such a deal baffled him. Was he hallucinating? Grace's eyes gleamed with malice, and a sinister smile played on her lips as she stalked toward him. "Oh, little Gary, the question you should be asking is how you'll fare once I'm through with you." His knees buckled as her words wrapped around him like a cold shroud. Her aura was suffocating, pulsing with a malevolent energy that seemed to drain the air from the room. Gary's office became a sweltering, unbearable furnace as though the sun itself had made a sudden appearance. Walls cracked from the heat, and the air thickened, making it increasingly difficult for him to breathe. The water dispenser began to hiss and spit steam as the water within reached a rapid boil. As Gary's surroundings deteriorated, fear gripped his heart, and he struggled to maintain his composure. His once familiar office had turned into a hellish landscape, with his tablet, the carpet beneath his feet, and even his chair radiating an otherworldly heat. He stumbled back, his face ashen and panicked. The wooden furniture blackened and crackled, the metal of his desk warped and bent under the immense heat. Glass windows shattered, showering the room with jagged shards and setting off alarms throughout the building. Gary's face drained of color as he continued to retreat, accidentally knocking over a flower pot. He was a B-rank hunter, but he knew he was no match for her. She not only had the power of flames and light, but she had the frightening power of will force, using her mind to project or throw her mana outwards, allowing her to move or manipulate objects. "Grace, please stop," he pleaded, his voice shaking. "Think about your grandson. He's in danger too if you do anything reckless. Please, let's talk about this calmly." He hoped his fellow hunters would soon come to his aid, buying him enough time to escape, but Grace seemed deaf to his pleas, her expression cold and unfeeling as she laughed, a chilling and mirthless sound. "Why would the world focus on Remy when they'll be busy crucifying you after I expose everything you and your guild did? You built everything you possess now over the corpse of my son, and now you will pay in blood as you choke on the ashes of your empire." The murderous intent in her voice made Gary's soul shudder. Instinctively, he tried to flee, but his feet were glued to the floor, his skin searing as if roasted alive. Ugh! The demonic heat was relentless, a fiery storm that seemed impossible to withstand. It was as through the very fires of hell had engulfed him. As the alarms blared, a group of hunters burst into Gary's office, weapons at the ready, but they recoiled at the sight of the vermilion-haired woman with demonic lines etched into her skin. The oppressive heat in the office forced them to retreat a step. Their eyes widened at the sight of their guildmaster kneeling before Grace, his hair clutched in her grasp. Though they didn't understand what was happening, they raised their weapons, pointing them at her. "Stand down and let our guildmaster go, or you won't be leaving this building alive." Despite their stern warning, their hands trembled. Grace smirked coldly, tilting her head. "I wouldn't be so quick to say that." The group of hunters frowned, but their eyes widened in terror as their weapons glowed red-hot and began to melt. Shit! Panicking, they dropped their weapons, but it was too late. The radiant mana within the weapons triggered a chain reaction, causing them to explode with a deafening boom. Boom! The hunters didn't even have a chance to scream as the combined explosions tore them apart, scattering their dismembered remains in all directions. Gary choked on his breath as he witnessed Grace effortlessly slaughter 5 peak C-rank hunters without even raising a finger. He had only seen old clips of her wielding her powers, but witnessing it firsthand crushed any hope he still harbored. Well, Grace murmured in a low, ominous voice, her gaze fixed on Gary. "Shall we start the party by destroying your precious guild first?" "No, please, I can compensate you." Gary grimaced, struggling to free himself from her vice-like grip, but she had already severed his mana circuit with her overwhelming power, leaving him with no choice but to beg. It had taken him over 20 years to build his guild, and its destruction would annihilate his legacy. Grace's eyes narrowed as she stared down at him. "Compensate me with the wealth you stole from my son? No, there's only one thing that will satisfy me, your complete and utter destruction. And I'm just getting started." Raising her right hand, the air around her shimmered with intense heat, and her long hair danced wildly. Her eyes blazed with a fierce, dark vermilion light as she unleashed one of her most formidable power, forging a massive orb of crackling, dark vermilion energy. "Grace, don't do it!" Gary screamed in horror, his face contorted in pain as the scorching heat bore down on him. He knew she was about to unleash her signature attack of the fury of the storm, but it was too late. Grace hurled the ball of dark vermilion light out of the office, and a boom! It detonated with a blinding flash, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that knocked everyone in the building off their feet. The orb expanded into a vast vortex of dark vermilion flames, emitting a blinding light and intense heat as it grew, consuming everything in its path and the melting metal and stone. As the floor beneath them shook, and the walls trembled, the hunters in the lower levels froze in terror, initially mistaking the catastrophe for an earthquake. Suddenly, the air grew unbearably hot, and panic seized them as they realized the true gravity of the situation. They scrambled for an escape, but the dark vermilion storm rapidly engulfed the building, trapping them inside. The heat was unbearable, and the flames consumed anything flammable. All the hunters tried to use their powers to break free, particularly those with control over water, but the force of the solar storm proved too powerful, rendering their efforts futile. To make matters worse, furniture and objects began to levitate and fly into the storm, adding to the chaos and destruction. Even some of the weaker hunters were sucked into the raging inferno as it continued to expand. The air thickened with the acrid stench of burning wood, plastic, and flesh, while the crackling flames drowned out all other noise. Those who still lived fought their way toward the fire exits, but it seemed as if the very air conspired against them. The storm licked at their heels, scorching their skin and incinerating them alive as it drew them in. Smoke billowed throughout the building, becoming so dense that they could barely see their hands in front of their faces. The heat was so intense that it made breathing nearly impossible. As the dark fiery storm raged on, the 50-story building began to collapse in on itself, sending debris and rubble flying in every direction. The reinforced concrete columns and beams crumbled, and the floors caved in. Horrifying screams and cries of those still alive echoed throughout the building, only to be drowned out by the cacophony of flames and destruction. Despair set in as they realized there was no escape. They were trapped with no way out. The screams of their comrades filled their ears as they were consumed by the flames, their bodies reduced to skeletons and then ashes. Within mere minutes, darkness prevailed as the dark fiery storm unleashed by Grace left nothing but a smoldering ruin behind. Gary, dragged outside of his own building by Grace, watched in horror as his beloved guild, the culmination of more than 20 years of dedication and hard work, crumbled to ashes before his eyes. The once towering and majestic structure was now nothing more than a pile of charred rubble and debris, still smoldering from the heat of her power. Never in his darkest nightmares had he envisioned such a day for his guild. He had recruited hundreds of hunters over 20 years, and now, most of them were nothing but ashes. All his wealth and power evaporated into ash and smoke within a matter of minutes. As if that wasn't enough, the catastrophe would only bury him further in crushing debt, especially considering the various dealings he had with dangerous and powerful parties. "I must say, your precious guild made for a lovely bonfire, little Gary. It warms me up good, but not as much as seeing your face while your legacy crumbles before you," Grace taunted with a cold, mocking smile, still gripping Gary's hair. Gary's anger and resentment towards Grace boiled over as he stared at the ruins of his guild. "Why, you demonic bitch, do you realize what you've done?" "You won't get away with this," he shouted, struggling to come to terms with the devastation that Grace had brought upon his guild. Slap, URGH, a thunderous sound echoed as Grace slapped Gary to the ground, making him cough out a mouthful of bloodied teeth while grimacing in pain. But her slap also reeled his mind back to reality, reminding him of the terror that her presence instilled. Grace hoisted him up by his hair, her voice cold and mocking as she whispered, "Oh, Gary, don't be so foolish. Save your energy because you're going to need it for what's about to happen next. One last stop in your pitiful life." Gary's eyes trembled in horror, dreading what this crazed woman had in store for him. A massive black truck made its way into a vast private jet hangar, dwarfed by sleek and expensive planes of various sizes and shapes. The atmosphere was electric with anticipation as a group of fully armed men in suits emerged from the truck. The last person to exit the truck was a young, tall, and lean man, his black eyes glinting with determination. He checked his watch, relieved to see that he had arrived early as planned. Tristan knew today wasn't a day for complacency since the deal he was about to complete could be one of the most pivotal moments in his life. "Make sure everything is in order. I don't want any mistakes happening today," Tristan ordered his men, who nodded firmly. There were around 20 men, all armed with mana-powered guns. They were all specially trained low-level B-rank hunters Gary had sent to protect his son. Since Tristan was his only child, Gary didn't want to take any chances, even if it was quite costly to keep all these trained men in his pocket. As Tristan and his men waited in the private jet hangar, the distant sound of engines could be heard approaching. The anticipation in the air was palpable, as everyone knew that the arrival of the jet signaled the start of a crucial transaction. The sound grew louder and louder until, finally, a sleek, black jet appeared on the horizon. It rapidly descended and smoothly touched down on the runway, its engines roaring as it decelerated. As the jet rolled into the hangar, Tristan's men remained on high alert, their hands resting on their weapons. Meanwhile, Tristan couldn't help but feel a sense of awe upon seeing such an opulent jet and, even more so, knowing who was inside. The jet was larger than any he had ever seen before, with a silver and black paint job that gleamed in the bright hangar lights. The door slowly hissed open, revealing a glimpse of the luxurious interior. Tristan stepped forward, his bodyguards flanking him closely. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes with a deal of this magnitude. He pasted a smile on his face, attempting to project confidence and friendliness as he awaited the presence of the man inside. Finally, the door of the jet opened wider as a tall, black-skinned imposing figure with sharp features and a stern expression emerged. He seemed as if he was in his 40s. Tristan swallowed hard, mentally steeling himself for the negotiations ahead, and gave a bow as he greeted, "Greetings, Mr. Samuel, I hope your journey went well. It must have been a bit tiring after all the work in Britain." Samuel couldn't help but feel humbled in the presence of this man, not because he was working for one of the most powerful men in the world, but because Samuel himself was an A-rank hunter. A-rank hunters were considered the cream of the crop, the elite among the elite. They were the rare few who had mastered their abilities to a level that seemed superhuman. There were only a few thousand of them in the world, and they were highly sought after by governments, organizations, and wealthy individuals alike. They were the ones who could command the highest pay, respect, and admiration, and the ones who were feared and respected by all who knew of their reputation. Each of them was worth a formidable army, and so it was quite an honor for Tristan to have a chance to interact with such a rare and awe-inspiring figure. He immediately and discreetly ordered his men to unload the special items in the truck. Samuel gave a slight hum as his sharp eyes quickly scanned his surroundings. He stood firm as a woman in a red jacket and pants emerged from behind him. Her expression was cold and serious as she walked ahead of Samuel and took out a handheld scanner. Tristan couldn't help but feel a tinge of unease upon seeing this woman and her scanner. The woman approached them with an air of confidence and purpose. The scanner emitted soft beeps as it passed over their bodies while Tristan held his breath and remained still. Tristan knew that this woman was probably checking if any one of them were compromised. Surely, big shots like them wouldn't take any chances. As the woman completed the scanning process, she stepped back and silently nodded at Samuel. Only after receiving her approval did Samuel begin descending the steps. He then looked over at Tristan and his men, a frown forming on his face as he saw they had yet to unload everything. Tristan noticed the frown on Samuel's face and offered a nervous smile as he said, "Apologies, sir, we're just finishing up the last bit of preparations." "And yeah?" Samuel's expression remained unchanged as he raised a hand, stopping Tristan mid-sentence. "I don't have time for apologies. Is everything ready as per our agreement?" Tristan nodded quickly, his eyes darting around the hangar as he spoke. "Yes, sir, everything is in order," Tristan said, trying to keep his voice steady. "Very well, let me take a look at the goods first," Samuel said with crossed arms. Tristan clapped his hands, signaling his men to hurry. He was finding it hard to calm down his nervous nerves since the pressure of handling this deal was way more than he expected. His men immediately emerged from the truck, pulling out 5 young girls who were chained together. They all appeared to be teenagers, not even adults, dressed in black clothes. Their faces were twisted in terror. Thick tape sealed their mouths, making it impossible for them to speak or scream for help, and their eyes blindfolded, robbing them of their vision. Even though their eyes were blindfolded, one could notice how their cheeks were red and glistening with the aftermath of their tears. They just had no energy to shed tears anymore. They flinched and shuddered as they were dragged outside, visibly disoriented and frightened by the sudden change in their surroundings. Tristan looked at them with a cold smile, displaying no concern for their well-being. "Get them over here already," he barked in order at his men as they dragged the 5 young girls towards him. The 5 girls trembled and whimpered as they were brought before Samuel and Tristan. "Kyla," Samuel uttered her name as the woman in the red jacket scanned each of the young girls with her handheld device before nodding at him silently. Tristan felt relief wash over him as she found no issues with the girls, and he said with an enthusiastic smile, "As agreed, we have hand-picked these 5 beautiful virgins from Japan. Each of them possesses metamagic pathways in their mana circuit, as requested. It was challenging to sneak them here, but as usual, we managed to deliver. I'm sure they'll serve their purpose perfectly. Next time, we can even procure some from India if the big boss prefers." Samuel's expression remained stoic as he gave a firm nod. "I will let you know when it's necessary." He then took out a black metal card from his pocket and handed it to Tristan. "Here are 50,000 mana shards as agreed." Tristan's eyes sparkled as he immediately bowed and accepted the black metal card with both hands. "Thank you, sir. I am glad we were able to complete this deal and hope to do business again with you." Tristan felt quite proud that he managed to close this deal without any issues and couldn't wait to brag about it to his father. Kyla was about to drag the 5 young girls into the aircraft but tape a broken bar tap. Suddenly, a slow tapping sound echoed from the entrance of the hangar. Everyone inside became alert as they twisted their necks around to see who it was, but they were baffled upon seeing a limping old woman with a walking stick. She looked as if she would die from just a simple push. "Oh heavens, I thought I was going to a mortuary, but it appears I've stumbled upon some sort of far broken bar gathering." Grace awkwardly chuckled as if she had lost her way. Samuel frowned as he asked Tristan in a severe voice, "Who is she, and how did she get in?" "I thought I made it quite clear that I don't want to entertain any outside parties." Tristan was confused and shocked to see Remy's grandmother here. It just didn't make sense how she was here and why. He had even stationed some men outside to make sure nobody would interrupt this deal, making it even more bizarre how Grace got here. But hearing Samuel's irritated voice, he cleared his throat and apologetically said, "Please, sir, I really have no idea how this beggar lady got in. I will get rid of her right away." "Oh my, Tristan, how could you be so cruel after being friends with my grandson? I even had a friendly chat with your father this morning." Grace gasped with a shocked look as she placed her hand on her chest. Samuel furrowed his brows as he glared at Tristan. Tristan broke into a cold sweat as he didn't want Samuel to think he was associated with this woman. What if Samuel thinks he was trying to set him up or something? And so he shouted with a dark expression, "Shut up, you delusional hag. I don't even know who the hell you are. Will you just shoot her already?" He barked at one of his men standing behind who immediately came forward and aimed his rifle at the old woman, targeting her head. Grace stood in the same spot, seemingly oblivious to the danger she was in. Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot echoed through the hangar, and the bullet streaked towards Grace's head. But just as the bullet was about to hit her, something extraordinary happened. Her eyes briefly glowed with an eerie dark green light, and the bullet froze in midair, just a few inches from her head. Tristan and his men looked on in disbelief as Grace's body began to glow with a dark vermilion light. They couldn't believe their eyes as she began to transform right before them, her wrinkled skin smoothing out and her once white hair becoming silky and darkening to a vermilion color. Her limbs grew stronger and more defined, her posture straightening out until she stood 6 feet tall and proud in the center of the hangar. She appeared even younger and more beautiful than when she was at Gary's guild. Grace plucked the bullet from before her head with her hands. "You missed, little one. How disappointing, just like your father." "Want me to show you how it's done?" she asked, her voice cold and threatening. Tristan was shocked and panicked, his eyes widening in disbelief. What a broken bar, what the hell? How could he not be upon seeing Remy's grandmother, who was at least 90 years old, suddenly becoming younger until she looked like she was in her early 30s. She looked so beautiful but frightening at the same time. Her aura was also completely different and overwhelming, making him feel a sense of dread he had never felt before, especially upon seeing the dark, eerie light in her eyes. He watched with horror as he saw the dark vermilion lines running across her skin. He could tell that she was corrupted and was probably here to kill him. Fear began to seep into every nerve of his body as he immediately ordered his men, "Kill her, now." Samuel, too, was taken aback by her sudden transformation. His expression became grim as he murmured under his breath, "Firestorm Huntress," but he quickly regained his composure and ordered Kyla, "Prepare the jet to leave, now." The atmosphere in the hangar had shifted to one of tension and chaos as every one of Tristan's men stepped forward with their rifles and began to shoot at Grace. Dozens and dozens of bullets shining with the light of mana zoomed through the air at indescribable speeds. It was quite obvious these bullets were not ordinary at all but carried the power of low-level B-rank hunters. However, all of the expressions fell when Grace stood in the same spot and simply raised her hand, making the bullets stop in midair, hovering in place. Tristan's men stopped shooting as they lost strength in their fingers upon seeing this sight. A dark smile crossed Grace's face as she closed her hand into a fist, causing the bullets to turn red-hot and slowly rotate in midair like a deadly swarm of bees ready to attack. Tristan and his men stumbled back, fear and disbelief etched onto their faces upon seeing those red-hot bullets facing them. They had already realized they were no match for this powerful woman who stopped all those bullets with a mere flick of her wrist. "That is not the way to greet a lady, boys," she said in a cold and sarcastic tone. "Let me give you all a warm welcome." Saying so, with a flick of her palm, she released the bullets and watched as they cut through the air at insane speeds, shooting back towards Tristan's men. Tristan shut his eyes close in terror, thinking he was dead meat. But all he heard was the sound of those bullets tearing through the armor and flesh of his men like hot knives through butter, making them let out howls of misery. They all fell to the ground, writhing in agony, though their screams died soon after. Tristan's teeth were chattering, and his body was frozen in fear after hearing all those chilling sounds. He still wondered if he was dead or not, making his legs shiver, but he slowly opened his trembling eyes, only to have them widen in terror upon seeing the lifeless bodies of his men littered around the hangar floor. Blood seeped from their wounds, staining the concrete with a dark crimson hue. "Feeling lucky, little boy?" Grace asked with a chuckle as she began to slowly walk forward, her long vermilion hair dancing gracefully in the air as the fans of the jet began to spin. Tristan's breath caught in his throat, and he stumbled back as he saw her walking forward. He flailed his hands as he said, "Please, he broken bar, don't kill me." Samuel had no plans to stay and deal with this mess as he discreetly ordered his men to take those 5 girls inside, and just as he was about to climb up the steps into his jet, Grace's sarcastic voice echoed behind him, "Leaving the party already?" Samuel frowned, feeling a sense of unease as he turned to face her and said, "We have no business with each other, Huntress. I don't want to fight you." Grace's lips twisted into a sneer. "You should feel that way because you're going to die, whether you want to fight or not." Her cold and sardonic tone sent chills down Samuel's spine. Samuel's tone turned harsh and angry as he warned her, "Don't do anything stupid. You have no idea who I am working for. If you cross me and create trouble for us, you'll be a dead woman. I am giving you this warning out of respect for a senior." Grace let out a cold chuckle and said, "Don't be so coy, Junior. I am a dying old woman. Do you really think I care about death at this point? All that matters to me is that reaping your soul is going to be quite useful for me, but the fact that you are connected to Gary and his guild motivates me even more." Tristan watched nervously as Grace threatened Samuel, but the bulb in his head turned on as he decided to use this distraction to slip away unnoticed and call his father. However, before he could make a move, Grace snapped her fingers together without even looking in his direction, and what followed was the sound of a loud crackle coming off from Tristan's ankle. "Arg!" Tristan howled with a grimace as he felt a searing pain in his ankle and stumbled to the ground, clutching his injured ankle. He took a look, only to be horrified to see that it had twisted unnaturally to the side. His heart pounded against his chest, stricken with fear upon realizing how terrifying Grace was. "Kyla, deal with her," Samuel ordered as Kyla stepped out of the jet. He knew she would die, but since she was a peak B rank hunter, She would buy him enough time to get out of here. Kyla took a deep breath with a hint of hesitation etched on her face, but she clenched her fists and jumped down. Her feet perfectly landed on the ground, and as she stepped forward, the wind around her began to pick up and swirl. She waved her arms in the air as she sent a powerful gust of wind towards Grace, tearing the air apart as it traveled forward. The concrete under the gust got torn off and blasted in different directions as it headed toward Grace. Grace stood her ground, and with a casual flick of the wrist, she sent a wave of fire toward Kyla. The wind and flames clashed together in the fiery display of power, but Grace's flames easily overwhelmed Kyla's wind. But by that time, Kyla had got close to Grace, her entire body briefly glowing, a sign of her using her enhancement magic to enhance her physician abilities. She immediately threw a flurry of punches and kicks at Grace, trying to prevent her from getting any time to focus to use her powerful abilities. Her punches and kicks were imbued with the power of the wind, and with each strike, the air crackled and sparked. However, Grace effortlessly deflected her attacks by using only one hand while using her other hand to concentrate fiery light energy. Kyla noticed Grace was charging her powers to use a spell, and so she let her fist charge forward, her wind magic enhancing her speed and power. She aimed a powerful punch at Grace's face, but Grace's palm moved with lightning speed and deflected it. Without missing a beat, Grace concentrated her fiery light energy and released a blinding flash of light. "Ugh!" Kyla screamed as her eyes were blinded by the blinding flash of light, searing her eyeballs and making her stagger back. Grace immediately took a step forward and grabbed Kyla's face with one hand. The moment her palm touched Kyla's skin, her head began to heat up rapidly. "Ah!" Kyla let out a blood-curdling scream as the intense heat burned through her skin, her muscles, and her skull. She tried to resist as she grabbed Grace's arm, but the heat was too much to bear, making her unable to focus on fighting back. However, within the next 2 seconds, her screams died, and her arms went limp. Her skin burned away, revealing her charred black skull, and the next moment even her skull turned into ashes. Grace flicked off the ash in her hands as Kyla's headless body fell to the ground. Tristan's expression paled, seeing how Grace easily and brutally killed a peak B rank hunter. She made it seem like Kyla was nothing before her, which was shocking since it was not something every A rank hunter could do. At least it would take more effort for them to bring down a peak B rank hunter, unlike how Grace made it seem like she was toying with a kid. He was beginning to realize why his father still seemed a bit wary of her. However, he was still holding out hope that Samuel could kill her. He was a mid-level A-rank hunter and not one to be messed with. Grace turned her attention toward the huge black jet. She raised both her hands, focusing all her energy on it. Dark vermilion lines cracked across her face even more as she began to heat up the jet from the middle from afar. The heat radiating from the metal of the jet was so intense that it seemed to distort the air around it. The sound of metal being heated up and warped under the intense heat was deafening. The midsection of the jet began to glow red hot, making it buckle and bend. Grace furrowed her brows, and with a loud shout, she summoned a blast of will force energy to split the jet apart in the middle. Tristan's breath froze as he watched the jet slowly begin to split apart from the middle, the metal twisting and bending, glowing red hot. A deafening roar of metal getting blasted away echoed in the hangar as the jet got split in half completely before the two halves were sent hurtling in different directions, crashing out of the hangar. Just a minute or two ago, Samuel, who was inside the jet, was activating his teleportation chamber, which would directly send him to a safe place, but it needed some time to charge, and he felt Kyla would buy him enough time to use this. However, suddenly he felt the jet lurch and shake beneath him as he saw, with furrowed brows, how the jet began to split apart in the middle. He tried to maintain his balance as the plane shuddered and broke apart around him, but his eyes widened when he felt the floor beneath him slip backward. He grunted in frustration and decided to jump out, realizing there was no other choice. If only he had got a minute more, he could have teleported from here, even if it would have cost him a bit. He leapt out of the doomed plane, feeling the rush of wind in his face as he landed on the ground below. He turned around to face Grace, his eyes burning with anger and uneasiness. "You will regret forcing me into this situation," he snarled as he lifted his leg and brought it down with a loud thud, causing the ground to tremble beneath his feet. As he stomped his foot, a surge of energy shot through the earth, causing the concrete to rise up and cover his body like a second skin. The concrete molded itself into a powerful armor, covering every inch of his body and forming sharp, jagged spikes all over. Samuel let out a deep growl as he flexed his arms, feeling the power of the earth coursing through him as a brown light emanated from his body. "You may have been stronger in the past, but now I am going to bury you under the earth," Samuel said in a deep, threatening voice as his eyes glinted with killing intent. The scent of fuel and the hum of the distant flaming engines permeated the air. The cold steel of the broken jet surrounded them, casting eerie shadows on the concrete floor. Grace smirked upon hearing his words and said, "Well, that's a fancy suit of armor you got there, kiddo," she taunted, her dark vermilion flames flickering around her, "but that is not going to help you survive me." "We'll see about that." Samuel gritted his teeth, his stoic demeanor giving way to frustration, and charged towards Grace, each of his step causing the ground to shake. Grace hurled a blazing ball of fire towards Samuel, causing the battle to begin with a sudden explosion of energy. Samuel barely managed to deflect her fireball with a ball of earth, making him feel surprised how even her casual attack seemed stronger than he expected. But he didn't even get the time to think much when Grace followed up by launching a barrage of will force-enhanced flaming projectiles, each one guided by her powerful mind to exploit any weakness in Samuel's rock-hard defenses. Samuel used his rock-hard arms to strike down most of the flaming projectiles, but not without having some of his earthen armor blasted away to bits, making him stagger back. Struggling to keep up, Samuel used the concrete underneath him to conjure up a pillar shining with blinding light and hurled it right towards Huntress. However, Grace nimbly dodged the attack and countered with a wave of will force, throwing him into the flaming debris of the jet. The ground shook upon the impact, a cascade of sparks and debris filling the air. Grace didn't even give him a second to breathe and continued her relentless assault, combining her flames and will force to create a fiery vortex that engulfed him. The heat was so intense that the hangar's metal beams began to twist and warp, and the concrete floor cracked beneath them. Ugh! Samuel clenched his jaw as his earthen armor began to crack and groan under the immense pressure, the spikes wilting under the scorching heat. Samuel felt cornered and outmatched, but he refused to go down without a fight. His eyes glowed with determination as he mustered every ounce of his strength towards his arms before slamming his hands together. Boom! A deafening shockwave rippled through the ground towards Grace. The concrete cracked and split, erupting into sharp, jagged spikes aimed directly at her. However, at the same time, some of those spikes impaled three of the chained young girls, who, unfortunately, were blindfolded and unable to take cover in time. The other two young girls shuddered, hearing the muffled, horrifying screams of the three girls that were kept captive together with them. Even if they didn't know each other's names, they had formed a silent companionship with each other while being held by these bad men, and so the two of them felt their hearts clench upon hearing the three of them die. Grace, who was busy controlling the vortex, was caught off guard but managed to narrowly evade the attack. Slish! However, one of the spikes grazed her arm, leaving a thin trail of blood behind. She coldly smiled as she glanced at the wound. "Not bad." Samuel ignored her sarcastic compliment and continued his offense, unleashing a barrage of earth-shattering fists, formed from the ground and infused with his light power, towards Huntress. The fists, glowing with a brilliant aura, soared through the air, threatening to pulverize Grace, but Grace spread her arms apart as she conjured a barrier made of will force, blocking all the fists and creating thunderous sounds upon every impact. The force behind each of the fists was so great cracks began to form on her barrier, but her lips formed a grin as she gathered her will force and deflected all the earthen fists toward a nearby fuel container. Boo-oo! A massive explosion shook the entire hangar as it engulfed Samuel, who happened to be near the fuel containers. UGH, Samuel grunted as he used his earthen arms to shield himself from the explosion but couldn't prevent himself from getting blasted to the other side before crashing on the concrete. His earthen armor began to crumble, revealing his sweat-soaked face and the fear in his eyes. The overwhelming heat and the relentless assault of Huntress made him realize he was outmatched. He knew she was 3 levels stronger than him, but he felt like he was fighting an S-rank hunter. Otherwise, the fight wouldn't seem so one-sided. But in a desperate attempt to counterattack, Samuel gathered the last of his strength to launch shards of earth with blinding light towards Huntress. However, Grace was unfazed upon seeing his desperate attempt. With just a flick of her hands, she blasted away the shards with her will force and unleashed a torrent of dark vermilion flames in response. The flames surged forward, wrapping around Samuel and constricting him like a fiery serpent. His earthen armor disintegrated, offering no protection against the searing heat, making him scream in agony. The air around him sizzled with the sheer intensity of Grace's attack. Samuel's heart raced as he realized the true extent of her power, a sinking feeling of dread settling in. "How a broken bar, how can you be this strong?" he gasped, fear and disbelief in his voice. Grace grinned, her eyes alight with scorn. "You didn't really think you could defeat someone who has been through hell? How easy your life must have been. You are just like a lamb to the slaughter." Samuel's face contorted in a mix of pain, frustration, and humiliation as her words burned him just as deeply as her attacks. He clenched his fists, his body trembling from the intense pain and the realization that death was imminent. In a feeble attempt to regain some semblance of dignity, he spat out with a grimace, "Enjoy your last breaths while you can. A broken bar, it's only a matter of time before a Samuel's words froze in his throat as he felt a searing pressure building within him, as if his very essence was being burned apart. His eyes were uncontrollably shaking in terror as he saw her cold and ruthless eyes while using her will force on him. "Before you go to hell?" With a final, merciless grin, Grace clapped her hands together. PLSHKKK, a soft yet resounding sound echoed in the hangar as her will force imploded within Samuel's body, tearing him apart in a brutal display of power. His dismembered body, now lifeless and disfigured, fell to the scorched concrete with a deafening thud. The hangar lay in ruins, a testament to the devastating battle that had just taken place. As the dust settled, Grace's eyes caught sight of the headless corpse of the woman in the red jacket and pants. With an interested glint in her eyes, she walked over, and as she walked over, dark vermilion flames erupted around the fabric of her clothes, burning them away. As the ashes of the fabric fell off her body and the flames died out, it revealed an invitingly curvaceous, naked figure. Her hourglass figure seemed to be well honed as if from years of strenuous training, and the 2 sumptuous mounds bestowed upon her chest was a sight that could scorch the throats of any man. As she sauntered over to the corpse, her plump, round buttocks jiggled in rhythm, and with a flick of the wrist, she removed the red apparel without even touching them. She donned them sensually, a warm embrace that hugged each contour of her body, and as she put on the glossy red jacket, she coyly tugged up the zipper until it revealed only a tantalizing glimpse of her perfect round breasts and captivating cleavage through the gap. Apparently, the material of the jacket clung to her slender figure like a second skin, and so she realized it became too tight for her if she pulled up the zipper even more. So she decided to leave it at that since she took quite a liking to this jacket. She then reached up, her slender fingers deftly gathering a section of her vibrant vermilion hair. With a practiced motion, she artfully draped it over one eye, partially obscuring her gaze with a seductive allure. The crimson strands framed her face in a captivating asymmetry, adding an air of enigma to her already mesmerizing presence. Since she got a second chance at feeling young and powerful, she wanted to go all the way and enjoy her old hairstyle as well. She then looked at the 2 chained, blindfolded girls who were kneeling on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had given up on running away, thinking it was hopeless, and it seemed as if they were begging for mercy. Grace let out a soft sigh upon seeing the corpses of the 3 girls not too far from these 2. Meanwhile, Tristan was still writhing on the cold, hard floor in pain and gasping in shock and horror upon seeing how she destroyed Samuel without even getting injured much. Samuel was a mid-level A-rank hunter, and he didn't even stand a chance. What kind of a monster was she? She was literally like a demoness on fire. She also effortlessly shattered any chance of his escape, leaving him in despair. The terror in his heart intensified as the image of Kyla and Samuel's brutal demise replayed in his mind. He couldn't help but shudder at the thought of suffering a similar fate. He saw her changing clothes in the middle of all this, making him wonder what kind of crazy she was. As for him, all he could do was desperately pray for someone or anyone to come to his aid, but the vast, empty hangar offered no solace, its eerie silence a stark reminder of his utter helplessness. But his expression froze as he saw her turn around and walk towards him. Her menacing smile sent chills down his spine, and the fear in his eyes was palpable. The sound of her footsteps echoed through the space, growing louder and more ominous with each step. He wondered if she was coming after him because Remy told her everything. Still, why would she put herself and Remy in danger by going to the extreme lengths of doing a deal with a demon? Even though he knew he couldn't escape her wrath, he clung to the vain hope that she might show him mercy. Auntie Gracie, a broken bar, please have mercy. A broken bar. I am sorry, I didn't recognize you earlier. A broken bar. Stopping before the injured young man, Grace looked down at him with scorn, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Such a convincing excuse, but don't you worry, dear Tristan. I am going to reunite you with your dear father right away. My father? Tristan knew her words seemed as if they were reassuring him, but her tone made his spine rattle. Grace strode confidently into a dimly lit corridor that was adorned with grotesque statues and symbols, the shadows cast by flickering torchlight only adding to the sinister atmosphere of this place. It wouldn't take two guesses for an ordinary person to recognize this place as an eerie secret hideout of a demonic cult. The cult members of this cult stepped forward to see who boldly dared to enter their place, ready to chop up the fool. Their appearances were frightening, their faces marked with strange symbols and grotesque piercings. Their dark clothing hung loosely from their thin frames, making them look even more menacing. However, the moment they saw the face of this vermilion-haired woman, her presence struck fear into their hearts as they quickly gave way. It was not as if they were seeing her for the first time today. They couldn't help but shudder thinking about what happened the first time she showed herself here today. However, their eyes sparkled upon seeing her dragging along a whimpering and injured young man who looked quite ripe. Tristan's eyes quivered in fear upon feeling the weird gazes from these creepy motherfuckers. He didn't expect Grace to drag him into the hideout of some freaky demonic cult. Does she know them or something? How long had she been corrupted by a demon? Whatever it was, he was literally peeing in his pants and too scared to even let out a whimper. Grace ignored these cult members as she made her way through the winding passages, the stench of fear and despair from Tristan only becoming stronger. Finally, she reached a dark hall, its walls lined with shackles and instruments of torture, making Tristan feel like his heart was stuck in his throat. However, his eyes widened when he found a middle-aged man being held captive in this oppressive chamber. Upon taking a closer look, it was his father. His once proud demeanor was now seemingly reduced to a shell of his former self. It was a pitiable sight even though he seemed alright on the outside except for a bloodied mouth. With a cold smile, Grace flung Tristan across the hall, his body crashing to the floor near his father, waking Gary up. Gary's eyes widened in shock and concern at the sight of his son, and despite his own pain and anguish, he immediately dragged himself over to Tristan, his fatherly instincts kicking in. Tristan. A broken bar. What have they done to you? Gary whispered, his voice crackling with emotion. He thought he had lost everything, but seeing his son again, instilled some energy inside him. Tristan, still reeling from the pain of his broken ankle and the shock of his present situation, managed to stammer, "Father, why a broken bar? Why are you here?" he gasped, relief mingling with fear and despair at their uncertain fate. If his father wasn't here, Tristan hoped that his father would bring help to free him, but now that his father was also here, all hopes of escape were crushed. Grace's eyes glinted with icy disdain as she looked down at the pitiful father-son duo. She crossed her arms and smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm and menace. "Oh, how touching. I hope you two enjoy your family reunion till it lasts." Her tone changed into a commanding tone as she called out, "Valmont, show yourself." A sudden hush fell over the chamber as the shadows at the far end of the hall began to shift. Out of the darkness emerged a tall, bulky bald man with strange markings etched into his skin. His limbs and torso were literally packed with bulging muscles. The intricate design sprawled across his face, twisting and turning like a sinister maze. His eyes were a piercing shade of gray, and they gleamed with malevolence. A twisted, unsettling smile revealed his yellow, crooked teeth. "Valmont?" Gary mumbled with quivering lips as he recognized who this man. He was known as Master Valmont, the cult leader of the infamous cult known as the Tormentors. The name literally would make anyone feel chills upon hearing it, and so did Gary upon realizing where he really was. He was knocked out when he was brought here, and when he woke up, he found himself in this empty, sinister-looking hall. However, the reason that terrified him the most was that he knew Valmont and his cult members had a special preference for men. Just a subtle and eerie side glance from Valmont was enough to make Gary's face pale. "Father a broken bar, you know him?" Tristan asked upon hearing his father mumble a name. However, his father seemed too out of it and wasn't responding. Valmont's black, flowing robes whispered around him as he stepped forward, accompanied by a retinue of loyal followers. All of his followers had their faces similarly marked and their gazes fixed upon Valmont with equal parts fear and devotion. As they moved in unison, their footsteps echoed ominously through the chamber, creating an eerie harmony with the distant, flickering torchlight. Upon reaching behind Grace, Valmont bowed low, his unsettling smile never leaving his face. "Lady Huntress, your presence graces our humble abode once more," he said, his voice a smooth, oily whisper that sent chills down the spines of Gary and Tristan. "How may I be of service to such a distinguished soul servant like you?" As Valmont finished his fawning greeting, Gary's terror reached its peak. The realization that Grace had somehow made Valmont and his people submit to her made his heart thud against his chest. Driven by a primal need to save himself and his son, Gary desperately decided to appease the merciless Huntress. With great effort, he dragged himself across the cold stone floor, leaving a trail of sweat in his wake. The rough surface scraped against his skin, but he was beyond caring. The cult members watched with a mix of ridicule and amusement upon looking at this once proud man reduced to a pitiful groveler. Finally, Gary reached Grace's feet, his body trembling from fear and despair. His eyes glistened with tears as he looked up at her, begging for mercy. "Please, he broken bar," he choked out, his voice hoarse and weak. "I beg you, a broken bar, forgive us. We'll do anything, anything you ask. Just a broken bar, let us leave this place right now." Grace's expression remained cold and impassive, her gaze locking onto Gary's pleading eyes. She let the silence hang for a moment, letting him squirm in desperation. Then, her lips curled into a cruel, icy smile as she responded, "Forgiveness? How amusing." My son desperately cried out for compassion and mercy, not for himself but for Emily. Her eyes glowed with a malevolent light as she added, "But you ignored his plea because of your twisted jealousy and obsession for her, and then you went on to rape her 3 times before killing her and my son. So now, as promised, I am going to make you feel the pain they suffered tenfold." Gary's face ashened as he looked up at her, the sound of his heartbeat thrashing in his ears. "Valmont, I am going to let you and your followers have a good time. Rape both of them 30 times and then make them watch each other while it happens," Grace said with a chilling smile, making Vermont nod with a sadistic smile. "Thank you for gracing us with such a favor. It is not every day we get to have fun with such handsome and healthy men." An icy wave of terror washed over both Gary and Tristan. Their faces turned ashen, and their hearts pounded violently in their chests, like caged animals desperate to break free. Tristan was terrified to the core and felt his blood running cold upon hearing Grace's words. His eyes widened in horror, darting between Grace, Valmont, and the sinister cult members who now surrounded them. Each twisted face, Each set of predatory eyes seemed to promise unspeakable torment. The impending doom sent shivers down his spine. No. A broken bar. Auntie Gracie, a broken bar. Please don't do this. I am sorry for everything. But please, he broken bar. D, don't leave me with them. A broken bar. Tristan began to cry as his breaths came in shallow, his body quivering uncontrollably as he tried to stifle the sobs that threatened to escape his lips. He had never cried like this before in his life. Gary was staring into space with a blank look. He seemed as if he was struggling to comprehend the gravity of his situation. He was at the top of the world for so long, and now all he felt was the cold, unforgiving grip of fear tightening around his throat. Regret and despair threatened to consume him, but they were drowned out by the all-encompassing terror that held him in its grasp. But feeling the hair-raising gazes of the cult members around him, he reeled in his thoughts and prostrated before her, smashing his forehead against the floor. Please, Grace. A broken bar. I know I have sinned, but it was all in the past. I am a changed man now. And a broken bar. Even if you have to punish me, why you can't go this far? Do you think Remy would want to see you like this? Grace's gaze remained dicey and unforgiving as she listened to his desperate plea. Remy wouldn't want to see me like this? You are right, but I am sure he isn't going to shed a tear upon hearing how a father and son duo were raped and killed by demonic cult members. It would sound like poetic justice to the world once the truth comes out, and Remy would finally have some peace. So, enjoy this inescapable nightmare with your son. No, Grace, please, just kill us now. A guttural cry of horror tore itself from Gary's throat. It was a sound that came from the very depths of his soul, a primal scream of anguish and despair that echoed through the chamber, reverberating off the cold, stone walls. He would rather die than go through this. However, his cry was like music to Grace as she turned around and began to walk away, ignoring his cries. Valmont stepped forward with an excited glint in his eyes and rubbed his hands together as he asked Grace, "Sorry to bother you with this, but since you mentioned you wanted them dead, any specific instructions, or is it up to our discretion? I am only asking if they happen to survive the enthusiasm of my men." Grace's lips curved into a demonic smile as she said in an icy tone, "Since they are so proud of their junk, cut them off and feed it to them. Let them bleed to death while choking on it." Gary and Tristan's expression became lifeless, their eyes empty and hollow. The terror that once consumed them had given way to a numbing sense of despair, as if their souls had been snuffed out by the cruel fate that awaited them. They saw Grace's silhouette disappearing, and all that was left in the hall was the chilling laughter of the cult members as their shadows approached the father and son duo. And soon, only screams of horror coupled with groans and laughter of pleasure filled the hall for hours until the screams died out. Few hours ago, Asher was still in his doll body and was chilling in her home since nobody was there. Still, he continued to keep a close eye on the number of life crystals he had. Life crystals, 3,702. Grace consuming 5 life crystals per hour was already costly for him, and that was if she didn't use any powers and remained in her granny form. He didn't want to guess what the number would be once she gets her. Life consumption of Grace increasing, 5, greater than 50, greater than 100, greater than 150, greater than 300, greater than 500, greater than 1,000, greater than 2,000 life crystals. Hour. Wait. Asher almost threw up the juice he was trying to drink, not that he was able to drink it anyway. Seeing the life consumption of Grace skyrocketing, he couldn't stop blinking his eyes. This was atrocious. He knew it would increase once Grace started using her powers, but looking at these numbers, he knew he had to be careful with how he used his soul servant. He can't use her unless it's for the important stuff. But on the brighter side, these numbers were way less than what the contract master he consulted had told him. The numbers he heard were north of 10,000 life crystals per hour, so compared to that, 2,000 seemed like he was surprisingly getting off easy. However, with this, he knew that shit was going down. Knowing that she was a veteran hunter, he knew she would be able to handle herself and escape in time. Life crystals gained, 40, greater than 60, greater than 80. greater than 150, greater than 300, greater than 700, greater than 1500. A broken bar. Damn, a broken bar. She wasn't kidding, a broken bar. Asher rubbed his eyes upon feeling the inflow of life crystals and wondered what kind of rampage Grace was on to bring in so many life crystals. He walked towards the hall and turned on the TV to look at the news, since surely somebody must be recording something, at least on their phones. His doll-like form sat on a creaking armchair and switched to a news channel. Breaking news: Blade of Brotherhood Guild is under attack. A fiery storm is consuming the building as we speak. Authorities are trying to assemble the best team to deal with this, but to deal with a situation of this magnitude it would surely take some time. A broken bar. Somebody is on fire. A broken bar. The possessed doll let out a chuckle as he looked at Gary's guild, grumbling down like a toy building. Still, seeing the fiery storm that was wreaking havoc but contained within the perimeter of the building, Asher was impressed by Grace's power and her control over it. She hasn't lost her touch despite the passing of so many years. He knew she had a deadly combination of abilities, especially the will-bending pathway in her mana circuit that would make her quite a terrifying one to deal with for her enemies. Will-bending was a rare and powerful pathway, as it revolved around the manipulation of the mind and the direct projection of one's will onto the world, and will force was one such ability of this pathway that Grace possessed. The life crystals kept pouring in, and he couldn't feel happier, but he knew this honeymoon period was temporary, since it was not like Grace could keep killing powerful people every day. However, what made him feel glad the most was that he had a powerful servant on Earth to do his bidding. That could surely be helpful in the future. A broken bar. The screams of Gary and Tristan filled the dark hideout of the cult as Grace strode out of the building, her footsteps echoing in the silent night. The moon cast a pale glow over the streets, casting eerie shadows as she made her way to the roof of a deserted building. The satisfaction from her vengeance still lingered, a smile playing on her lips as the cool breeze swept through her vermilion hair. As she stood on the edge of the rooftop, overlooking the cityscape below, her smile gradually faded, replaced by a wistful expression. Memories of Dorian and Emily flooded her mind, tugging at the strings of her heart. She could almost see their faces, hear their laughter, and feel their warmth as they embraced her. The quiet night seemed to amplify her thoughts, making her heartache all the more palpable. A tear rolled down her cheek, sparkling in the moonlight before disappearing into the darkness below. Dorian, a broken bar. Emily, a broken bar. It's finally over, Grace whispered softly, her voice trembling with emotion. I avenged you both, and I am sorry I took so long. I hope you two are at peace now. Tears glistened her eyes as she stared at the starry skies above. The wind picked up, swirling around her, lifting her hair and fluttering the leaves around her, as if responding to the depths of her emotions. You surprised me in some ways, you know, but I have to say I am impressed. A squeaky voice echoed from behind as Grace cleared her eyes and reeled in her thoughts as she turned around, slanting against the parapet. I was just thinking when you were going to show up, Grace said with a grin. Asher had arrived here after possessing a different doll. However, when Grace turned around, he was a bit taken aback by the sight of her newfound youth and beauty. All this time, he was used to interacting with a frail 90-year-old granny, a mere shadow of the powerful and vibrant figure she presented. He found himself momentarily stunned, unable to reconcile this sizzling hot beauty with the elderly woman he had been dealing with all this time. His eyes widened, taking in every detail of her transformation, the vermilion hair that now cascaded down her back, the smooth, unblemished skin that seemed to radiate with an inner light, and the determined, confident glint in her almond-shaped brown eyes. But the sight that surely stood out was how the glossy red jacket was tightly hugging her slender curves while offering a tantalizing glimpse of her sumptuous mounds and tempting cleavage. Are you trying to undress this old lady with your eyes? That's rude. Grace chuckled upon noticing the gaze of this demonic doll. Asher, unfazed by her remark, said with a smirk, we demons aren't exactly known for our manners, are we? But after such a transformation, you can't really blame a man for staring, can you? Grace rolled her eyes playfully, responding with her own sarcastic quip, "Silly me for forgetting that you are a demon, but I suppose I should feel flattered." Asher chuckled as he walked forward and asked, "Talking about your revenge, I never thought you had such a demonic side inside you." I bet Gary and Tristan felt the same until the last second. "You were once a gallant and powerful hunter, and yet you didn't blink despite killing a few innocents in that building." He was a bit surprised Grace truly went demonic for a while to punish her enemies, since she was coming from an elite family who had nurtured her to be valiant and heroic since she was a small kid. Unlike him, even if his demonic power freed the demon inside her, someone with strong mental fortitude like hers wouldn't let the demon inside her cause chaos and destruction unless she wanted to. In his career as a hunter, he had never seen any renowned elite hunter going demonic. Grace's eyes flickered with a complex mix of emotions at Asher's words. She responded with a casual shrug, maintaining a nonchalant face. "When you've been through what I have, you learn to adapt. Desperate times call for desperate measures." Asher felt like he could relate strongly to that since he also adapted, changing drastically compared to his past life version. Otherwise, he doubted he would have the desire to keep on living and survive long enough to get his revenge as well. This was why he purposefully asked Grace this question, since she was the only hunter he personally knew who gave into her demonic side willingly. However, as Grace spoke, her heart clenched within her chest. Inwardly, she wrestled with the guilt of having killed innocents in her quest for vengeance. It was a stark contrast to her former life as a hunter, sworn to protect those very people. But just like Asher said, she didn't even blink, nor did she think about it much when she destroyed Gary's building. It was as if the demon within her had possessed her, and all she wanted was to vent her pain and resentment of almost 20 years and burn everything around her. She underestimated how unrestrained and resentful she could be when the demon within her got out. However, she knew she chose this willingly and didn't regret it despite crossing lines she had never imagined she would. It was a price she had been willing to pay, even if the angels might damn her soul for it. Her revenge was more important than the lives of people she didn't know, and if given a chance again, she knew she would still do it all over again. It was something she knew when she sold her soul to Asher, and so she added, "Besides, it's not like I can go back now. The path I chose has led me here, and there's no turning back. Based on the name of the cult I am in, I am a damned one now, and my soul is in your hands. This is why I didn't want Rami to be anywhere near me or see me like this. That's the least I should do for him. But one thing I don't understand is why did you wait for a demon like me? I heard humans can do rituals to summon powerful demons to make a deal with them, so why didn't you make one with a demon closer to your strength so that things could have been easier for you?" Asher asked with curiosity. Grace let out a subtle scoff as she shook her head and said, "I would be a fool to seek out a powerful demon since they won't give me a rest and take advantage of me for a very long while, but if someone like you comes along, then I wouldn't be used recklessly." Grace only told the half-truth, as she didn't reveal her thoughts that someone as weak and young as him wouldn't have enough resources to keep her alive for long, and so she wasn't worried about getting used by a demon for too long. But Asher could guess what she was thinking and now realized why she didn't hesitate much when signing the contract. She thinks she won't last long by assuming that he can't keep her alive for long, but he inwardly smiled, knowing that she had no idea that the cost of keeping her alive wasn't more than what he can't handle now. Of course, he had no reason to tell her this since she would find out as time passes. However, name, Grace Eleanor. Life consumption, 50 life crystals, hour. Asher knew even if she wasn't using her powers, his life crystals were being burned to maintain her youth, and so he immediately said, "Grace, you should now revert back to your granny form. Your youth is costing me a lot of life crystals." Grace let out a sad sigh and replied, "You know, it's not every day a granny like me gets a second chance at being young. Can't you let me enjoy this youthful form just a little longer? At least until you leave? Think of it as a reward for all those life crystals I earned for you." Asher contemplated her request, remembering what Duncan had advised him. To keep people loyal and dedicated to him, he needed to give something back, and so he decided to let her enjoy it for a little while longer since it wouldn't cost him too much. "Fine, consider it as a reward for the work you did today." Grace grinned and said, "I appreciate your kindness, Master." She then snapped her fingers together as if she remembered something. "Ah, I forgot. There is something I want to show you before you go. Hop on," Grace said as she offered the possessed doll her hand. Asher raised one of his brows, wondering what she wanted to show as his doll body hopped into her hand. "Carrying a doll does make you feel young," Grace chuckled as she carried the possessed doll while Asher shook his head, though it wasn't that bad since, looking up, the sight of her melons subtly jiggling within her jacket was a good time pass. Remy hurried through the dimly lit streets, his heart racing as the evening sun dipped below the horizon. The shocking news of Tristan's father's guild being razed to the ground and the father and son's deaths at the hands of demonic cult members had shaken him to the core. He still couldn't believe they were raped and killed by demonic cultists, and their corpses were said to be in such a horrible state that they didn't reveal any more details. However, something equally shocking was the corruption of Gary's guild had become public knowledge, with their ties to various demonic cults and illegal, shady deals laid bare for all to see. As he approached his home, Remy's emotions were a whirlwind of relief and happiness, tempered by disbelief and concern. Tristan, his best friend before the truth of his dark nature had been revealed, had finally met his end, but the cost of this revelation was still unknown. He also never expected Tristan and his father to be involved in so many wicked things. Now he felt as if everything was beginning to make sense and why Tristan's true nature was so vile. Remy knew he had to share this news with his grandmother, the one person who mattered most to him. He burst through the front door, calling out for his grandmother. "Grandma, are you here? I have news about Tristan and his father." But the house was empty and quiet, devoid of the warmth his grandmother's presence always brought. Anxiety gripped Remy's heart as he rushed to the room, hoping to find her there. He was worried that something had happened to her. Instead, all he found was a single note addressed to him. With trembling hands, Remy unfolded the paper, his heart pounding as he read his grandmother's words. His shock deepened as he realized that she was the one behind the chaos that had befallen Tristan and his father. He could hardly believe that his grandmother, the woman who had raised him, had played a role in such a brutal series of events. "Why, Grandma? Why did you do it?" Remy whispered to the empty room, tears welling up in his eyes. As he continued reading, the truth of his parents' death hit him like a thunderbolt. Anger and grief roiled within him, knowing that Tristan's father was the one responsible for his parents' death. He couldn't believe the true villain had been present before him all this time, and thinking about it made him feel his blood boil. He didn't know why his grandmother had never told him about this earlier. If only he knew, he never would have become friends with Tristan, let alone be a part of the guild of the person who murdered his parents in a horrible way. Tristan took deep breaths to calm himself down and felt that maybe his grandmother had never told him since she was planning to get vengeance for all these years. However, he didn't want her to shoulder it all alone. He wished he could have been there for her, but there was more. His grandmother's confession that she would not be returning. Remy's vision blurred with tears as he read her final words. "I have sacrificed everything to get justice for your parents. Though I will not be beside you, know that I will continue to watch over you, my dearest Remy. But one final piece of advice from your grandmother: a broken bar. Forget Isabella, because if she hurts you again, then I will punish her even if I have to come back as a ghost. You deserve only the best." The note slipped from his fingers, fluttering to the floor as Remy collapsed to his knees, overcome with a torrent of emotions. The woman who had been his rock and his guiding light had departed, leaving him with a tangled legacy of love, vengeance, and loss. In that quiet room, Remy mourned the end of an era and the beginning of a future shaped by the sacrifices of those he loved most. Ring. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, pulling Remy from his grief. He wiped the tears from his eyes and opened the door, not expecting to see Isabella standing there. A complicated mix of emotions flooded him, as she was his childhood friend and the girl he had long harbored a crush on. But thinking about the recent events that happened with her, he wasn't exactly feeling the same anymore. Remy stepped out into the corridor, his eyes guarded as he asked, Isabella, what brings you here? Her eyes were wide and filled with concern. Remy, have you heard the news about Tristan and his father? He nodded slowly, his voice heavy with emotion. Yes, I know. Tears welled up in Isabella's eyes, and she moved to stand behind Remy. I'm so sorry, Remy. I had no idea they could be so evil, she choked out, her voice trembling. And I'm sorry I didn't believe you that day. Are you doing all right? This must be very hard for you to take. Remy swallowed hard, memories of their argument still fresh in his mind. I'm fine, Isabella, don't blame yourself, you couldn't have known. But Isabella stepped around him, determined to meet his gaze. You knew, Remy, but I didn't believe you. I was so confused when both of you were blaming each other. Can you ever forgive me? He looked at her for a few moments, his eyes searching hers. Finally, in a low, sad voice, he said, I forgive you, Isabella, but I am leaving this place for good. I may never come back. Remy inwardly already decided to join the Hunter Academy and pursue his dreams just like his grandmother would have wanted. For the first time, he was free, and there was nobody to stand in his way. It was now up to him to bring the Eleanor family back to its glory. At least that way, he could make his parents and grandmother proud. Shock and sadness registered on Isabella's face. Will you broken bar at least keep in touch, Remy? He sighed, a pained expression on his face. I'm sorry, Isabella, I don't think I can do that. Isabella's lips pressed together, understanding the unspoken reason behind his decision. She didn't feel she had the right to ask him to change his mind, but the thought of losing him was unbearable. Is there anything I can do to make things go back to the way they were? She implored. Remy shook his head slowly, his voice laced with regret. Things can never go back to the way they were, Isabella. Not after everything that's happened. He then looked at her one last time, his eyes filled with a mix of sadness and longing. I wish you the best of luck in your future. Goodbye, Isabella. With that, Remy turned and walked back into his apartment, closing the door behind him. Outside, Isabella stood in the dimly lit corridor, her hand covering her eyes as she tried to stifle her sobs, the weight of her regrets heavy upon her heart. A broken bar. The moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the half-deserted town as Grace carefully made her way through the desolate streets. In her arms, she cradled the doll that housed Asher's spirit. As they approached an inconspicuous building, Asher couldn't help but ask, Grace, what are we doing here? She chuckled softly, a mischievous glint in her eyes. We need a hideout, dear, a base of operations, if you will. I can't exactly live like a normal person anymore, nor can any of your future cult members. The building they approached was an old, abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the town. Its crumbling walls and rusted metal doors bore the scars of time and neglect. Yet, as Grace pushed open the heavy door, the interior revealed a stark contrast to the dilapidated exterior. Inside the warehouse, the space had been ingeniously transformed into a hidden underground lair. A large metal hatch in the floor led down to a dimly lit subterranean chamber. He was surprised some lights were still working. The walls were lined with various magical artifacts and books, and the air buzzed with an energy that spoke of the powerful forces at work within this secret refuge. How the hell do you know this place, and what's the guarantee nobody else is going to intrude? Asher asked as he scanned the interiors. Grace smirked and said, That's the last thing you have to worry about since this warehouse belongs to my family. It was abandoned when we lost our wealth and power. However, it was already installed with enough safeguards to keep away those who have no business to be here. I also doubt anybody with some kind of power would bother to wander into this town. This is almost like a ghost town these days. Asher felt it was a good thing Grace had this place. At least it would be quite useful to have a place to run his cult. That's all good, but does this place have Wi-Fi? He inquired. Grace chuckled at his question, finding it a bit peculiar. Is that why you asked me to bring a laptop? You are quite the odd demon, aren't you? She teased, raising an eyebrow. Asher responded offhandedly, no need to sniff around it. Grace smirked, casually replying, I was only being curious. I'm not the type to pry into other people's secrets. She then changed the subject by reminding him, I have to first show you something. As I mentioned earlier, Asher raised his brows and asked, so the hideout wasn't the only thing you wanted to show me? Intrigued, Asher paid close attention as Grace led him deeper into the hideout. The dim light flickered off the walls, casting eerie shadows around them as they made their way through the mysterious underground lair. Their footsteps echoed softly, adding to the suspense that built with each step they took. As they reached the far end of the hideout, Grace gestured towards a heavy wooden door, half hidden in the shadows. "This is it," she announced, her voice filled with a sense of importance. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a dusty, cobweb-filled cellar. As Asher stepped into the cellar, his brows raised as he was surprised by what he saw. Huddled together in one corner of the room were two young, pretty girls, their age looking around 17 or so. The two of them sat side by side. The first girl, with her sharp features and fierce expression, had a bob haircut that framed her face perfectly and a huge bust that rested on her slim frame. Her black eyes, though filled with fear, held a glint of determination and seemed protective of the other. The second girl had a more demure and gentle demeanor. Her long, flowing black hair cascaded down her back, softening her features and giving her an air of vulnerability. Her black eyes were large and filled with a mixture of hope and apprehension, making her seem like a cute flower. Her body frame was slender, accompanied by a medium bust. However, despite her delicate appearance, there was an underlying strength in her eyes that remained firm. Together, the girls seemed to be an inseparable pair, holding on to each other. Their clothes were tattered, and their pretty faces were smeared with dirt, a testament to the dire conditions they had been subjected to. Their eyes, wide with fear, were fixed on a possessed doll, and their bodies trembled with anxiety. They hugged their legs close to their chests, as if attempting to protect themselves from some unseen threat. Their feet nervously scraped against the dusty floor, kicking up small clouds of grime as they instinctively tried to inch away from the possessed doll. The sound of their movements echoed through the otherwise silent cellar, amplifying the tension that hung thick in the air. The girls' vulnerability was palpable, and it was clear that they had been through a harrowing ordeal. Asher glanced at Grace, searching for an explanation. "Is this supposed to mean something?" Asher raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by Grace's revelation. "You don't strike me as a kidnapper, Grace," he said while taking a good look at the two girls and asked them, "What are your names?" "Oh, Anya Broken Bar," the girls mumbled in fear, though the one with the bob hair shielded the other girl by crouching in front of her with a fierce yet trembling gaze, as if trying to protect her from the demonic doll in front of them. Grace scoffed, rolling her eyes at Asher's comment. "Oh, how funny of you to say that," she replied sarcastically and added, "I found these girls when that little bastard Tristan was about to sell them to someone who's probably working for a very powerful organization. There were originally 5 girls, but now only these 2 are left." Asher crossed his arms, his expression turning serious. "And how exactly is that my concern? Why did you even bring them here? I'm not running a charity cult here. You better get rid of them since you brought them here." Asher could see why Grace didn't leave them there, but that didn't mean he wanted to take in these 2. Even if they were hunters, he can't afford to spare any more resources. Grace smirked, clearly anticipating Asher's reaction. "I knew you'd say that," she said, "but don't be so hasty. Hear me out. These girls have magic pathways, specializing in life-weaving powers. They can heal and strengthen not only themselves but others as well. And guess what? They're both at level 15. Even if they aren't full-fledged hunters, they could be quite useful to both of us." Asher had his brows raised upon hearing her words. He knew metamagic was a broad category that allows a person to manipulate or modify an object or even a living being, and life-weaving was an incredibly rare and powerful ability within the realm of metamagic because it involved the delicate manipulation of the very essence of life itself. Those gifted with life-weaving can directly influence the life force of living beings, using their magical abilities. This was why people with such abilities were highly sought after in a squad, especially the elite ones. His interest was piqued, but since he found this surprising, he asked, "All right, but how did they end up here if they're not exactly useless?" Asher thought that people with such special abilities surely wouldn't get sold off that easily. They must have families who wouldn't sit still. Grace sighed, her voice taking on a somber tone. In some ways, our world isn't as good as it seems on the outside. In the darkness of our world, things like this happen every day. I've heard of trafficking cases involving manor-born people, especially young, gifted ones like these two who were probably born in menorless families due to some miracle. The families then are ready to sell them for either financial or other reasons, thinking they're getting a very good deal. Because of this, these two girls have nowhere to go and are abandoned. Nobody is waiting for them back home, and even if they go back, someone else will take advantage of them. Asher realized that he was truly blind in his past life. He never thought things would be this bad in this world, making him feel like laughing at himself. He was now seeing more and more of the twisted side of the world he was once part of. Grace locked eyes with Asher, her determination unwavering. "So, I'll handle them. You have nothing to worry about." Asher scoffed, clearly skeptical of Grace's intentions. "You really expect me to believe that? There's no way I can just ignore this," he said, his mind already set on a plan. "I'll demonize them and see how it goes." Grace furrowed her brows, as Asher planned to demonize them just like she feared. She knew the demonization process would cause the girls to start dying from within, and they were far too young to endure such a fate. She wanted to protect them and quickly spoke up. "I advise you to not demonize them. Their life-weaving abilities will lose most of their effectiveness if demonic power corrupts their bodies. If that happens, they'll be useless to you. Moreover, it would be wise to have people in your cult who aren't demonized. You also wouldn't have to spend any extra resources on them, so you aren't really losing out on anything." Asher squinted his eyes, seeing that Grace was trying to stop him from demonizing the two. "I know. What I meant was I want to make them my soul servants." He knew radiant mana was the only thing that could fuel life-weaving powers with maximum efficiency. However, this would also mean that they wouldn't earn him any life crystals even if they become his soul servants, but he felt they wouldn't earn much for him anyway. They would be better off supporting Grace. At least he wouldn't have to spend more life crystals on her, just in case. It was better this way, and so he added, "I don't have to demonize them completely to make them my soul servants. I'll just make them sign a contract to sell their souls to me. That way, I'll never have to question their loyalty, and it'll help us communicate, since they clearly don't speak the common language fluently, and I don't speak Japanese." Grace had no choice but to agree, knowing this was the best outcome she could hope for under the circumstances. She just hoped the girls won't end up in a worse state, even with their souls bound to Asher. However, after interacting with this young demon named Asher so far, she felt he wasn't at least the worst kind. She had come upon enough demons in her lifetime to differentiate between evil and the ones who weren't outright evil. Still, the fact that he didn't refute her advice and also mentioned that he already knew made her feel a bit surprised. After all, most people, be it the human or demon world, were ignorant of how mana circuits work. This made her wonder about his origins. "But wait, how are you going to look after them? You are dirt poor now, in case you forgot," Asher commented as he raised a brow. Grace smirked, clearly amused by Asher's concern. She pulled out a black metal card and waved it in front of him with a smug look. "Someone was kind enough to offer me 50,000 mana shards." Asher's eyes widened in surprise at the mention of such a staggering amount of mana shards. He knew that it was no small sum, even for a decently wealthy family. Mana shards were not only valuable but also incredibly powerful, comparable to the coveted life crystals in the demon world. These crystallized mana energy sources served as currency and a versatile means for hunters to power magical items, enhance objects, and replenish their mana reserves. Although mana shards couldn't increase a person's lifespan like life crystals, they held a unique set of advantages exclusive to the human world. For instance, a level 5 health potion from the demon world would never match the effectiveness of its human world counterpart, thanks to the power of mana shards. A chuckle escaped Asher as he thought about the irony of the situation. Dead men are most kind, indeed, he commented. "Let me guess, the man you killed was the one Tristan was going to sell these girls to? Who was he?" Ash knew she killed a powerhouse since he received a lot of life crystals as a lump sum at one point and knew she reaped the soul of someone quite powerful. Grace nonchalantly shrugged and said, "I have no idea who he is, but his name was Samuel or something. He did try to threaten me by saying that he was working for somebody I shouldn't mess with, but I killed him before he could continue blabbering since all that doesn't matter. Wait, did you just say you killed Samuel, the Earthshaker?" Asher asked with furrowed brows since this name wasn't foreign to him. The name was far from unfamiliar to him. Samuel was a high-profile hunter and a loyal servant to an elite family, the Stan family, the same family that Lenny Stan belonged to. Grace, noticing Asher's reaction, asked with curiosity, "How do you know that guy?" She was surprised because Asher was too young and weak to be associated with someone like Samuel. They couldn't have possibly crossed paths. Asher waved off her inquiry with a dismissive gesture. "I just know," he said, leaving it at that. Grace could tell he wasn't willing to reveal more about his connection to Samuel. Inwardly, Asher couldn't help but think that having Samuel alive would have been a valuable asset. However, he knew that it was an unrealistic expectation. Changing the subject, he asked Grace, "Did you find any information from Gary that could connect him to Samuel?" Grace shook her head, her expression turning serious. "No, I found nothing of the sort. I did uncover some other shady deals with various parties, but people like Samuel are careful. They don't leave traces." Grace couldn't help but feel that this young demon had some kind of mystery surrounding him. Still, she knew it wasn't her business and had enough sense to not pry into it. "Forget it. What I learned from you is more than enough for now," Asher mumbled as the lips of his dull body formed an eerie smile. "I always knew you struck me as a twisted pervert, Lenny." Asher inwardly snickered. In his past life he knew Lenny loved sleeping around with women, but even at that time he always felt something was off about him. He didn't seem like an ordinary playboy, but the fact that Lenny was trying to buy 5 young girls illegally was enough to tell him a lot. Asher pushed his thoughts about Samuel and Lenny aside, shifting his focus to the 2 young girls. He asked Grace, "So will you be able to talk to them and tell them what they have to do now?" Grace smiled confidently. "I know enough Japanese to communicate with them. I've stayed in Japan many times with my aunt." Asher nodded but then raised another concern. "That's all well and good, but what if they refuse to sign the contract?" Grace understood the unspoken threat in his question. "Leave that to me," she assured him. "I'll make sure they sign without any problems." Asher watched as Grace approached the 2 frightened girls, who seemed to be less scared of her than they were of him. He knew it must be because she talked to them before they arrived here. Though he couldn't understand their conversation, he observed Grace comforting the girls in a gentle, soothing voice, much like a caring grandmother would. Perhaps it was her own experience as a grandmother that made her feel protective of the young girls. He asked Grace whether she could convince them to sign because the way these reaping contracts worked was that no demon could force a human to sign it, indirectly or directly. So even if a demon holds a blade to their neck and tells them to sign, the contract won't work even if the human signed it. For it to work, the person who signs it should sign it with the intent to fulfill one of their deepest desires. Otherwise, they can't sell their soul. These 2 girls didn't seem desperate for his power, nor did they seem like doing any kind of dealings with him. Obviously, this was why he had doubts on whether these girls would be able to sign the contract. From time to time, the girls cast timid, skeptical glances at Tasha while softly conversing with Grace. He knew they wouldn't want to make any deals with a demon like him, but they had little choice in their vulnerable situation. He was prepared to do whatever was necessary in case this didn't work out. Finally, Grace stood up, helping the girls to their feet as well. She looked at Tasha and said with a subtle smile, "They're willing to sign the contract. You can go ahead." Asher subtly raised his brows, wondering what Grace told them. However, he felt that common-grade contracts would do for now. He snapped his fingers as 2 scrolls appeared in his hands, and he gestured to them to take them. The girls exchanged a nervous glance, the gravity of the moment weighing heavily upon them. Their hands trembled as they took the scrolls from Asher, their fingers brushing against the rough parchment. As they unrolled the contracts, their eyes widened in surprise. The letters on the scrolls seemed to morph before their very eyes, changing into a language they could understand. It was as if the contracts were sentient, adapting to their needs and ensuring they comprehended the contents. After reading it thoroughly, everything seemed just like what Grace told them. They didn't know if selling their souls to this enigmatic demon was the right choice, but they also didn't want to go back to the hell they came from. Maybe things will be better for them, just like Grace said. All they wanted was to never worry if they were going to die or end up in a situation worse than death every day. And so, taking a deep breath, they each pricked their fingers against the sharp edge of the scrolls. A sharp sting accompanied the sensation, and they winced, their eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Holding their breath, they watched as a single drop of their blood welled up on their fingertips, shimmering in the dim light. They hesitated for a moment, their gazes locked on the crimson droplets before finally allowing their blood to fall onto the scrolls. As soon as the blood made contact with the parchment, the contracts came to life, glowing with a dark, ominous light. The girl's eyes widened in awe and fear as the light pulsed and shimmered, as if acknowledging the bond that had just been formed. The contracts seemed to drink in the blood, the once visible droplets disappearing into the parchment as the glow intensified, and then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the eerie light faded. Soon enough, the scrolls also vanished into nothingness. Asher was impressed that Grace really managed to convince them. You have successfully gained 2 soul servants. Plus 200 rating points. Rating increased, 1122, greater than 1322, 688. Name, Imako. Level, 15. Name, Yui. Level, 15. He never expected he would be gaining 2 new members to his cult so soon. However, he was looking forward to how his cult was going to grow from here on. He surely would need it to fulfill the plans he had for certain people. As soon as the girls finished signing the contract, Asher crossed his arms and asked, "Can you two understand me now?" The 2 girls exchanged surprised glances, clearly taken aback by their sudden comprehension of his words. Nervously, they nodded their heads. Asher nodded, a satisfied look on his face. Grace, sensing the girls' apprehension, spoke to them in a gentle tone. "Don't worry, Imako, Yui. Asher is your master now. You'll be fine as long as you follow his rules and do what he asks." The girls nodded softly, acknowledging her words, feeling reassured. Even if they knew Grace was demonized, they couldn't help but feel safe and warm in her presence. Grace then gestured towards the door. "Now, go and eat the food I've bought for you in the kitchen hall. It's right ahead. I'm sure you two must be famished." Imako and Yui's eyes filled with tears as they deeply bowed, gratefully saying, "Thank you, Auntie Grace." They then hurried off to the hall to find their meal. They felt as if it had been a long time since they had eaten a proper meal. Watching them leave, Asher turned to Grace and asked, "So you're okay with them calling you Auntie? I thought you'd prefer being called Senior Grace." Grace shrugged, a faint smile on her face. "I've gotten used to people calling me Auntie. It's a more approachable title than Senior Grace, don't you think?" "Fair enough. Now give me the laptop. I just have to look up one thing, and then I will be returning back to my world," Asher said, making Grace wonder what was so urgent for him to search for something on the internet. However, she didn't ask anything about it and nodded. "I will go and grab it for you, but meanwhile, why don't you take a look around this warehouse and see if everything is to your liking? I am open to any suggestions," Grace suggested with a smile as she walked out of the cellar. Asher agreed to Grace's suggestion and began exploring the warehouse, taking in the size and layout of the hideout. It was apparent that Grace's family had once operated a thriving business. The warehouse featured living quarters for employees, a training room for hunters, a storage room stocked with both old, mundane, and magical supplies, an infirmary with dusty medical equipment, and even a library for relaxation and reading. The place felt more like a grand old mansion than a simple warehouse. This revelation prompted Asher to wonder just how affluent the Eleanor family had been to possess such an opulent warehouse. Grace had mentioned that she kept the warehouse due to its sentimental value since it was the first one her parents had built. It also didn't have much resale value due to how this town didn't fare well after the warehouse shut down. After his brief tour, Asher entered the meeting room, where Grace was waiting for him with the laptop. Dust motes danced in the slivers of moonlight that seeped through the partially closed blinds, casting an eerie glow on the old wooden table. Grace looked up and informed him, "I haven't set up the Wi-Fi yet, but I have an internet card that will give you 24 hours of access." She then glanced around the room, her eyes lingering on the layers of dust and the signs of age that adorned the warehouse. "This place is very dusty and old. I'll start making preparations to fix up the warehouse and check on the girls." Asher nodded. "I'll let you know when I am done." Grace walked out of the room while Asher, with anticipation in his eyes, opened the laptop, and the dim glow of the screen illuminated his face. Asher curved his lips as he first decided to look up how Derek's daughter, Rachel, was doing. As he browsed through various articles, he found several that featured Rachel. In them, she sorrowfully announced the tragic loss of her entire squad during an ill-fated quest against demons. With a heavy heart, she admitted her guilt at being the sole survivor and expressed her profound regret for letting her comrades down, but she also vowed that she wouldn't let their sacrifices be in vain, promising to exact vengeance on the one responsible for their deaths. Reading these articles, Asher couldn't help but laugh. Recognizing the veiled threat directed at him, he scoffed at the public's reaction to Rachel's words, noting how they were moved by her heroic spirit and felt sympathy for her plight. They admired her apparent humility and considered her a paragon of virtue, partly due to her lineage as the daughter of the strongest hunter. Asher mumbled in a mocking tone, "Like father, like daughter, huh? Both so skilled at fooling the masses." He continued, his voice dripping with disdain, "If you were truly virtuous, why wouldn't you reveal the truth about what happened?" He shook his head as he knew, in the end, she cared more about her pride and social standing than the lives of some nobody hunters. Asher's eyes were filled with contempt as he stared at the articles, reflecting on the twisted nature of people and the facades they wore to deceive others. Still, he wanted to thank her for hiding the truth from her father as well despite being a daddy's girl. His eyes glinted coldly as he thought about the future. He then felt he had read enough about Rachel and decided to look up the person he resented with every inch of his soul. His eyes shook with restlessness as his thoughts were consumed with looking up information on Ara. Asher's fingers flew across the keyboard as he delved into the depths of the internet, searching for any information on Ara. He was determined to discover her current whereabouts and what she was doing with her life. To his frustration, the most recent and legit articles about Era dated back almost a year. Those articles detailed her shocking resignation as a hunter, leaving the Evangeline family at a loss. Era's sudden decision had taken the world by storm, as losing an S-rank hunter so early in their career was a tremendous blow to the planet's defenses. S-rank hunters were regarded as pillars of strength and protection, especially someone as powerful as her, and losing one meant significantly weakening that support system. Still, they seemed hopeful that she would return if the world needed her again. Further articles revealed that Era had gone off the radar, her whereabouts unknown. Asher's confusion and bafflement grew with each new piece of information he encountered. It just didn't make sense. The internet was rife with theories and rumors speculating on the reasons behind her retirement. Some claimed she had lost face after her boyfriend was revealed to be a corrupted one and thus felt like she had to step down to save some face for her family, considering how the Evangeline family was among the top 3 strongest families in the world. Some suggested she had achieved enough fame and fortune by helping to defeat the Demon King and her corrupted ex. As an S-rank hunter, retirement seemed like a wise choice for her. Asher didn't buy any of these theories, especially the first one, since he knew what kind of people her parents were. They would never let her resign, even if the world crumbles. His anger surged with each passing moment as he mumbled under his breath, "What are you up to, Era? What are you hiding from?" He clenched his fists and, with fierce determination, vowed in a low voice, "I will find you, Era, no matter which corner of the world you run to and hide in. I will find you and make you face what you did. Nobody can hide from their past, a broken bar, not even you." The dim light from the laptop screen reflected in Asher's eyes, revealing his burning determination before closing it down. A broken bar. Asher was about to leave when Grace stopped him, asking, "So, will you be coming back soon?" Grace was hoping to die before he returns. She felt he didn't have enough resources to keep her alive for long, and based on his last name, Enron, she assumed he came from a small, unknown demon family. She would have known if he was coming from powerful origins, based on his name. Asher responded with a shrug, "I don't know, but stay sharp and ready. I'll summon you whenever I need you. Oh, and train those two girls for future quests." Grace chuckled and said confidently, "Leave it to me. By the way, any chance of a life crystal allowance for me to enjoy my youth from time to time? I know I might seem a bit greedy, but youth can tempt even a saint." Grace asked to test her theory about whether he was really wealthy or not. Asher smirked, "I'll think about it. Right now, I'm not exactly swimming in riches." Grace let out a disappointed sigh, but her eyes relaxed upon hearing his words. As Asher prepared to leave, he noticed Yuya and Emiko peeking from the corridor, trying to hide. He shook his head inwardly, amused by their efforts. Yuya blinked her eyes and tugged at Emiko's finger, whispering, "Do you think we'll really be alright?" Emiko squinted and whispered, "I don't know, but for some reason, I believe in Auntie Grace. She was kind enough to save our lives even if she didn't have to, and she said nothing bad would happen to us as long as we follow the rules, so I guess we'll be fine. Things seem better than back home, at least. I would never want to return there, and I know you feel the same too." Yui took a deep breath as she lowered her head, knowing she was right. However, her eyes had an inner light, deciding to remain hopeful. Suddenly, both girls' brows raised in surprise as they heard and witnessed the doll suddenly fall lifelessly on the table. They wondered if the demon had left and felt relieved, but they were even more surprised to see Grace slowly aging before their eyes, her hair turning white and her body thinning. They had never seen such a beautiful woman turning old so quickly. Was the demon that evil to do this to her? Concerned, Yui stepped forward and softly asked with her hands squeezing together, "Auntie Grace, are you all right?" Grace turned to face them and softly chuckled, "Oh, it's normal, dear. I'm actually 90 years old. The demon's power temporarily allowed me to be young." The girls were taken aback, not expecting Grace to be so old. Still, even after she turned old, they felt she looked more like she was in her early 60s and still looked quite graceful and healthy despite her age. Little did they know, Grace had a silent agreement with Asher to maintain her physical age around 75, so she could move around easily. In return, Asher wouldn't have to use too many life crystals on her. Elsewhere. It was evening when in the largest mansion of the Stan family, a man in his early 40s with a slim build, average height, and good looks emerged from a steamy bathroom, filled with naked women who lounged in the water, giggling and gossiping amongst themselves. His loosened robe hung off his shoulders as he casually walked through the opulent room with a quirky smile. The scent of expensive perfume lingered in the air, mixing with the intoxicating aroma of his latest indulgence. His piercing gray eyes held an intensity that could unsettle even the most seasoned of hunters, a testament to the cunning and ruthlessness that had earned him his position. With a flourish, Lenny donned a luxurious robe, the silk fabric gliding over his skin as he tied the sash around his waist. His skin, although flawless and unblemished, was pallid, a contrast to the richly colored silk robe that adorned his body. The robe, embroidered with intricate patterns and embellished with gold thread, was a symbol of his wealth and status, a visual reminder of the opulence in which he lived. He poured himself a glass of aged whiskey from a crystal decanter, the amber liquid shimmering in the dimly lit room. His body moved in rhythm to the sound of the music playing in the room, trying to imitate some dance moves with the glass in his hands. As he raised the glass to his lips, savoring the first sip of the smooth, smoky liquor, a knock on the door interrupted his hedonistic reverie. "What the fuck is it?" Lenny asked, his voice tinged with annoyance at the disturbance. The door opened, revealing Lenny's butler with a grave expression etched on his face. "Sir, I regret to inform you that Sir Samuel is dead," he announced, his voice laden with concern. Lenny's eyes widened in shock as he gulped down the whiskey in his glass. The fiery liquid burned his throat. "What?" he roared and asked with a quivering gaze. "Nothing got out, right?" Lenny knew Samuel was handling a sensitive deal, and he was greatly concerned about it. The butler nodded confidently and said, "We took care of it at the right time, and we can put out the reason behind Sir Samuel's death in any way you want. But there are 2 girls missing. They must have escaped somehow." Lenny clicked his tongue with a frustrated look and said, "Those 2 won't last out there on their own. They also know nothing. As for Samuel's death, I will handle it." Lenny's expression relaxed, but then he focused on the next important matter. "But tell me, who was dumb and foolish enough to kill Samuel?" Lenny felt that only someone powerful could kill Samuel, but how could someone that powerful be this stupid to kill him with no provocation? As far as he knew, Samuel didn't have any enemies that were that daring and ignorant. Samuel was his most trusted aide and like his right-hand man. Losing him meant a great deal to Lenny, who still couldn't believe who would be so stupid and foolish to kill him. It was so hard to have someone so capable and loyal like Samuel by his side. The butler hesitated for a moment before replying, "We don't know the exact identity of the killer yet, sir, but we do know it was the doing of some cult." Lenny mumbled with a seething look, "Make sure you find out which worthless cult did this, but whoever is running this cult and every member in that cult has just signed their death warrant. Nobody crosses me and gets away with it." Lenny curved his lips as he crushed the glass in his hand. As Asher stirred from his meditative state, Marina swiftly rushed to his side, her eyes filled with concern and curiosity. The rustle of her skirts seemed to echo her racing heartbeat. "Master," Marina began hesitantly, her voice gentle and lilting, "have you succeeded in your reaping quest?" Her gaze was filled with a mixture of admiration and caution as she held out her hand to help him up. He took her hand, feeling the warmth of her touch, and allowed her to assist him as he rose to his feet. "I actually failed the quest." Asher's response caught Marina off guard, causing her eyes to widen in disbelief. It was hard for her to imagine someone as capable as him failing at anything, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness for him. However, Asher quickly added, a proud smile playing on his lips, "But I did manage to create my own cult and even recruited a few members already. One of them is as strong, or perhaps even stronger than a peak-level soul purger." Marina's eyes widened further, and she let out a gasp of astonishment. She realized that she had underestimated his capabilities once again. To have never heard of anyone his age and strength obtaining such a powerful soul servant, especially during their first reaping quest, was truly extraordinary. I don't know what to say, Master," Marina stammered, her eyes shining with admiration. "This is really wonderful. I am sure the Queen would feel proud and happy to hear this." Her heart swelled with pride for him, and she couldn't help but feel even more drawn to her enigmatic master who continued to defy expectations. Asher smiled, but then his focus shifted towards the pop-up he had received when he came back. "Chaos reach of your cult increased, greater than +500. Bonus reward received, greater than +1000 life crystals, +100 to each soul servant. Your cult ranking is in top 70%. Next bonus reward a top 60% ranking. Life crystals, 36,371. As Asher processed the information appearing in his mind, he couldn't help but feel curious about the term Chaos Reach. He looked at Marina and asked, "What exactly is Chaos Reach?" Marina raised her brows, wondering if his Chaos Reach had already increased, and replied, "From what I understand, Master, Chaos Reach refers to the extent to which your cult has caused chaos and disruption in the human world. The higher the Chaos Reach of your cult, the more influential and feared your cult becomes." Asher mulled over this information, finding it intriguing and similar to hunter guilds as far as he knew. "So, higher the Chaos Reach, the more rewards my cult earns?" Marina nodded in agreement. Yes, Master, every respected nobles have their own cult, and their cults are a huge source of strength and wealth for them. Asher's mind drifted back to the time when he had considered joining a hunter guild but ultimately decided against it. He had always valued his freedom and didn't want to be tied down to any organization. It was Era's advice at the time that had solidified his resolve to remain independent. Now, with a cult of his own and the potential to grow its influence and power, Asher felt a renewed sense of determination. "I can't check the rankings of the cults above me?" Asher asked as he only could see the rankings of the cult below him, and to his shock, there were at least tens of thousands of cults, but he could guess that most of the low-ranking cults were basically useless and weak. They existed only in name and probably had next to zero influence. Marina shook her head and answered, "As far as I know, you can only check the ranks of cults weaker than yours, but once your cult reaches the top 200, then you can see every cult's rankings." Asher squinted his eyes as he said, "Interesting, a broken bar. I guess I have a long way to go before I get there." Marina nodded with a smile, fully confident that he would get there, and being attentive to her master's needs, she spoke up with a gentle tone, "I wanted to let you know that I've made all the necessary arrangements for you to rest, including preparing a revitalizing drink to help you recover after your return. I hope it helps you feel better." She then hesitated for a moment, her cheeks flushing slightly as she shyly asked, "Would you like me to prepare a bath for you as well, Master?" Asher looked at her with a knowing smile and said as he gave a peck on her soft lips, "Yes, prepare the bath for me. However, I'll need to level up first before I can fully relax." Marina's cheeks reddened as her eyes sparkled with admiration and warmth. She could see the determination in her master's eyes to grow stronger, and she said, "Of course, Master, I'll have everything ready for you when you're done with your leveling up." With a plan in place, Asher prepared himself for the task at hand while Marina bustled about, ensuring that everything would be perfect for her master's relaxation and recovery. Asher retreated to a quiet corner of the room, allowing himself to enter a meditative state, his mind's eye focused on the web of the mana circuit that coursed throughout his body, pulsing with refined mana just waiting to be absorbed. This network of channels connected every aspect of his being, allowing him to harness the full potential of his magical energy. As he concentrated, Asher could almost see the shimmering threads of mana, glowing with a dark light, humming with power. He took deep, steady breaths, synchronizing his breathing with the rhythm of his mana circuit. This process required utmost focus and patience, as any disruption could hinder the proper absorption of mana, potentially stalling his progress. Gradually, Asher began to draw the refined mana into his body, allowing it to permeate every fiber of his being. The energy coursed through his muscles, bones, and organs, strengthening and rejuvenating them with its potent force. As the refined mana seeped into his cells, he could feel his body evolving, adapting to the next level of power. The sensation was both exhilarating and intense, a rush of energy that threatened to overwhelm him if he did not maintain control. Asher persevered, his focus unwavering as he guided the mana through its transformative journey. As the last remnants of refined mana settled into place, Asher slowly opened his eyes, a newfound sense of strength and vitality coursing through him. He smiled as he successfully leveled up and took a look at his stats. Level 9. Rating points 634, 1600. HP 1165, greater than 1561, 1561. MP 2585, greater than 3245, 3245. STR 444, greater than 700. Def 233, greater than 312. INT 517, greater than 649. Dex 168. Asher nodded with a look of satisfaction and knew his dex was literally crying with resentment for ignoring it. However, He planned to let his dex catch up next time since he had Gurgle's ability which allowed him to compensate for his ridiculously low dex temporarily. However, his strength and intelligence were on par with a low-level Soul Slayer. If he had fought Driven now, even if he would get severely injured, he wouldn't end up in a near-death state after using his Hellbringer abilities. Now that he was done with his reaping quest, Asher decided to let his newly evolved mana circuit settle down while he used the rest of the days of the week to train those 5, but he smiled, thinking that Rebecca must be feeling quite distracted now that her precious son was in a coma. Still, he knew the 5 demons she selected were collectively stronger than the batch he got, and so he decided to not depend on her mental state and diligently train them. The dark sun rose on what promised to be an eventful day for Asher, as he prepared to face off against Rebecca, albeit indirectly. Their respective batches of candidates would be attempting to pass the first trial in the Tower of Hell, and he had to make sure everyone in his batch would pass, though he knew he might not be done with that. Asher arrived at the Tower of Hell punctually, a confident smile gracing his lips. He scanned the area and quickly spotted Onyx, Graven, Zizola, Thetis, and Nereus. The group stood together, their expressions a mix of excitement and anxiety as they anticipated the upcoming trial. Upon seeing Asher, their faces lit up, and they greeted him with enthusiasm and reverence. Master Asher, Onyx, Graven, and Zizola called out, their voice strong despite the nerves that threatened to take hold. "We're ready for the challenge," Nereus and Thetis, the siblings, said in unison out of sheer excitement and vigor. Asher nodded, acknowledging their determination. "During the past week, you all did well, so I have faith in each one of you to pass this trial." His gaze drifted around the area, taking note that Rebecca had surprisingly not yet arrived. He considered the heartache she must be feeling as she tended to her comatose son and realized that her absence was, perhaps, not surprising. Nonetheless, her batch of demons was already present, waiting patiently for their mentor's arrival. As the tense minutes ticked by, the atmosphere grew thick with anticipation. Finally, a hush fell over the crowd as Rebecca emerged, her expression composed but her eyes betraying a hint of the pain and bitterness she was surely feeling. And the moment she saw Asher, her gaze became as sharp as a blade. "You are late, Warden Rebecca. Is everything all right?" Asher asked with his arms crossed, his eyes smiling.